Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to see you here with me. And I'm so happy that you joined me, and I hope we'll have a good time together. Let's start. So, I want you to imagine the first time you met a friend at kindergarten. You were a kid, you played maybe outside, maybe you met within the kindergarten. And I want you to imagine you and him or her and that talk you have, the way you talk to each other and the way you relate to each other. And just imagine you're yourself as a kid. And then I want you to imagine that you're growing up and you're in high school, and imagine your favorite teacher and maybe what she said, and maybe what she taught you. And then you can just imagine how was her lesson and what was the things that you heard from her. And then I want you to imagine maybe you have a kid and maybe he already or she already talked. What was the first word? So from all these memories and imagination, you probably don't remember the exact time that you said to this kid, let's be friends, or what was the exact things that this teacher taught you, or maybe even what was the exact word that that your kid told you for the first time. But you do remember what are the emotions that were inside you when you talked to this person and when you heard these words. So actually, language is what makes us human. We convey ideas, we convey our thoughts, we build things together, we understand things, and language is what makes us human in a very deep sense. But we're not only conveying information to each other. While talking, the words are carriers of our emotions and the deep meaning of what we want to convey to each other. So we're not only just communicating with the essence of the content, we're relating to the meaning and the relationship that we'll build while talking to each other. And it's not only when we talk to other people, it's the same while we're using the devices and Alexa and Siri and so forth. So it's the same thing for us. So our relationship with machines have already been like for ages. We thought about connecting to devices, connected to robots, maybe to other AIs, and maybe talking to them really freely and naturally. So for us, it's something that we thought about really long ago. But only in the last few years, we can really relate to these devices and talk to them freely and without even thinking about it. We're just talking to them as other people, and we're not only getting information from it. So hi, I'm Adima Zokario, and I help companies reinvent the value that they offer to their clients and create innovative, successful products, and some of them are in voice. And today I'm going to talk to you as a voice UX expert, so I hope you'll enjoy that. So in the next 30 minutes, we're going to talk about the connection, the emotional connection with these devices or AI. We're going to talk about the power of emotion, what can we do with it? How can we design this connection well? And what will be maybe the future of this connection between us and the machines and the AI? So I want to tell you a story a friend told me about half a year ago. He moved apartments and they moved everything, and his little kid, he was 6 years old. She told me, will Alexa come with us? And she related to her as another roommate coming with them to their new apartment. And she told him, I love Alexa, we have to take her. And he connected all the devices with Alexa, and for him it was like another device that you're moving. But for her, it's like a friend. And I think many people have this connection, and you see sometimes when you talk to this device and he answers, you say thank you, although he will say the same thing if you even you don't say thank you. We're relating to it like a person. And anytime that we hear a voice, we are built and our brain is built in order to really relate to it as a person. So most of our lives, when we heard a voice, we know that there is someone, and we need to really quickly understand, is he against us? Is he with us? Is he friendly? Maybe he's aggressive. So we need to really understand who is in front of us, and we always assign a personality to it. So we always say, this is this person, and maybe we need to protect ourselves or to communicate really freely with him. So we know how to do it really easily, and this is what we're able to do. And it doesn't matter if we talk to a friend or we talk to a device. So people are thinking about talking to someone and not to something. And it's always an emotional experience when we talk to someone. It doesn't matter if we're even not that emotional talking to him, but it's an experience of the emotion, not only the content of what we're saying. And when we're talking to devices, this is how we relate to this experience. So we know that when people were asked about a year ago, who is a woman tech leader, many of them said Alexa or Siri. So it's not only kids, people are relating to this like Alexa or Siri as a person, as someone that they want to relate to, or they think that it's a she. So we know that this is how we relate to them, and the connection between us and technology getting closer and closer into some kind of a love story and a very, very tight connection. When we convey ideas via voice, we are conveying an emotional state, because when we have an emotional state, we change the way we breathe. We can breathe really low and very, very intense breathing. We have a level of energy in the voice, and how we talk is conveyed by the tension and the way we hold our body. So when we talk to someone, we convey emotions. And when we hear someone, we hear his emotions. So this connection is two-sided. And when we talk to devices, actually, they are usually listening to our emotions, and they are not conveying their emotions, but it's only yet. So people get knowledge and emotional connections when they are talking to people or to voice tech, and it's the same thing for us. So when we're talking to Siri and asking from her something, or when we're talking to the Google Home, we're not only getting the information, we're connecting and communicating. We know that people are using Siri, for example, as a therapist. So they come home and they talk to the Siri, maybe from the mobile, and talking to the Siri as a friend, and maybe as a counselor, and they want to tell them what's going on with them and really have conversations. And Apple said they are looking for engineers that knows this, understand psychology, because people are relating to devices this way. And in this research, about half a year ago, they wanted to see if we relate to virtual assistants as we relate to people. So when we talk to and interact with people, we are more aroused, and we have the GSR, the level of sweat in our hands, are getting higher because we're more emotional. So when people are talking to virtual assistants, it's the same thing. They get more aroused, and especially when it's the first time when they're talking to this device. Alexa got the highest grade on emotional connection in this case. And when Alexa told this joke, was the highest level of emotion in this connection. And it's the same with people. When we are laughing, when we are connecting, we are more aroused, and we have a better emotional connection. So the virtual assistants can understand what we know about emotions. So the same that we understand, and when we call our friends, and maybe our very best friend is like answering with a very low hello, we know that maybe she's sad. And the same they know for us. So they know when we're in a more energetic and more happy and more content, and they know when we're mad and so forth. So they can recognize that. So this could add a more human quality to the way that we discuss, especially when they're understanding us. In conveying emotions, the virtual assistants are not there yet, but they're getting there. It could improve the customer experience, because when a brand is getting this, understands his the mood of his clients, they know how to relate to it and to connect with it and maybe offer him when he is really low. Maybe you would like chocolate ice cream, for example. Maybe that will make you more like happier, maybe. So the connection between consumers and brands is getting tighter. And maybe when we have this in cars, maybe we'll have when we drive and we're getting more angry, and maybe somebody cuts us in the road and we're getting really intense, the assistant could really understand that we're not as usual and maybe prevent reckless driving and maybe prevent accidents, even if he could calm us or maybe even know just that we are very intense. And it's not only that they can hear us, they can hear the way our body works. So it could help in health. So there are lots of applications out there measuring the health of people from their breathing and the way they talk to these devices. But not only that, it could measure the mental health of a person from his mood and the way the mood changes, but because they know how we are usually, and when we are going down, maybe for a long period or a short period, it could help us with mental health issues too. But let's imagine this case, that you're having an argument or a fight with your spouse we're sitting on your living room, and you don't want this very intimate moment to be shared with anyone. You don't want anyone to listen to you. And surely you don't want anyone to give you advice while you're fighting. But apparently this already is available. Alexa and Google Home has the capacity to really understand when couples are struggling and they're having arguing, and they can even predict if they have any issues in their relationship, and they can interpret the arguments. And more than that, it could help us in a way to navigate this very complex connection, and to be like in a relationship coaching. It could help us in marriage counseling. So they understand really deeply what are the emotions between two people and when they are changing, and even predict if we're going to fight from the change of the energy and the change of the emotions of these two people. So it's getting more and more emotional, and the virtual assistant is not only somebody that could understand us, it could really even solve problems for us, which are very complex problems. So I guess that you all wonder what is the meaning of these devices in our house and what it means about privacy and what is human and not human and what we want them to understand or not. So researchers already created an answer for you. Maybe they created an AI to hide the emotional layer from the AI. So currently there is the speech to text technology, and it conveys all the content and what we're saying, and there is another layer of information, which is the emotional part of what we're saying. And they're trying to delete this part from what is conveyed to these devices. So we know that we use these powers of emotion when we talk to people. If you want to convince someone, if you want to make him calm, if you want to get something from him, we use our emotions. So the word emotion is from the word motion, because we are moving, we are having actions based on what we're feeling, right? So we know that this could change the way that we interact. It could change the way we act upon the world. So emotional impact is very strong in advertising. We all know that when we see ads, if it's very sad or it's very touching or very makes us happy or feel something, we will react to it, because the intent of the ad is to be memorized, and that we will do an action based on it, in many cases to buy something. And when customers feel something to the brand and when engaged with the brand, they are more connected with the brand, they are more loyal to it. So brands who want to have a better connection with their clients needs to think about the voice applications capabilities and about voice tech in general, because it's the only technology that could really relate to people in a very emotional, deep level. And we know that this will impact and will influence the way we buy. So the buying behavior is connected to what we feel, and our emotions will make us buy more or less of in more money, so forth. So this is a very substantial thing for a brand or a company who wants to succeed. They want this connection. They want something which is more close and intimate with their clients, and voice could relate to them much more easily. We already know from a UK and US study with children from 6 to 16 that they're already buying online, and they tend to buy furthermore with Alexa when they get older. So they are getting used to these technologies, and it's really obvious for them to just ask Mom Alexa, buy something, and then it gets to their door. So it's the connection is getting closer and closer, and the impacts and the actions that we're doing upon this connection is getting further. So how do we design the connection between the devices and our end clients, our end users? So we need to design this interaction the best we can in order to get the results that we're eager to get. So when we design the assistant persona, so in many cases when people think about a persona in design, they're thinking about the end user. So who is this person using our application? Who is the one that is doing actions upon the skill or the application? In this case, I'm talking about the assistant, the Siri, the Alexa, the Google Home, the Cortana one. So who is this Cortana that is talking to us? And when brands are building something for their end clients, they'll need to build something that will relate to them and will represent them, the brand and the company really well, and will be like the best presenter for their end clients, and they need to have a connection with them. So how do we design this persona? So when we're thinking about persona, we're thinking who will talk to the user and what kind of a connection will they have. So if we're designing, for example, a sports running skill, for example, or application, or an action, we can just think about who is this trainer, who is the one who's running with us, okay? So it could be a very professional runner, a very known runner that will be our trainer. It could be a very good friend that we are running and gossiping while we're doing so. And the relationship that will be built upon this connection, who is talking to us, will be different. So the question is not who he is, it's more than that. The question should be what we want the users to feel. What are the emotional connection? What is the emotions that arise while we're talking to them? What is the meaning of talking to them deeply for us? When we're talking to this very known runner, we feel underneath him and he's like our guru or mentor, okay? And when we're talking to our friends, we have rapport, so in the same level, and we can relate to them much easier, right? So the brand needs to say, what are the values we want to convey in this emotional connection? So how do we really make the users feel differently? We can change the persona of the voice. We can change the type of the voice, the tone, the words we're choosing, the pace we're using, the energy level, the style. We can use all these characteristics of the voice in order to convey this feeling and connection. So let's imagine that you're creating something for your kid and you want him to really relate to this skill and you want it to be very engaged with it. You'll need to build a persona of someone that he would like to relate to, as someone that he would like to talk to. So let's say maybe you'll decide that it's going to be another kid. Maybe it's going to be someone that he would love to play with. So let's imagine that. So I want you to listen to this part and to see maybe you can recognize who he is and how can this game be with this kind of persona.
I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. There's no way they can prove anything.
So I hope that you recognize that this is Bart. So when he says this, I didn't do it, nobody saw me do it, can't prove anything. It's very fast and he's jumping up and down. And we know that this is a small, energetic kid. And a very like, he's doing lots of stuff while he's talking, that's for sure. So when we want to convey something, it's really easy for us to recognize that as a person and to recognize who is in front of us. And we can convey all these values of the brand from the voice of this persona. And we need to build something which is exactly for our users. So let's imagine what could be, if we already have that, what could be the future of our connection, of this love story with technology. So let's say you came from work and you had a very, very bad day at work, and you did a mistake and everybody's upset with you, and your boss is saying that he might fire you for it, and you're really afraid and intense. And let's say you're coming home and somebody is waiting for you, and you're telling him about what all the things that had happened, and he's just listening really carefully, and he knows what to say, and you're saying that you're so really, really afraid that you'll get fired and what will happen, and all the emotions is like burning in you, and he's just there listening to you, and you're saying, I don't know what to do, just tell me what you think. And then you get this answer. Listen carefully.
Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
So I really hope that you recognize this guy, Yoda, of course. And I chose Yoda because Yoda has this grammar which is very specific to him, and he speaks in a very specific way. But not only that, he has his words and the way he talks, and his voice, and he, you know that he's really a grown-up or an old person or a personality. So you have all of that. But in the future, you could select who will be this friend that you talk to. It could be Yoda, it could be Beyonce. You will decide. So currently we don't have that much assistants, but we'll have more and more in the future, and each brand could bring his own assistant, his own personality that you relate to. And the conversation will be really natural. You just talk to it and he answers really naturally, and you will be more like two humans connecting, and he will have a personality. He will know you. So when you're usually a very happy person and now you're down, he will see the level is changed, and he will see that currently you're sadder, or maybe you're happier, and maybe you need something from him, and he will never ask from you to take care of his cat when he is abroad or something. He never asks for something. He's just there for you. And he will convey more character than we currently hear from the accents here, which are very flat. He will be someone that we want to joke with. He will be someone that we want to see football with. So we have a friend which is like out there, and he's coming with us from home to when we're going to our car and to our office. He's with us all the time, and he's like a companion, a friend that really understands and relate to us. And he will react to our emotions, and he will convey emotions really human-like, and we'll be connected to him as well. So I guess that the story of connection between us and technology will get closer and closer as AI gets better and better. So this is what I imagine will be the future of voice. So I hope you really enjoyed what we had right now, and it was fun for you. And if you want to know more, I want to invite you to join our course, thevoicecourse.co.
everyone, welcome back to Voice Global. This is part of our Fireside Chat series, and I'm excited for our next guest. Niels Lenke is the Vice President of the Apps Business Unit at Cerence. Niels, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you. I mean, all the circumstances, but it's going well. Thank you.
Yeah, here we are, right? We're really in the midst. We still are in the midst of this pandemic. I know a lot of places are opening up, but I think we're, it's not a time to be doing in-person conferences yet. I hope we get there soon. But for now, this is the best we can do. And, we're connecting 10,000 people from around the world here at Voice Global. So we're doing everything we can to keep this industry moving forward. And along those lines, I am glad that we can let folks know about Cerence as a company, because it's a fairly recent organization that spun off of Nuance. And for those of you that don't know Nuance, probably one of the companies that really defined commercial voice and has done so much work across industries. But Niels, I'll let you kind of give a little bit of the backstory on that with regards to Cerence and the spinoff from Nuance.
Correct. So I've been with the company for 25 years now. So I've seen a lot of its history. And as you mentioned, Nuance has been a leader in voice for a long time, and it had different divisions dealing with voice in different verticals. So healthcare, enterprise, and a very successful division focused on the automotive industry, growing very fast, very dynamic, and very well looking for doing more investments, growing even faster. And it was decided the best path forward would be to bring that up as an independent company. We are now listed independently as a stock on NASDAQ since October 1, totally independent company.
Wow.
Left Nuance behind and fully focusing on the automotive industry still.
I don't think I knew the public piece of that. That's fascinating. And so as the Vice President of Apps, the Apps Business Unit, tell us a little bit about that and kind of what your day-to-day role looks like.
Sure. I mean, let me start with maybe the other business unit. So we have a business unit called the Core Business Unit, which does the traditional business, selling licenses, selling solutions to OEMs, to the car manufacturers directly. And looking at how things develop, there is a lot of hunger and appetite in the industry for innovation, for rolling out new services, new applications to the car. Maybe not the traditional way, but through app stores, deploying new applications end-to-end that solve problems for drivers and the passengers in the car. And that's what the Apps BU is about. So we decided to set up an independent business unit, which is going after this new and quickly growing segment. So not trying to sell licenses, but building applications end-to-end, deploying them and solving problems for drivers, really.
Yeah, solving problems for drivers. I think that, as somebody, I have an old car and I have a new car. So it's like I definitely noticed, the new car is much friendlier, with regards to, voice interactivity. I know that the pandemic has impacted all of us because I'm not driving my car nearly as much. In fact, I'll find myself just wanting to go get in the car and take a drive because I'm not going to the office anymore. But what are some of the things that you're seeing with regards to trends for in-car? You all are so close to it and you play such a big role. Where are things trending for in-car usage?
Well, there's a lot of things going on. So, I mean, we see the connected car being more or less the standard by now. I mean, some years ago, we deployed the first systems as hybrid systems, meaning we deploy software in the car, but also software in the cloud, working together in a seamless experience. And that allows things like deploying new services, updating services overnight, adapting to new things emerging, and that has really changed the experience. Like you alluded to it, there's a lot of old cars, and frankly, they had old speech systems on board, which were designed maybe 10, 15 years ago, deployed in the car, and weren't updated. Today, we have the cloud component. We can update overnight. We have things like over-the-air updates coming along, so we can even update the onboard system. So systems are a lot more, say, up-to-date at all times. They don't age that much. We work with the OEMs all the time, so we do not just throw something over the fence and then it's in the car for 10 years. Instead, we work with them on a continuous basis and and refresh the systems, do fresh jobs, do over-the-air updates, and all that good stuff. And I mean, this also alludes to the other trend. Some years ago, we would work through tier ones, but then the OEMs discovered, hey, this is important, right? I mean, the user experience, the infotainment system really is what makes the buying decisions of buyers today. It's no longer the horsepower, the engine, right? Who cares? And electrical cars are coming up. So what is important is the screen, the connectivity, the voice system, how do you interact with the car, what the information is available, how do you stay connected with your friends while driving. So that's very important to OEMs, and they love working with us directly on this. So we team up with them. We have joint development programs. So it's a totally different way of working compared to 5-10 years ago. And then,
go ahead.
Sorry. It helps the case of speech that there are smart speakers today. People are really used to talking to devices at home, and they bring the same expectation to the car. So it's really also helping the case in the car. I mean, the voice has been in the car for a long time. We started deploying in the 1990s. Yeah, and we have put speech into more than 300 million cars by now, which is way more than any smart speakers out there. But still today we see people are a lot more using voice. They bring this expectation how it should work and that it's available all the time into the car, and they use voice for doing more things. Yeah, and then second of all, there is a connection really between the car and the home, right? Imagine you come home and you want to switch on the light and open the garage door, and you can, right? There's a connection between the voice assistant and the car, which can reach out to other voice assistants, which are more focused on special tasks. We call that cognitive arbitration. So basically one assistant knows, well, that other guy is better at switching on lights, so I reach out to that attendant or that assistant and do it. Yeah, so there is really a connection, car to X, we call it. So from the car to the home or other ecosystems.
Right. So you're driving home, and you can tell the car, turn on my lights, turn up the heat, things like that. That's fascinating.
Mm.
Where do you where do you see things trending? And as we look into 2021, 2022, what would you say some of the more exciting trends are for voice in the car?
So first of all, there is a trend towards more emotional experience. Yeah? So we have that on the input side. We do things like emotion detection and combined with driver monitoring, so we know how the driver feels, and we can adapt the system to that. We can detect if somebody's tired and react, engage them in a conversation to see what can be done. And there is also emotion on the output side. We have emotional TTS that is a lot more natural than it used to be, and you have the same voice that can speak in different flavors and different emotional styles. So the experience will get more emotional, and that's one trend. The other trend is commerce in the car. Imagine you don't have to get out of your car to do things like order a coffee and pick it up, pay for gas, pay for parking, don't touch anything at the moment, right? So that's coming. Right. So we're working with a lot of partners there to make that happen. So you can really make financial transactions relevant to drivers from the car. That's another trend. So there is really a lot going on around all these topics of AI, connected car, that allow many new things that weren't possible a couple of years ago.
Fascinating. I think about the commerce piece. I think that's really, it is really interesting. Curbside pickup now, so you don't have to go inside.
Correct.
Yeah, it would be amazing to just be driving, order something, have it, tied to my credit card, transaction goes through, add a tip, all that stuff.
Exactly. And it's also very safe, because we also have something called voice biometrics, which is, detecting if somebody is who they claim they are and making transactions even safer. Yeah. So then it's convenient and it's safe and it's fully integrated in the voice experience. So we think it's very important that you tie this into existing things. Imagine you have your navigation system, you tell it to navigate you or to drive you somewhere, and it tells you, hey, by the way, I can see there is no on-street parking available where you're going, but I can reserve a parking place for you in a garage. Should I do it? Yeah. So really, the seamless experience that solves the problem for you.
How many of us have driven around blocks and blocks in a city looking for a parking place, right?
Right.
That is a welcome innovation. So as we as we're talking to people from around the world here at Voice Global, and a lot of folks are kind of new to this space. That's why we're excited to talk with Cerence, given your long history and your background and the work that you're doing. What advice would you give to folks that are coming into this market, coming into voice for the first time, and maybe they're trying to get started and they just want to kind of get a lay of the line? Is there any advice you would give to somebody that's just getting started in this industry?
Well, it's hard to say, right? I mean, we have been around for a long time, but we're all still at the beginning. I mean, there is so much more to come. We're all discovering that together. So I wouldn't say I have the definitive advice here. I mean, the one thing I would say is start from the user experience. So start from the humans. Don't start with technology. Don't take technology and say, what do you do with it? But start with problems people have and try to solve them. I mean, so many systems have been built that didn't go anywhere because they started from the technology angle, but we should really start from the user experience and say, hey, here's a person who has a problem or something that can be organized better, and voice can do the trick. Yeah. And then
I have to tell you, that is great advice. I think that, so yeah, don't sell yourself short. That is a very strong piece of advice in this space, is that really you're tackling human engagement challenges, and whether it's you have an idea for a game or an enterprise or something in the auto. Okay, welcome back to Voice Global and part of our fireside chat series at the event, where we're talking to leaders from across industry that are having a major impact on the voice tech landscape. My next guest, I'm excited, is Mike Zagorczyk. Mike, I got that right?
You got it.
And Mike is the Vice President of Product at SoundHound, a company many of us know. Mike, it's good to see you.
Thank you. Yes, product marketing. We have... I do skew on the marketing side, so happy to be here and just talk about voice. I mean, what's great about all these communities and get-togethers, no matter your title, your company, we're all trying to push the same thing forward.
VP of Product Marketing. I won't get that wrong again, but here we are, and I am talking to you remote, of course, because we are in the midst still of a pandemic. Whereabouts do you reside?
I'm in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, California.
And I have to give Bay Area kudos, done quite well with regards to the pandemic, one of the first places to kind of lock down. And I know that we're all anxious to get out. In the meantime, though, let's have a chat here. First off, I want you to tell people a little bit about SoundHound and the company and the Houndify platform.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a unique history. The company was founded in 2005. So we're a growing startup still, but we have a few years under our belt. And the first version of the company was really the SoundHound music discovery platform, and that brought the name forward, and that's how most people know the brand. We are now SoundHound Inc. We really leveraged the recognition of our brand name, elevated it to a corporate name, and we launched in 2015 Houndify, derivative of the brand name. That's our voice AI platform. And we also in the US have a voice assistant app called Hound. So you can see the theme there. That's something you can download and really experience Houndify and use it as a voice assistant on your mobile phone, iOS and Android day to day. But
very cool.
Houndify was really the the culmination of 10 years of research, and it's really representative of the company vision. And the music experience was a bridge into that.
Wow, really interesting. And I know now that you guys are a major player, working with a lot of major companies in many industries, but the automotive industry I know is one of them. Tell us a little bit about some of the projects where the Gamified platform is front and center.
Yeah, that's great. We stepping back, industries have to be ready for voice. I mean, everybody is on a spectrum ranging from I'm not thinking about it as a company to it's really right here. And what's important to know about automotive is that they have been leveraging voice input for decades. Simple commands, embedded functionality. The shift of cars becoming connected means that they are opening up a vast array of potential within the automobile. And of course, everything's being disruptive, where cars are becoming services, becoming software platforms. So the smart companies really recognize they need to evolve. And a voice experience delivers everything in one. It's the car experience, it's the service experience, it's access to information. So the automotive industry was ready because it was years in the making. And we're seeing that as an example of the right ingredients. It's not limited to automotive, but that was the match. And because we have a really strong cloud platform in particular, we can not only deliver an embedded voice experience, but also a connected voice experience and give the users and the passengers and drivers like a seamless, custom branded voice assistant.
Well, I think it's paid off because you've made great inroads in this market. What are some of the other markets that you're in?
Yeah, it's a great question. We most recently we are seeing traction in the mobile app space. And what's interesting about mobile apps is that it's a channel, it's a category, but it also contains different verticals. So last year, we voice enabled Pandora's voice mode. So in the app, you say, "Hey, Pandora," and you can speak your request. It's very robust, very accurate. And the reason Pandora did that is because Pandora is obviously a top music provider. They're on Alexa, on Google, they're on every platform. But they themselves wanted to make sure they had a direct connection with their customers. And the mobile app is a delivery mechanism for that. It's really important that customers recognize that they can interact directly with the brand. They don't need to go through a third-party platform. Today, we're talking a lot about a recent announcement over the past few days is our partnership with Snapchat. So on June 11th, we announced that we're the voice platform behind their new voice scan feature. So lenses, there are over 1 million of them in the Snapchat app. Very popular. It's one of the main reasons now that people are coming back and experimenting with AR is through these lenses. And but one of the challenges that Snapchat had was there were hundreds of thousands and now millions of lenses, and a lot of folks were, you're holding the phone out in front of you. So we worked together and we delivered a wake word. So you say, "Hey, Snapchat," and then you say something like, "Make my hair pink," or "Give me a hug." And so it's incredibly powerful because then you don't need to know what lens you're asking for. You just ask for the feature.
Right.
And so it unlocks a tremendous value immediately. It solves a problem, but also embarks on an interesting AR journey that we're excited to continue exploring.
Wow, that's interesting. Congrats on that. Snapchat is quite a company. They're getting big kudos for what they've done with their virtual event as well. So they're doing some really, really innovative stuff. Let's talk a little bit about the landscape. There's a lot going on. It's still early, I think, in the voice tech space, even though, Alexa's been out for 5 years now. So you've got Alexa and you've got Google Assistant, you've got a myriad of other players, but then you've got platforms like SoundHound, and there's a few others out there that are very specialized, or take care of a specific function, like at Snapchat or at Pandora, like the great use cases, or in the car. But it seems that voice is more ubiquitous, right? So everything sort of has to work together, I guess, in some regards. Let's talk a little bit about the landscape. How do you view the voice tech landscape?
Yeah, that's a great question. I talked earlier about industry readiness. And really, and you probably hear this a lot, and it's a theme echoing through voice conferences, is, voice really needs to add value. It needs to add value today. It needs to solve an immediate problem. So there's a lot of potential for the future, but users are only going to adopt it if it provides immediate value. So if you look at the Alexa and Google, why are people putting them in their homes? It was really music was always the leading use case. You had you saw the shift from analog music to digital to portable, to all of a sudden everything being on the phone, everything being in the cloud. But then
Right.
your phone is not a very good remote control. You had Bluetooth speakers and phones. Why not merge the two and just ask? So that alone was worth the price of the product, and that was really an entry point into this universe of voice that people could discover. So you always need that real hook, and automotive being hands-free is an immediate value. Music being accessible from across the room, immediate value. Mobile apps being also hands-free or having tons of content, immediate value. So those are the industries that we're really seeing. I would say part two of it is asking yourself, what do you need to provide? The idea is you can have a custom voice assistant, like with a wake word, you say, "Hey, Snapchat." You understand natural language. It digs into an NLU platform. You can have narrow use cases or wide use cases. So every company or industry is going to find its own use. We're seeing a lot of interest in embedded, not connected platforms, which is really just command and control of a particular product. So that's not a voice assistant, but it's unlocking value because maybe you're using a medical device and your hands are occupied, but you do want to have simple controls. So it's always about what problem are you solving today? What mix of technology is going to deliver on that? And what's your roadmap beyond it? How are you unlocking value for the customer because you've made that shift into voice, which is a small step in some cases, but is a categorical shift for the future.
Yeah, I would say that, that's interesting. You have such a perspective on this as well. And I think that folks that are just coming into this industry, just trying to get a grip of really what the landscape is, because I think a lot of folks think of the voice tech space as an assistant device in their home, it's a great place to start. It's sort of like the jumping off point. But then it's a really vast landscape. So now you consider what's happening in our cars, and then what's going to be happening in our enterprise and our workplaces, our healthcare centers, our schools. What advice would you have for somebody that's sort of coming into this space, and just in terms of or how do you describe it to somebody that maybe you've met meet a relative at a reunion? Let's hope those happen again soon.
Yeah, sure.
How do you describe the voice tech space to somebody that's new coming into it?
Yeah, sure. It's really, if you're a company that is aware of the voice tech space and you're interested, you have to ask yourself, what's the best way you're going to provide value? So for a lot of content providers, it's about distribution. So the reason Amazon and Google are leading the charge is because by being in millions of homes, they can provide a new platform for businesses to have their content accessible. And that could be from banking and healthcare to entertainment. New companies are surfacing that are building their business around these new platforms. So distribution is a key opportunity, and that's why we're seeing a lot of traction. Monetization remains a key challenge. So if you're small, you're likely not going to get a significant revenue from it. But if you're a larger company who knows they want to have their brand on these platforms, it's a great way to move forward. The flip side is, do you want to have customers interact with you directly through voice, as opposed to through a third-party platform? And that's where companies like ours come in, because it's really about voice enabling your brand, not necessarily creating a voice service through another brand.
Right.
That's less straightforward. It's more complex because it's still early days. But the larger players who have the resources, but a lot of small companies as well are looking at it. And that's very simply, it's right now it's a wake word. So when you say, "Hey, brand," you're unlocking the voice experience. You make a query, you get a response, and your capabilities are now essentially voice enabled. And then there's the text to speech component, which is to say, what is the voice that's actually speaking back? How can you make that voice sound like you? So, I mean, those are really the two components. And we're seeing, as you can see, a lot of activity on the big platforms, but a lot of interest in these custom experiences as well.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see more and more of. I think as brands start to figure this out, right? So it was sort of like I liken it to mobile apps in many regards. It was when, you know, the app stores first arrived, companies felt like they had to get on the app store, but it didn't matter if it was just almost like a billboard app. It really didn't do anything. But now, of course, we've seen mobile mature to the point where the experiences are very brand oriented, very customized, and really good. In fact, I don't know about you, but I find myself using the mobile app for most things now versus going on to the website.
That's right. Yeah.
It's easier, right? And I think that's where we're headed with voice. And some companies are getting there quicker than others, but I think that's what we're going to see. The voice assistants are going to continue to proliferate, and the number of services available on them is actually going to grow as well. So that part of the market's going to grow. The customization part's going to grow. And, you know, we're going to solve some really, really cool challenges here in the, you know, the coming months and years ahead. One quick question with regards to the pandemic and
We're excited to show you the newest features of Cognigy AI today. And before we're gonna get started with the new features, we're gonna give you a quick overview of Cognigy AI in general, because there is a couple of people here on the webinar today that have not seen Cognigy AI yet and don't really know what the platform is and what it can do. We say that Cognigy AI is a highly flexible conversational automation platform to build advanced integrated enterprise virtual agents for customer and employee service on chat and voice channels. So it's really about automation. It's about automating service processes in customer service and in employee service. Employee service can be things like HR or IT support. It's really about building advanced integrated enterprise virtual agents. So virtual employees that work in your enterprise that are smart because they're using artificial intelligence and that are integrated with your existing business systems, such as your CRM system, ERP system, e-commerce system, HR systems, or others. And we can do all of that on a variety of channels, on chat channels, such as WhatsApp, Microsoft Teams, web chat, Facebook Messenger, and many others, but also on voice channels like Alexa, Google Home, or on the telephone line. Now, if we look at how Cognigy works, I think this diagram here shows it very nicely. We start on the left side where we have the channel. So the channel that the user is coming through, the channel that the user is using to talk to the virtual agent. As I said, that can be a chat or a voice channel that then sends text to us. If it is a voice channel, there's usually a transcription step before that. So using speech-to-text technology, we're still getting text at the end. Then Cognigy's AI engine kicks in and uses natural language understanding to figure out the intent and the slots that were delivered in that text that the user is sent. So if someone, for example, says, I want to order a pizza with ham, the intent could be order food, the food is pizza, and the toppings are ham. If someone says, I want to order a pizza with ham but not cheese for tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., then we still have an order food intent. The food is still pizza. The toppings are ham and cheese, but cheese has a negative marker on it. And we have a date slot, which is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. The results from the AI engine are then passed into the conversation logic, which is our automation layer, and which is the layer that interfaces with existing backend systems, right? Like Zendesk or SAP, Microsoft Systems, ServiceNow, and so on and so forth. And the conversation logic can then use data from those systems and formulate a response back to the user. So if someone comes in and says, hey, I want to see your specials, we can identify the intent, specials request, and then we can retrieve the specials from, for example, an e-commerce system and pass those back into the channel that the user came from. And that what we pass back, the response, it can be text, or it can be specially formatted text for voice called SSML, or it can be media such as images, videos, structured data, or it can be commands if the channel you're talking through, for example, is a car, right? We could say, hey, show me the way to the nearest Italian restaurant, and then a command is passed back to the car to adjust the nav system. Now let's look at conversational voice bots. And to realize conversational voice bots in the enterprise, we've partnered with AudioCodes. AudioCodes is one of the premium suppliers in the voice over IP space, session border controllers, and associated software. And we've partnered with them to bring Cognigy voice bots to the enterprise. AudioCodes has a product called the Voice AI Gateway. And the Voice AI Gateway is the glue between four components. It's the glue between the outside telephony world. So this can come directly through phone numbers, through the SIP protocol. It can come from your UC platform, your contact center like Avaya or Genesys, or even like Microsoft Teams, WebRTC through the web. So any voice stream can be received and is then passed on to a speech-to-text API of your choosing. Right? You can choose a cloud provider like Microsoft Azure or Amazon, or also on-premise providers like Nuance, and the voice is then converted into text in real time. This is all streamed, so it's really fast with no delay. The resulting text is then passed into Cognigy, which then does all the nice Cognigy things that you already know of, and passes back some answers to the Voice AI Gateway, which turns these answers into spoken language, again, by using any API that you want, and passes the spoken language back onto the phone line. So you can no longer create your bot, just create your bots on the chat channels, but you can actually now create them on any voice channel that you want. You can even escalate to human agents by passing commands from Cognigy back into the Voice AI Gateway. There's a large number of commands, not just for escalating to human agents. You can set silence detection timeouts. You can turn off caching for privacy reasons. And there's many advanced enterprise features that the Voice AI Gateway and our integration comes with. And it's integrated out of the box now. So it's really just 2 clicks, creating an endpoint and sending the endpoint information to AudioCodes, and then you can call your bot immediately. And the nice thing is that, yes, it is also available as SaaS, but it is also available on-premise, just like Cognigy. Just to recap how Cognigy works, I'm not going to tell the whole story again, so just very quickly, we have a channel, a chat or voice channel that someone speaks to. Text is received by the AI engine, extracts intents, goes to the logic, and the logic then shoots responses back into the channel. Now, there are cases where we might want to intercept the incoming text and do something with it. We might want to store it into another database, or we might want to shoot it against a sentiment analysis engine, or we might want to filter out certain words. Similarly, we might want to hook into the outgoing messages events. We might want to reformat them or also log them into a database or maybe translate them. And previously, this has been impossible. The only way you could in any way impact conversation logic was in the Cognigy Flow Editor. So what we've done here, we've essentially opened up our endpoints to developers, meaning you can code directly inside Cognigy AI in the endpoints and hook into the various events they expose. And whilst this might sound very technical, bear with me. I'm going to show you 5 examples of amazing things you can do with it. But to give a general overview of endpoints, so you can hook into the input events, output, inject, notify, and flow completion events. And you can manipulate data while it's passed on. Just like the code nodes, it has full TypeScript compatibility with typings. You can make HTTP requests from within the transformers, which is something you can't do in code nodes, to interface with external systems, and all that in a secure manner. There's session storage, so a cache that you can access from all transformers, and you can log into the Cognigy AI logs for debugging. And we have made many examples already available on GitHub, so you can check out the transformers there. So let me give you some examples of why endpoint transformers are extremely powerful and extremely valuable to our partners and customers. The first one is connecting a new channel. Imagine a new messenger comes out, or imagine you live in a country that has a specific messenger that's really not being used anywhere else, but you want to use Cognigy to enable your customers to communicate with you through that messenger. So that's a new channel, and previously only Cognigy could build new channels and include them in the product. But now that power lies with you. You can connect any new channel you want yourself without having to contact Cognigy. So let's take Telegram as an example. We don't have a Telegram connector, but now we do through the transformers. A message arrives from Telegram in a Telegram specific format. Now we take this incoming message and format it into the Cognigy format and pass it on. AI does its thing, conversation logic does its thing, shoots out some answers, and now we get a response, which is of course formatted in the Cognigy format, and we reformat that into the Telegram format and shoot it back out. Now all this is super simple. If you look at the code on the right side, that is the whole code you need for the Telegram transformer. And it's even formatted, so if we would take the formatting out, it will probably be something like 15 lines. So you can hook into the input and output events, and you have full control over the inputs and outputs, and you can even make HTTP requests from in there. So it's really simple to connect new channels. Now the second one is chat handover. So we spoke about handover before, and now you might say, well, you already have handover, don't you? And we do have handover, and we have handover integrations with the likes of RingCentral, User-like, and others. But maybe there is an agent tool that you're using that we don't have an integration with, and you don't want to rely on Cognigy to build that integration, right? So again, what you can do here, you can intercept an incoming text and check, are we currently speaking to an agent or to the bot? Are we talking to the bot? Okay, pass it on to the AI. Conversation logic determines we should actually be talking to a human and initiates a handover. So we set that. So the next message that comes in from the user, we check, are we talking to an agent? Are we talking to a bot? Are we talking to an agent? So we make a HTTP request against the agent chat. Now, when the agent answers, that again triggers a HTTP request, and then we shoot the message back to the user channel. So you can now integrate any agent chat that you like yourself without having to rely on Cognigy. And you do that by making HTTP calls and making use of the dedicated session storage that we have to store the state of the user. You can hand the conversation to the agent, and of course you can hand it back as well. Then there's the transforming of content. This is actually only an output transformer because, as you might know, we have graphical editors for various channels, web chat, Facebook, Google, Alexa, but for some channels we might not have. And what if you've written all your content in your web chat channel, but you want to reuse it on Facebook? Previously, you had to go in and copy your content into the new channel. But what you can now do, you can just use an endpoint transformer, and when the message is going out, for example, to Facebook, take the web chat content, copy it to the Facebook channel automatically, and then shoot it out back to Facebook. So it makes it so much easier for your content editors, because they can now reuse the graphical editors that you saw in the demo and that you also see on the right side here. And you can then compose your content once and use it everywhere. Right? And that is extremely powerful, because you no longer have to copy things all the time, but you can really build it once and deploy it everywhere. And now comes my my favorite transformer, which we actually just built for fun, but it's so cool that I definitely have to show it here as well. And that is the translation on the fly. So you saw the mobile demo earlier, and this bot is built in English. The NLU is in English, and the outputs are also in English. And it's not just textual output, it's graphical output. So what we've built is a little transformer that takes the input text, and maybe it's in a different language like Danish or Japanese or whatever it might be, and translates it into English. We're using, for this demo here, we're using Microsoft Translator, and the results are actually quite amazing. So it takes the Danish text, translates it to English, shoots it against the NLU. The NLU believes the user input is English, so it works really well. Shoots it against the logic determines the output. The output comes. Now the output transformer translates the content back into the input language, which was Danish, and shoots it into the channel. So it's actually really simple, and it's really powerful, because now you can translate your bot into any language essentially on the fly. Now you might say, well, but translation tools aren't that great. Well, that's true. But imagine you're an airline and you have your bot available in English and German, but now you also have constituents in Turkish, in Chinese, in Japanese, and whatnot. Well, what's better, making them use the English one, or at least offering a translation so that you have at least the possibility? And with translation technology getting better and better, I believe that in the near future, we'll have so good translation technology that it's going to actually deliver near perfect results. So let's have a look at that, not just in the endpoint transformer itself, but also here on the web chat. So we have a web chat which we call the web chat translate. It just links to the main flow of the mobile bot. And down here we have the transformer function, and you can see you write the transformers directly in Cognigy, and what it's doing is essentially just shooting something against the Microsoft Translator. And we've defined the input language here, which is in this case Danish. And if we open this up and get started, you can see that now the bot is in Danish, and we haven't made any changes to the bot itself. So now maybe we remember this means show me your plans. And here we now see the plans and everything is in Danish. Or here this one was where's the closest store? Presumably I don't speak Danish. This means give me your zip code. So we give it the zip code, and there we go. And we get some of the results in Danish. Now we can do the same thing in several languages. We can do it also, for example, in Japanese, right? Just maybe for the fun of it, let me bring that one up as well. So here we have our transformer again, and now I go in and change it from Danish to Japanese. Save my transformer, open the web chat, and now all of a sudden the whole bot is in Japanese. So I think this is a really nice example just to see, okay, what can we actually do with the transformers? Something that was completely impossible before. Now, last but not least, for those having a regulatory compliance things and so on going on, you can of course also take your inputs and outputs and store them into some logging databases if you have to, or really interface with any systems. As I said earlier, you can enrich content through sentiment analysis and other tools. You can filter content based on external rules, right? If there's certain words that are being said that you cannot trigger on. Like we had a manufacturing company, an electrical manufacturing company in Germany, and if certain words were said that indicated a military purpose of the inquiry, then this was not allowed to be answered and so on. So this is the kind of stuff you can do with these endpoint transformers. With that, I want to say thank you very much. It was great showing you what we are bringing out in Cognigy version 3.5. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, and we are very much looking.
to Voice Global. I'm delighted to be here. I would have loved to have been in person. I think we all would have loved that, but it's just, a fact of where we are currently, and I know we'll all be together again. If this is the first time you have heard me speak, it does not have to be the last. Please do reach out. I'm on Twitter at @thedavedev, or you can hit my URL, thedavedev.com, or just shoot me an email. For those of you who have heard me speak for a while, I know we have a mixed audience here, and so what I thought would be really good is kind of to address the situation we're all in the pandemic, what I've been seeing, hopefully give you some tips for, common questions I get all the time, which would be, monetization, engagement, what's working, what are some tips for success, and share a little bit about some of the new features that we've been releasing for Alexa, as well as, where this is all headed. And so in the short amount of time we have, let's get started. So if you haven't, to kick things off, if this is the very first time you're seeing anything related with Alexa and you do have a device, when you're asking for things like music and smart home, or if you've ever asked Alexa, can I play a game? Are there any games to play? Those specific conversations we call skills. And anyone can create these specific conversations. And so it could be different brands. It could, like you could see there, NBA. It could be games, like Song Quiz. It could be ordering pizza, like Domino's. And I remember a time when I could count those skills on my hand. And now, thank you to all of you. There are over 100,000 of these skills with over 500,000 developers building. And so one of the first things I recommend as you're starting to build skills, I just got a question this week of, what should I focus on? Go to amazon.com/skills, click on 4 stars and above, and look for ones that have tens of thousands of reviews. a lot of the games will have that, and you'll see people leaving suggestions. In fact, there are brands right now that are looking at Amazon customer feedback for their skill as part of their usability process. So wealth of information there. Another thing that we do at Amazon is we have hardware that we create called Echo or Echo Frames. You can see there, Echo Buds, and we put Alexa into those things. So you can see a Dot. That happens to be a Studio Max up there, the big one that'll play 3D sound, the Fire TV Cube, and it's across different things. So you can see here, this is actually Echo Frames. So there's a little speaker that only I hear. The sound goes down, and it can have prescription lenses in here, so you can see this happening. It could be anywhere in the medical field. It could be for being able to do a museum. I used to work in a large pharmaceutical company, and we did a lot of stuff with our warehouses. So the ability to walk around a warehouse and check inventory, things like that. As well as Echo Buds. So these are my little Echo Buds. So this gives you Alexa on the fly. Comes a little charging case, and I know those of you who do a lot of calls with me, this is actually what I use along with my studio mic. And with these, I'm in Pennsylvania, so our stay-at-home orders came in pretty early. With these, with everything that we're going through, right? The first thing that came into my mind is, what can I do to help? Is there anything I can do to help? And where can we get information? And so the first link I wanted to share is if you go to bit.ly COVID Amazon, this is updated daily. So it'll give you the ability to see what's going on all across the company. I find it super interesting. I do check that out, and I wanted to share it. If you want to see what we're doing just with devices, if you go to bit.ly COVID Voice, there is a lot going on. We've been donating devices to hospitals. So you'll see here's a picture of an Echo Show. And I got the chance to talk with a lot of medical professionals recently. I talked with doctors at Johns Hopkins. And, the ability to drop into patient rooms hands-free, especially if you're worried that, of anything being contagious. It's hands-free. It's just, drop in, as well as patients being able to do the reverse, being able to say, drop in on nurse, things like that, as well as get information. And so, in this environment, we actually had a family member that was showing some symptoms, and it was like, well, where do we find out what the actual symptoms are? And, how do I take care of things, and how do I get my kids to wash their hands, right? And so Alexa can help with that. You can actually say, Alexa, wash your hands, and she'll do, it's like 20, 30 seconds, little song. I've heard from parents that make that a fun time with their kids. And, it gets into the habit of really, really scrubbing your hands. But then we've partnered with the CDC. So getting information like, Alexa, how do I make a face mask? What do I do if I think I have the coronavirus? And, with the theme of voice, which is always inclusive and can be spontaneous and very natural, how do I make that available to people speaking different languages? And so you can ask for all of this in Spanish. Give me tips for cleaning. Like, do we clean packages? Is that a thing? How long does it stay on countertops? Right? This is all areas that voice can really help in this. Even calling, getting access to local resources. So if I think I do have it and I say call the coronavirus helpline, it'll go ahead and connect me. But changing mood too. This is something that's existed even before this that I've used is we curate news. So if you said, Alexa, just give me some good news, you can do this daily and you'll get a little bit of good news. I'm a fan of John Krasinski's Some Good News SGN show. I don't know if you've seen that. That is available on Alexa now. So if you say, Alexa, open Some Good News, you will actually see it, and it'll play the video too. So just ways to keep all of our spirits up during this. And I've been so thankful and impressed by the Voice First community through all this. If you're not part of this community or you haven't seen it, just go on to Twitter and look for this hashtag. You can also find this hashtag on LinkedIn and Instagram, but a lot of us are on Twitter. And, just coming together, even in the early weeks of the stay-at-home orders, just seeing, people getting together. This is Women in Voice, I saw online, and the voice lunches that are going on. Other events, Dr. Terry Fisher put together this event called The Voice Den, where we all got to kind of hang out and kind of like Shark Tank and ask questions. Just everybody in this community has been trying to figure out how voice can help in this time, and it's just been incredible to see. And you've all kept me sane because I can't travel. So outside of my family, being able to engage with all of you has been just an incredible blessing during this time. So thank you. Let's address one of the first questions I get is engagement. So I wanted to share some things I think about where I've seen success and things that you may have overlooked. So I want you to catch this and think about some of these, because it'll help build experiences to increase engagement across your existing customer bases. And I say existing because the first thing, even before I show you some of these tips, that I always remind people of is that we exist in an area where voice is not the only modality. And so just like if I was creating a website today, I would want to be thinking about my mobile app and my voice conversation, my Alexa skill. It should be the same as you're creating a voice experience. So I would not recommend trying to start a completely new brand with no customers with just voice. You want to have these different engagement points where you can touch base with customers. Voice can give you incredible uplift if you look at it as a lever to push down on existing customers. So for example, shopping online and ordering, especially, being at home, the ability to just order food by asking for it gives you an incredible engagement versus trying to figure out your website or your mobile app. And so really think about that. Think of it as a lever and use all of your existing modalities. And there are some exceptions to that. So for example, there are some voice games that are just incredible, like Starfinder, that you wouldn't be able to create that anywhere else, right? So that's obviously, but that has an existing fan base. That's, it's a D20 based module like D&D. It's an existing realm with lore and customer base. So just think about that. First thing I get asked is like, well, that Amazon.com/skills page, where do I go? Like, what do I look at? And so the popular categories right now, and this can change over time, happen to be games, music, and ambient sleep sounds. And so you can click on those categories. You can look for, 4-star ratings, higher and above. Look for things with just thousands and thousands of reviews. Start to go through them. Start to think about how you can add on to that and how you can make really engaging experiences. The second is integrated experiences. So again, remember, it's not just about having the voice conversation with Alexa, but I'll give you an example. If I say things like, I want to work out, because a lot of us, we don't have access to a gym. I'm afraid to get on the scale. I just did this morning. It wasn't, it's not cringing yet, but I know I'll get there. And for those of you who are interested in this, by the way, I do have another podcast called Wisdom with Friends. If you go to wisdomwithfriends.com, I forget which, I think it's episode 2 or 3. One of those is fitness. You will see before and after photos of me. I was 50 pounds heavier. And how do you address that, right? And how do I get started? And anyway, so fitness is a passion topic of mine, and it's important in this time. So let's say we all want to work out, and maybe I have a 20-minute workout skill. While I'm using that skill, I can say things like, are you ready to start your 20-minute workout? Right? So this is integrating that experience across the rest of Alexa. So we have an API for that you may not be aware of called Alexa Timers API. And so then I'm working out for 20 minutes and then I hear an alarm go off. So that gives me the ability to be in the moment and focus on what I'm doing, and then Alexa is helping me. That's an integrated skill experience. Or maybe I get done with that workout and then you ask me, would you like me to remind you daily at 7 p.m. to work out, which happens to be when I get on a treadmill. It's usually when a lot of my calls are done. There is an Alexa Reminders API, which allows you to do that. And so again, it continues the conversation with your customer outside of just that initial conversation within your skill. And, you know, I need to see things. Thank goodness there are videos out there. I just realized when I started on my fitness journey, I had been doing push-ups wrong my whole life. You know, I got to keep them closer to my center, watch my elbows, make sure where I'm putting my actual palms. But you could do something like this in a workout skill. You could say, show me how to do proper push-ups. And thanks to the Alexa presentation language, I can show video. And let's say, you know, my workout space happens to be in the family room. You know, I got a yoga mat. And I say, I do this, I could be doing this on Fire TV. So then I had the video on Fire TV. So it's creating that integrated experience. And then it's taking that voice experience and bringing it across devices and across all different modalities. So for example, and you could do this from the very beginning. If I say something like, you know, maybe I find a really good chicken piccata recipe. I could say, send this recipe to me in an email. And thanks to account linking, a customer can be logged in with your skill with their existing account in which you would have their email address and you know which recipe they're asking for. And then I get a nice email. Maybe it's a PDF that I could print out. In fact, I can even print things out. I could say, print out my chicken soup recipe, and it'll go ahead and it'll hit my printer across different printers through the Alexa Connections API. Or what about talking with other things versus just the conversation? So my car, so we have 2 cars, right? And so the main family car is what we've used for that weekly grocery shopping during this pandemic. Sorry, I touched my face. My car, which we only use, like I use when I'm going to the airport, right? Or if I'm traveling, I went to start it. It's embarrassing. I went to start it and the battery was dead because I hadn't used it in so long. So it would be nice to ask, you know, what's my oil like? What's my battery life? You know, do I need to do so? I'm engaged with that device without being in that device, right? And so Alexa skill connections to connect you, be able to print, and being able to talk between skills, and then Alexa Auto, being able to engage with an automobile like that. So just areas to think about to increase engagement. Another area of voice that we're seeing is routine. So scheduled engagements with your voice experiences throughout the day. So think about mobile, right? Mobile, depending on the study you read, it's multiple times a day that somebody could be engaging with your device. In fact, a lot of times it's random. What we're seeing with Alexa, and this is actual data here, you're just seeing patterns on the screen. Now, this has changed a little bit during the pandemic. It's very similar. It's more like a weekend chart than work day, because obviously people aren't asking for traffic and things like that. But it's the data is consistent in that it is touch points, a routine, stuff that you can count on. So I can deliver specific content throughout specific points in the day. So for example, if I know that people are going to want recipes at dinner time, then I can start to make new content available. Then maybe I start to create sales and my in-skill purchasings at that time. So it's very unique to voice in that we do see these kind of scheduled routine daily engagements. Now, some really great news during this pandemic is that people are engaging. I'm going to share my own skill. This is just a silly little skill, allows you to roll Dungeons and Dragons dice. I don't even know how people find it. I haven't updated in a while. You can get the code up on my GitHub. I haven't touched it in a while. I'm going to use it as an example. So I think it was at the Voice Keynote last year. You may have, if you attended that, you saw me share this slide on customer retention. So what you can see here is only a 5% customer retention in this skill. And this was, in week 1, right? So just 1 week following. This is what it looks like. I just pulled these charts, 3 weeks of retention. So this is April 1st, you can see up there, to May 22nd. And these numbers, by the way, because I do hear from all of you, even though this is just a sample little skill, this is this correlates to what all of you are seeing as far as retention goes. And so what's super interesting here is that people are checking this skill out, they're finding the skill, and they're staying. And they've been staying across the entire time that I took this data. And that's just incredible to see. Interactive path analysis. So you can see previously launch request and dice roll size, and then there's even a little dice roll intent in there. It's about 50-50. So a launch request is going to happen when a customer has never used the skill before. They're just going to say the skill name, figure out what to do. Dice roll size means I've used this skill before. I know how to have that conversation. I know that I can roll these specific sided die. This is what it looks like now. So if you look at that launch request, what you can see there is just some incredible new customer engagement. And that launch request is like 3/4 of what's actually occurring as far as my intents being invoked. And you can see reprompt is bigger too on that launch request, meaning and sometimes if you look over there to the middle, to the level 3, you see even another reprompt. So this means that the more customers that I get, and you would expect this, the more times that something that Alexa didn't understand gets set, because people are trying to learn what they can say so that my intents get matched. But just if you haven't created a skill, now's the time, this opportunity for engagement. I mean, just look at these numbers continue to go up. You can see enablements, right? So this is when a customer has decided to enable the skill, either invoking that via Alexa or through the Alexa app or that Amazon.com skills page. And it's not just me. I've seen, across Twitter, people are sharing this. This happens to be the CEO of VoiceFlow. Pre-March growth, it's now 100% more, looking at close to 1 million end user interactions a day. And there's the link to the tweet if you'd like to check that out. So just look at this time as you can experiment. It's an opportunity for engagements. And it's also, we're all sitting here at home looking to try new things. I love all these different virtual formats that are coming out. And so if you have an existing Alexa skill and you're a little shy, and that if you changed something, what are people going to say? Start experimenting right now, now is the time where I think all of us are a little more forgiving, and all of us are looking for those new experiences. So monetization, another common question I get asked. And the first thing with monetization is number of devices out there, customers. I love seeing the tweets when we have Prime Day or around the holidays of just seeing existing experiences that you've created and just engagements going up as new customers come to the fold and are excited to try out experiences with Alexa. So just wanted to share a couple of things. There's hundreds of millions of Alexa devices. And when I say that, I'm not including the mobile. So that does not mean, somebody sitting, and I do this when I work out, is just talking to my Amazon Music app on my phone and pulling things. It doesn't include that. It doesn't include people on their phone and they're, shopping with Alexa. It doesn't include the Alexa app. Engagement with Alexa has nearly quadrupled over the last 2 years. I've heard from a lot of you. You can see that in your engagement inside your dashboard. Customers interact with Alexa billions of times each week. Just super, super cool to see. Over 500,000 of you building for and with Alexa. So thank you. And, just hearing from developers and seeing this, there are developers making thousands of dollars a month through in-skill purchasing. Some of them are making more than $10,000 per month. So just incredible to see. And positive trends too, by the way, in much higher conversion rates with voice, outpacing what mobile and industry standards are, and low return rates. So that's good to see as well. Some of the stories that devs have shared, look at a 34% conversion rate in the popular game Escape the Airplane. Headspace told us that 87% of users returned for another session via voice. Duncan Skills, and obviously this was pre-pandemic. It'd be interesting to see now, though. A lot of these restaurants and food, like what engagement looks like. I'm starting to see a little bit, but I imagine it's going to be the new normal moving forward is voice ordering. So 50% of Dunkin' skill users who started an order completed one, and then a third went on to complete multiple orders. So that's an example of that lever, pulling that lever and taking existing customer base and increasing engagement. Nick Schwab, who most of you know in the community, shared stuff with us. We did a case study with Nick too. And Nick, I've been using Fireplace. I've been playing EverQuest during this pandemic. And I'll leave it up to Nick if he wants to share new numbers. These were just the numbers from before the pandemic that I had, but attracting nearly 2 million active monthly users. And then he's been very innovative with ISP, so with that in-skill purchasing. So when offered a free trial or monthly sub, a third of customers sign up for that free trial, and then more than 90% of the free trials convert to paid. So just, incredible opportunity there within monetization. And one of the areas that we've been trying to improve too is to make that human AI interaction as seamless as possible. We want to lean onto the human side of things. How do we make these experiences more engaging in the way that we all have conversations with each other? And the first is in that synthesized voice. Now, you've probably seen improvements here throughout the industry. It was a breakthrough a couple years ago. And I wanted to show you, how we break this down. So if I said sentence to synthesize, what you're seeing there, we're breaking out the sounds of the sentence, right? And these are called phonemes. And so tomato, that's actually what Alexa is hearing, is these sounds. And in the way that we used to do it in purely concatenative text-to-speech was record in a very neutral tone. But now we have the ability to kind of take this hybrid approach, right, through a full neural text-to-speech system that can actually create human speech. And so one of the things that you can do now, you can do this today. If you're listening at home, you could say, "Ask Sam." Alexa, ask Sam. I'm a huge fan of Samuel L. Jackson. And let me tell you, when he gives the weather and he actually says the name of like our hometown, my kids think that's the coolest thing ever. But this is across all areas. You'll see it in games. So I mentioned Starfinder before. And before I forget, on the podcast, so Alexa Dev Chat, you can go check that out, and there's a behind the scenes of how all that was created and lessons learned. I did an episode on that. So it's just full narration. Reminds me of radio shows of old, and it's an engaging experience, whether you're just spending some time with the kids in the evening or you're traveling somewhere. Updates and new features. So I wanted to share some things besides the tips I've already shared that maybe you haven't seen. And so emotion and speaking style. So Alexa, you can have her be excited and empathetic. There's a broadcaster style, right? So she doesn't just straight out blurt text. It's actual like reading a narrative. We have Polly now has brand voice. And so we worked with KFC. We did the Colonel's voice. And it's just, more and more features to make Alexa as sound as human as possible, as engaging as possible, and to make developing for this as seamless as possible for you. So one of the things we've done is we do have a feature update site. And I know a lot of you have been asking, like, is this available in the UK or Germany? So you can sort by region. The team's been doing a really great job of linking the documentation directly in here. You'll see, there's the new APL features and the intent confidence. There's, other things we've released, like the ability. We've tried to make it a lot more seamless to update your live skills. The timers API, just definitely check this out. The URL you'll see there at the bottom if you need to pause this, developeramazon.com, Alexa Skills Kit feature updates, and we'll continue to update that for you. So other areas to make Alexa more engaging from the human side of things, multilingual, so being able to speak English and Spanish or English and Hindi. Tone, so if I say, Alexa, shut up, and I'm angry, it's very different, right? Hunches, the ability, hey, Dave, I noticed you listen to pleasing music and change the lights at 3 p.m. every day. Why don't I make a routine for you, right? And so just becoming more intuitive, opening it up so that it's not, I can just ask, Alexa, what did you hear? And Alexa can actually tell me, or why did you do that? Or you could say things like, Alexa, delete everything you just heard, right? Or everything all day. Identify this, show objects, visually impaired, just making it more human. How do I get feedback? I get asked that question a lot. So you can just tell Alexa, I have feedback, and be able to do that. Or voice, we've tried to make things invocationless where possible. So you can say things like, what are the latest games or top skills? But I can also do, what are my chores? Which chores, you may know, happens to be a blueprint. So if you go to blueprints.amazon.com, you can now set that up for your kids during all this, and then say, Alexa, what are my chores? As well as give me the news. So just making it more human, making it very, very straightforward and interactive. So what does this mean for the road ahead? When I say something like, Alexa, play a sky full of stars, this is building an entity action knowledge graph. And that's a Coldplay song. I won't have it play right now for copyrights, but the idea here is that we're pulling from all of the content that I may own. So I could have that song in Amazon Music, Spotify, iTunes. I can do things, though, with voice that I haven't been able to do before. So I can say, play the acoustic version of this or the live version of this. And that knowledge graph is updated to be current. So, if I said COVID, that's very different than something, even a year ago. And, customers can be surprising, as we go through and we annotate when we build these knowledge graphs. So here's an example we did. If you said buy burger on Amazon, you would think the relevant thing would be a burger, right? And that's how we would label that data in that conversation relevant to build our model. What happens is it's actually the burger press, which we may have labeled as irrelevant. And this is why voice is so unique. And what we found with this study is, like, stuff that's broadly popular and cheaper, which a burger is, you're more likely to see this discrepancy between labeling data, what you thought was relevant and irrelevant. And it happens in specific categories too, right? So toys and digital products, the way that people say it. So if they say it in a medium tone, that's very different than if they're short or long in as far as flexibility goes. And so we need to think about these things and when we live in that area of ambiguity, moving away from these simple instructions, these multi-turn conversations, into this area of reasoning, which is where we want to be with human beings. And that's where we're trying to focus, and you're going to see us focus moving forward. The first, with giving you an RNN to reduce the amount of code that you have to write, really opening up all of the AI that we've built so that you're going to have an automated dialogue flow. We're already seeing 3 times less lines of code. The ability to actually live start to understand. So you're going to start out with some simulated dialogues as you're building your utterances, but you're going to have a model and you'll have your own RNN. And so once you deploy this thing live, it's an experience where it's self-learning. So rather than you going through in the dashboard and seeing, oh, wow, why are my intents all failing? Why is my accuracy low? Really learn and adapt, and then take all of that live data and bring it back into the model to make things easier for you. We call this Alexa conversations, but the whole idea is just less effort, less code, really using that training data to learn from your customers and make these experiences better. And you're going to see us continue to focus on that as we move forward. So with that, one final URL, you can check out alexa.design for everything that I've talked about. And I look forward to talking to all.
Peter, and I'm the CEO of Jetson. I created Jetson in early 2017 to bring true omni-channel voice-first commerce to the smart speakers and voice assistants of today. And we at Jetson believe that there's a paradigm shift happening in technology. And we believe that voice is gonna lead that change. But why? It's because voice is gonna be the new interface. And with the rise of speech recognition technology reaching over 95% accuracy, the rise of AI investing, we believe that voice is going to disrupt the touchscreen, the keyboard, and the mouse, taking all of its intelligence and interfaces into the voice assistants of tomorrow. Now, some people think that voice is just a fad, but I think that the time is now. And why? Because it's a more natural way to interact with technology. We've always had this dream of having an ideal user experience where we could just talk to any device we wanted to. It's 2020, we should already be moving into the future. And then also, experts say that voice coupled with AI is 3 times faster to transact than any touch-based interaction. And then also, people are more cognizant of screen time. So they want to use a technology that's already integrated within their daily lives. And most importantly, with this recent pandemic, a touchless future is what's wanting to be created by the consumer and the brands. So with our technology, we help initialize that utility of commerce that can happen through voice. Now with voice shopping, it's expected to reach 40 billion in the US and 5 billion in the UK by 2022. So that's less than 2 years. And that's gonna be a significant portion of where e-commerce transactions go. Now, is your business ready? We believe that there's gonna be a race to voice commerce, and the brands that utilize our technology will win that race to voice commerce. So what is Jetson? In a nutshell, Jetson is a voice-first marketplace that enables brands of any size to easily start selling products and services through conversational interfaces. And over the years, I can tell you that building out a voice commerce platform is really difficult. So what we've done is we've democratized that technology so that brands like yourselves can just focus on selling more, launching quickly, and saving money. This way, it's not gonna take you millions of dollars and several years to finally launch your own voice commerce application. And as far as the market goes, VCs and experts are saying that there's 3 distinct problems in voice today, which is discoverability, engagement, and revenue. With Jetson's technology, we utilize our own voice search engine that we've created to help discover products and services for end users of our marketplace. We also have a daily deals platform that allows you to create engagement with your customers and keep them coming back. Then also, we have an e-commerce-like backend, which is similar to Shopify, that allows you to easily set up a voice-first marketplace in minutes. So our product helps you get discovered, promote deals, and easily sell those products. And with our technology, we allow you to be heard everywhere. So not only do we work on Alexa and Google, but we also work on the telephone, SMS text, and popular messaging applications like Slack. And as far as pricing goes, we really are focused on the mass proliferation of voice technology, and we want to make it friendly to the merchant. So it doesn't cost you a thing to list your products on Jetson, and we only earn a percentage once the brand makes a sale. So there's a 0% listing fee, and there's the 15% final sales fee, similar to that of eBay, but it's also negotiable based on volume as well. So just come and talk to us. And if you're an enterprise that needs a white label solution, you can utilize Jetson's developer API and custom pricing and integration into your own back office solutions. So as far as traction goes, we have over 10,000 merchants onboarded with over 1.1 million products in our marketplace. And we have 4 enterprise partnerships. Some of those partnerships include Amazon Pay, Delivery.com, Valara, Shopify, Vonage, and GolfPay. So we've started with the food and retail industry and started also moving into hotels. And that's just phase 1. But with Jetson, we believe that we can expand across every vertical industry where a transaction occurs through voice. So what do you say? Let's change the world, one voice at a time. You can find us at www.jetson.ai. Alexa, open Jetson AI.
Hello, Jetson here. How may I help you?
I'm looking for a restaurant that has spaghetti bolognese.
Okay, which location are you closest to? Say home location for 9386 Sierra Mar Drive or work location for 251 West 30th Street.
I'm at my home location.
Based on your location, I suggest Panini Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen. Would you like me to take you there?
Sure.
Welcome to Panini Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen. Are you looking for company information or to start an order?
Let's start an order.
Would you like it for pickup or delivery?
Delivery.
Which one of these choices sounds good to you? Coupons, specialty pizzas, appetizers, salads, fries, vegetarian pasta dishes, meats pasta dishes, chicken pasta dishes, sandwiches, burgers, delicious plates, desserts, beverages.
Let's check out the meats pasta.
Which meats pasta dishes would you like? Spaghetti bolognese, spaghetti, and meatballs, beef ravioli, cheese tortellini, penne Roma, or you can hear all of the choices.
I'll take the spaghetti bolognese.
Great, I got spaghetti bolognese. Which pasta add-ons would you like? You can choose up to 2, none, grilled fresh chicken breast, jumbo shrimp, 6 PC.
Jumbo shrimp.
1 spaghetti bolognese with the following options, jumbo shrimp, 6 PC, is now added to your cart. The price of this item is $20.48. Keep ordering or let me know when you are ready to check out.
I'm ready to check out.
Would you like to add tip? Please choose from 10%, 15%, 20%, no tip, other.
20%.
Great, your order from Panini Pizzeria and Italian Kitchen is 1 spaghetti bolognese jumbo shrimp, 6 PC, and your total is $26.53, including the taxes and tip. Your order will be delivered to Los Angeles, California, 90069. Feel free to add to your order or let me know when you are ready to pay.
I'm ready to pay.
Please wait while I process your payment. You have been charged $26.53, including the taxes and tip. Your order will be delivered in approximately 45 minutes at 9. Los Angeles, California, 90069. If you need to cancel or have any questions,
co-founder of Hands-Free Health. Before I begin, let me wish everyone good health and everyone stay safe during this incredibly difficult time. I've never experienced anything close to this in my lifetime, and I hope I never have to experience anything like this again. I do think the worst is behind us. I see a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know how long that tunnel is, but I do believe better days are ahead. Hands-Free Health is a voice technology platform that is secure, HIPAA compliant, and proprietary. It was developed by healthcare executives like myself because we understood the complexity of healthcare and the challenges that consumers face in dealing with healthcare. We designed this platform and handed it off to talented engineers and developers to help build for us. We knew voice recognition was going to grow rapidly over time. We saw it coming. We never, of course, saw this COVID-19 crisis, which has made voice recognition even more of an imperative today than it was in the past. Hands-Free Health will be introducing our products this month. And I'll be sharing more with you about Hands-Free Health as I continue to talk soon. Imagine a world where you can manage your health and wellness right from your home using only the power of voice. That world is here now. Imagine a world where you can wake up in the morning, ask a device if you have any reminders, and be told by that device in a HIPAA-compliant, secure fashion that it's time to take your medication or time to see a doctor. Wellbe can meet the needs of every household member in a secure fashion through either voice recognition or a personal identification number. Each household member is in fact assigned a different color code that will light up should they have a reminder. You can ask it health questions, contact your doctor, refill prescriptions, and it'll even send your caregiver notifications. The Wellbe device has different color rings for each member of the household. This is very important from a HIPAA compliant and secure standpoint. So you don't have to worry about a situation where one member of your household hears some medical situation from another member of the household, or a friend walks in the house and also something that otherwise you wouldn't want them to hear. Wellbe is an integrated platform that is done in a secure fashion because we know that that is what's important to consumers. Imagine a day where you wake up in the morning, you ask Wellbe, what's the weather going to be today? Wellbe gives you the weather. You know what to plan for that day. You then see the light up, your light on the Wellbe, and you say, what's my reminder for today? Wellbe tells you it's time to take medication. Or reminds you maybe that you have to see a doctor that day. Heck, it could remind you it's time to defrost the chicken. Your day continues on, you maybe want Wellbe to play some music for you. Or you want to have Wellbe read a book to you. That's where voice recognition is in the healthcare world today. Today we're talking about voice technology. We're in a Voice Global Summit today. COVID-19 has made voice technology a very essential part of everyone's day. We knew voice technology was going to take off as it pertained to healthcare. We knew it would eventually. We also knew that technology as it pertained to health was way behind other industries like finance. But being isolated in homes 24/7, being apart from your loved ones, has brought the importance of voice technology as it pertains to healthcare to light. Now you may ask, what makes voice for health such an imperative? Let's first discuss the changing dynamics in health. The technology of health, when compared to, say, the financial industry, is dramatically different. In the financial industry, if you think about it, you can take an ATM card anywhere in the country, put it in a machine, anywhere in the world for that matter, put it in the machine, and have your funds given to you from your local bank. Now, in the healthcare industry, it doesn't work that simple. You can't go to a foreign country, you can't go to a foreign state and get a different prescription, for example. It's not nearly as easy. So the healthcare industry has always been behind other industries. Let's also talk about the pressures that have come to bear and that make technology an imperative. First, the pressure on consumers. You know, there was a time when consumers had their healthcare taken care of by their employers, easy, no problem, everything was submitted, simple fee-for-service business. Then HMOs came around, high deductible plans came around, and here we're in a situation right now, a dynamic where consumers are dealing with high deductibles, more expensive care, in-network versus odd-network, and whether or not that's covered, brand versus formula. Now let's talk about the pressure on large employers. You know, large employers, many of them are self-insured. So the cost of healthcare is their nickel. And the health plans are really just taking care of the administrative side of the equation. The large employers need to identify that 20% of their employees who account for 80% of their costs. They need to make the delivery of care more efficient. They need to ease requirements for human resources with the questions that come about. And they need guidance and help during open enrollment. So employers have tremendous pressures as well as the dynamic of healthcare delivery has changed. Payers also have pressures. They want to have access for care for all the family members in their home. They want to find ways to reduce unnecessary health costs. And the way you go about doing it is through medication adherence and non-compliance alerts. If an individual or member is not taking care of their health in the proper fashion, going to an emergency center where they don't need to, taking a brand drug when taking a formula drug, I should say, when a brand drug would be just as effective, then the efficiency of delivery of care is going to be impacted negatively. If you talk about payers, let's look at the Medicare Advantage plans. They actually get more revenue from the government based on their star ranking. Now, the star ranking is based on measurements, about 34 different measurements. Voice recognition tools can impact over half of those measurements. And that could lead to a big revenue increase for a health plan provider. There's also pressure on hospitals and physicians. Hospitals want to avoid readmission. One way to avoid readmission is by making sure that the medical plan put forth by the hospital when you were discharged is being adhered to. Failure to adhere to that can lead to readmission, and more importantly, a problem for the individual employee or the physician, the patient. There's pressure to have adherence to the specialty visits. We're in a dynamic right now where 65% of specialty care referrals never take place. Now think about that. Either they're forgotten to take place, or the patient didn't think it was needed. So imagine that. It could be you had a knee replacement. You're supposed to see another physician to help you manage your knee. Imagine if that doesn't take place. Imagine if you get scar tissue, you're back in for more surgery. So you need to have constant reminders provided from the physician or from the hospital. Let them know when it's time to do their other follow-up medications and services. Same with prescriptions. There's an increased use of prescriptions right now. It's a huge dynamic which is happening in our country. I remember a time when total pharmacy costs represented maybe 5 or 6% of the total healthcare cost. Now it's double or even triple that. Let's talk about the changing dynamics from a demographic standpoint. Our population is aging. The baby boomers are all reaching past retirement age, reaching a point in time when they need to be taken care of. The generation, their children are finding themselves now in a role where they're acting as carekeepers for their parents. Young families are dealing with a whole host of questions regarding vaccinations, medications, allergies, several different things that can affect a young family. Expectant mothers, dealing with the uncertainty of how that's all going to play out. Plus, our population is more mobile now. We don't have the family clusters that once existed back in the 50s or even the 60s, where families sort of stayed not just in the same city, but in the same neighborhood. Now they're all over the world. So you're not able to take care of your parent, as was the case in the past generations. And then we had the busy schedules with children, work, and other responsibilities. Let's talk about the implications of the COVID-19 virus, because that's a dramatic factor right now as we think through why voice is so critical, and other technology as well. The way we transact business in healthcare will forever change. We'll now have less access for employers, payers, and physicians to their members. Health benefits will change after COVID. Telemedicine, for example, will become much more popular, as it already has been. Another technology which has emerged is telehealth. Telehealth has emerged as the safest and most viable way to ensure patients have access to healthcare, and that's happened largely in the last few months. Telehealth is not new, but the experience of the COVID-19 crisis, in combination with easing of regulations, has made many telehealth services actually double since the beginning of March. COVID-19 has placed added burdens on our healthcare system, businesses, and individuals. We have seen a shift in the system and a need to access healthcare resources more than ever now in the home. Consumers, especially older Americans, need new health technology that they can access at home. The health tech industry has an opportunity to embrace these forced changes as a way to close the gap between our old, antiquated health system and our new, increasingly virtual health system. Sadly, it's taken a global health emergency to speed up adoption and innovation. But we think health technology, including telehealth services and voice technology, are here to stay. Hands-free health uses voice to close the gap of care. It's designed to support consumers at their home and offer the consumers solutions both on health and wellness. We've reached a tipping point now for health technology, again, in part because of this COVID-19 crisis. But we're not going to turn back. Voice is here to stay. And services like health, like hands-free health, are going to provide consumers 24/7 access to healthcare. We call this the front door of healthcare. The ability of a consumer to have access to healthcare 24/7, 365 in the comfort of their own home, and to have that access in a HIPAA-compliant, secure fashion. I have had many leadership roles throughout my career, and those have been with some of the largest healthcare organizations in the world, including Cigna, Aetna, and Magellan Health. I've seen a lot of changes to my career in the area of health. As a matter of fact, when I began my career at Aetna and Cigna, both of those entities were multi-line insurance companies. I was part of the team that helped to have those multi-line insurance companies evolved into only a healthcare company. While that may have been more efficient for the Cignas and Aetnas of the world, it didn't improve the level of care and delivery of care and the administration of care for consumers. As a matter of fact, it made it more difficult. As a result, I helped to build Health Advocate. Health Advocate in its initial form was a very simple matter of simply picking up a phone, calling and speaking to a nurse or a benefit manager, and having any question you might have related to health resolved. It was addressed for the employee, their dependents, their parents and parent-in-laws. What became clear to us was that advocacy was something that was very much needed. People had tons of questions they were able to get in different parts, maybe by going to the insurance company or maybe going to some other site that has some question about pricing, but not in an integrated fashion. What became clear to us as well is that voice recognition was the way it was headed, and that consumers being required to take on a greater burden of healthcare. Deductibles were increasing, premiums were increasing. Terms like brand versus formula drugs, in-network and out-of-network, all became the burden of the consumer to resolve. Nobody had an integrated platform to address these issues. By using voice recognition, you can now have that access on a 24/7 basis within your home. You can get answers to questions like how to find a doctor, where the closest emergency medical center is, how much it might cost for a knee replacement, and where's the best specialist to get a knee replacement from. You can get questions like, where's the closest pharmacy? Is it time to refill my prescription? COVID-19 has clearly sped up the need for voice recognition services. It's provided an opportunity for us to engage consumers through voice. As I mentioned, hands-free health is at the forefront, using health through voice. It's HIPAA compliant, secure, and here's an important feature. It's easy to set up. We have filed for a patent for universal registration. That allows me to give my father in Massachusetts a Wellbe device, but I can set it up for him from my home in Connecticut. Now imagine that, the world we're living in today, where your loved ones are isolated by themselves in the home, and you're not able to go see them. Or you may be, without COVID-19, just not available to see them. Now you can make sure they have a device properly set up. You can be told when they're not taking their medications. You can make sure they're adhering to their medications. How much comfort does that provide for a caregiver? It can give you reminders. It can help you adhere to medications. We don't see voice recognition as only for consumers. We see it available also through large payers or associations. Think of a Medicare Advantage plan who may want to give a device to their chronically ill member, or give an overall just an app that's using the smartphone features for voice. These are some of the services that would be available. It's not just a consumer service in our mind. It's not just direct to consumer, it's also business to business. Finally, why can't individuals use the numerous tools already available?
welcome to the Voice Global 2020 panel on voice UI design patterns. I'm Steve Tingaris, the founder and CEO of Dabble Lab, and today I have the great pleasure of moderating our discussion. Welcome to the Voice Global 2020 panel on voice UI design patterns. I'm Steve Tingaris, the founder and CEO of Dabble Lab, and today I have the great pleasure of moderating our discussion with four incredible thought leaders in the areas of voice first and conversational UI design and development. Our panelists are Ariel Radin, Milcana Brace, John Kelvy, and Jan Koenig. And before we jump into it, I'm going to let each of you do a quick introduction so you can tell us your role with your organization, and we will roll into the questions from there. So Ariel, why don't we start with you? We'll go alphabetical.
I saw that coming. So I'm Ariel. I'm the Director of Clinical Research for Galley Health. I'm also a PhD student in psychology, so I come at this from a perspective more from what people need in terms of feeling validated and having empathic conversations. In terms of what I'm doing with our quote-unquote chatbot, I'm trying to think about ways to enable people to feel, who have chronic illnesses, to feel like they're not alone in their disease journey. And so for individuals who have, illnesses like inflammatory bowel disease, where a lot of times the symptoms are pretty stigmatized and embarrassing, it's really nice to have a friendly, kind of like an AI person to speak to, who also understands your illness. So it's kind of thinking through how can we provide emotional support as well as pick up information and data from users to help them in their disease management.
Awesome. Milcana, why don't you follow on?
Milcana Brace, founder and CEO of Jargon. Jargon is a content management system specifically designed for voice applications. And my perspective on the topic is that we work very closely with agencies and brands that are building multimodal applications. So we've seen quite a big spectrum of applications that are designed and being built or have been built and are used across different platforms like Alexa and Google, and also other proprietary platforms.
Great, welcome. And John.
Yeah, hi, I'm John Kelvy. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Bespoken. We provide testing, tuning, and monitoring tools for voice experiences. And I guess, I do certainly bring a perspective that is test-centric to how we look at design. Testing is not associated with the most exciting part of application development traditionally. but we really do see how essential it is to building great voice experiences, and even how it ties in closely with the design process. So I think, some of the insight I have is around that. I also, I have some ideas on other aspects of voice design as well.
So John, before we started, Milkana was saying that she has her dogs there next to her. Is your llama around? Like just out of the camera's view?
He's out in the pasture right now.
Okay.
Maybe we can get him in for an appearance later.
Yeah, we'd love that. Jan.
Jan Koenig, one of the founders of Jovo. We are the open source voice layer that allows companies to build voice experiences that work across platforms and devices. For example, with only one code base, you can build voice apps for Alexa, Google Assistant, but also for the web and for mobile apps and even your custom hardware. And we're a tool for professional teams. And so we see a lot of stuff happening at the intersection of design, content management, and development. And lots of stuff that is not just the developer experience that we're focusing on. And so I think it's important to think about the design aspects a lot when building voice experiences.
Well, so we've all had a chance to talk and work together in some cases in the past. So a lot of the thoughts that I had for topics today have come out of things that we've talked about individually or together in the past. But I wanted to kick it off with a question that seems to always come up online, which is when you're designing or planning a voice app or a conversational app, what's harder and or more important? Is it the conversational design or is it the technical side of it? And Jan, I'm gonna direct that to you first.
Oh, yeah, that's a really interesting question. I don't think that there's like anything that I don't want to see it as a battle between designers and developers and like what is harder. What I've definitely seen is that over the last 3 years that more and more focus is on design now. At the beginning, because it was so developer driven, you could only develop Alexa skills by really knowing how to code. And there's so many platforms now that make that easier, that there's more and more companies that now have teams, cross-functional teams that have designers on there that build and design great experiences. And so I see that there's a lot of focus there. On the other hand, there's a lot of technical limitations still on all of these platforms. And so what we saw at the beginning when they were conversational designers, when they designed their flows, designed the conversational experiences, that a lot of that stuff wasn't possible on the platforms actually. And so I think it's very important from the beginning on to have both designers and developers who understand the platforms work closely together and not just have something like a designer and then doing like a developer handoff and then the developer works with it. And so I think, collaboration is very important.
So what about, is there sort of the equivalent of a full stack voice developer role where you've got somebody that really can just cover the gamut, or is this absolutely a team sport?
I mean, full stack, like what does that mean? Does it also mean that somebody people are training
one person that can take it like end to end? They can do the UI, UX, do the back end, do everything.
I don't think so, but I also don't believe in full stack development for web or mobile apps. I think it's so important to really focus on what you're good at. And then also, like, we're probably going to talk about this also, like multimodal, like Milkana already said, like multimodal projects. It's not just voice anymore. And so I think, it's really important to think about all the different modalities and channels that the voice experiences can live on.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about that for a minute. So where does voice fit in your opinion? And I'll direct this to you, Milkana. Where do you think voice is right now? And we're kind of familiar with it, I think, from the aspect of like our voice speakers and digital assistants, but where do you see it going from there? And does it include the cross-modal or multimodal, cross-platform, cross-channel kind of experiences?
Yeah, absolutely. Smart speakers were an amazing introduction to voice to the kind of broad population. And now we have over a third of American households that have smart speakers at home. So people are quite familiar with smart speakers. And of course, there's the voice assistant on smartphones that a lot of people use as well. But we definitely see not only a future, but even a present where voice experiences are really multimodal experiences. And we'll see more and more sophisticated applications that have a different experience based on the device you're on and based on the context you're in. So to give you an example, if you are in a public space, maybe you can use voice as a command input or as an interface to input your request or your question, but maybe you don't want to hear the response back over voice. You want to see it displayed in the screen or in some other fashion. So for the same experience when you're at home, maybe you want to have both speech and the visual context. And maybe for that same experience when you're in the car, you don't want to be distracted by the visuals. You just want to have the speech component. So for that same application, for that same interaction between the user and the application, the experience should be different based on where you are and who you are, right? And actually, that's very much the opportunity that Jargon is tackling through our content management system. We're stitching together these various components, various multimodal components, your pre-recorded audio, your pre-recorded video, your images, your static content, as well as your speech component, and figuring out what combination of those components makes sense based on who the user is and what the device and context are.
Really adds a layer of, it really adds a layer of complexity, I think, that in addition to, we've got voice and graphical user interfaces, we also have different formats, right? So we've got screens that can display buttons and some screens that can't display buttons, or some channels, I suppose, that can't display buttons. Does anybody, and I'm going to put this out there to whoever would like to respond, are there any standards that you're aware of right now, like design patterns, like this is the right way to go at it for this kind of environment? Anybody, like when you look at a mobile app, most mobile apps you can navigate pretty easily, and they've got things like hamburger menus that we're all familiar with. Are there sort of the voice equivalents of those kinds of things that are being developed or starting to emerge?
I mean, I'm happy to take a shot at answering this to say that I don't know the answer to that. I would be really interested if somebody does. My observation about multimodal that I want to put out there is that I see people just struggling terribly with it. I think it's so tough. We see a lot of apps that are just broken across different form factors. I think people have a hard time even getting their head around what all the form factors are, much less what a really optimal experience is across those devices. And then on top of it, you have people now that are pushing into, and I might be mixing up some of these terms, but like omni-channel stuff where it's like, okay, let's take a conversational AI and deploy it onto a mobile phone, or let's deploy it onto an IVR system. And so, and it could be strictly voice that you're doing there, but so some combination of, okay, we've got these 10 different display factors we've got to consider, then we've got to consider these different voice channels. I think it's really overwhelming, and sort of synthesizing that and coming up with a unified approach. I mean, just even having some standardized design approaches, I mean, would be amazing and so helpful for people, but to my knowledge, it's not there. And even like, I would say the very sophisticated end of the pool, the people that are spending the most time in voice, it's still pretty nascent.
Yeah, I think the omni-channel or going in and out of band creates some incredible challenges. So imagining that you have a conversation that starts with a smart speaker, but then continues with, you know, a mobile device that's SMS enabled or something like that, what you can send in terms of content. Milkan, I know this is a lot of what you guys at Jargon are working on. It becomes a big challenge. On the challenging side, Ariel, I'm going to direct this one at you. What would you say in your day-to-day role, designing the conversational interface for Galley? What would you say is the most challenging part of it?
I think I'm constantly trying to balance these two competing interests of like providing this like very seamless, human-like, empathic conversation with being able to also fulfill requests and collect data. And so on one hand, I think like having something where it's really easy to just like ask a question and get a response back, that's wonderful in certain use cases, but in others, having the bot be able to have like an emotional conversation with the user. So one way that I've been kind of dealing with this is having a bunch of sub agents that basically deal with different types of conversations. So there's that component on the conversational design side, but then also recognizing technical limitations. So when you were talking about like, is there a full stack person? I feel like I've been trying to like kind of at least have an understanding of the tech side, of the development side, because otherwise the types of things that I want to do, if I don't have like a technical understanding of what's actually possible, then I'm just setting myself up for failure every day, or disappointment. So I think that's the most challenging thing for me, is just recognizing what's on the cutting edge, sort of like pushing the boundary a bit, but still maintaining what's technically feasible.
I think this is one of the big expectation misalignments too when it comes to developing conversational apps. There's this expectation that it's AI, you know, it should be like C3PO. It should be able to talk and hold a conversation. But I don't know that we're there yet. Jan, what are your thoughts on the same question? What's the most challenging part of what you guys are trying to provide in terms of helping users to make conversations more natural, or should they be more natural? Should they be, you know, this is a bot and it's better than a web form for certain things, but not as good as a human?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I think at the beginning, also because of the marketing, Amazon did for Alexa, for example, at the beginning, there was a lot of focus on conversational experiences, that general AI that can answer any question. And now I think a lot of people also learned that voice just saves a lot of time, and that sometimes it's not important to have like long back and forth conversations, but rather just like getting stuff done. So I think that's important. But sometimes there is like a lot of stuff, like one example is asking a user for their phone number. I read an interesting post by Jas Sweeting that was published, I think, in 2018, where he talks about how difficult conversational systems can be when you compare them to a simple form, something like, okay, what's your phone number? There's so many different ways how a user could answer, and like all of these different things, like, I don't know, like saying something else, or no, I don't want to give you my number, or dictating the wrong number, and all of these different things. It's so challenging if you look at the flow diagrams of like just this one question. And I think there will be lots of challenges until all of these things are solved. We at Jovo, we worked on something with the community that we call conversational components that make stuff like this a little easier. And so these are like pre-packaged conversational modules, as you can call them, that include a language model, content management, and then also the app logic or the dialogue management. So we have one module collecting a user's phone number, for example, and developers can just go in, plug into that module and delegate to that module, and then that's it. And so that these are like 1,000 lines of code, for example, that they don't have to build themselves. And I feel like once we also have something like schedule a meeting and I know a customer survey, these are all things that take a lot of time to build. And I think that people are just not building them because they take a lot of time. Yeah. And so hopefully in a few months, years, we will have a proven like library of great user experiences of like small modules that can solve some of these problems.
Yeah, it's deceptively complex, isn't it? You get into these things and you think, oh, how hard can this be? John, I know you can speak to this from the testing side, but one project that John and I were working on, or are working on, I guess, the requirement is to recognize an address, like a postal address, and you can't even imagine how many different ways somebody could say their address, and so it creates an incredible amount of effort to get that right. So having those components, conversational components, would be awesome. On the testing side, John, and we're getting close here on our time, but what are the challenges in testing? How do you really make sure one of these apps, systems, AIs is ready for production, ready for the real world?
Well, I would even broaden it beyond testing, just to say that how do you ensure that you're delivering something that's actually understanding users? Because I think we see that as the critical concern and the biggest challenge for voice. And it's twofold. And I think it even goes to that first question you asked, which is more important, the design or the developers. If you don't know what your users are going to ask or how they're going to say it, I think the design is the most important thing. Like I always think like really systematic, rigorous testing or I tend to think that's the answer to every problem. But if you're not sure what users are going to say, if you're not sure about how they're going to react to your use case, you've really got to start with that and making sure that you're understanding how they want to talk to you. And you go back to the sort of classic question I see agencies posing, which is, what is a conversation with your brand? Which I think is a little bit cliched at this point. I've heard that in a number of conferences, but it's absolutely true. You've got to figure that out. You've got to figure out, is your use case relevant? And then how at all will people think to express it in a natural way? Starting with functional testing to getting into more in-depth types of testing around specific concerns around AI. And, you get into how the speech recognition behaves. You get into how the NLU behaves. It sounds really daunting. I think that the way in which we approach it, makes it far more accessible. And overall, you're just trying to make sure that with this sort of, the advent of these conversational systems, that people are really able to have a natural conversation with it, or at least be naturally understood. It's tough, but the upside to it that we see is, there's dramatic improvements that are able to be made if you do, actually focus on it and really try.
Yeah, I think the role and thinking through the role of the app that you're building or the bot that you're building and being very, very clear on the value that it provides. I agree 100%. That is someone told me, and I think about this a lot. Making a customer happy is really just about exceeding their expectations. But to exceed their expectations, you need to set them first. And
Welcome to Podopolo, the world's first socially interactive and gamified podcasting network, where podcasters actually profit from podcasting.
Hi, I'm Melinda Whitstock. I'm the CEO and founder of Podopolo, the world's first socially interactive and gamified podcasting network.
Hi, I'm Jason Brandt, the Vice President of Customer Success for Podopolo.
Podopolo is built on a $20 million platform with the power of an AI backend, developed by the co-founder of Amazon Web Services. At its core, Podopolo is a cross-platform social network supported on iOS, Android, and desktop. Podopolo is the only gamified social platform in podcasting that rewards its users for simply doing what they love.
Yes, and as listeners and viewers unlock cool prizes, freebies, and more as they connect and engage around the content, put learning into action to enhance and transform their lives, and engage in world-changing, mission-driven initiatives to improve our world, we're also solving major challenges faced by podcasters and advertisers alike. With our deep audience intelligence, we take the guesswork out of podcast advertising with laser-targeted on-air and on-app inventory so advertisers reach those pre-qualified for their offer. And for podcasters, this means they can finally make money from podcasting. Because 85% of podcasters don't make a dime from podcasting. And that's why we at Podopolo set out with a mission to monetize even the smallest audiences and to do it with social gamification. Because as audiences opt in to gamified daily action, contests, and quests, we learn much more about them than download data. We know how long they listen. We know what they care about and much more. And we're the first and only to share this audience intelligence with podcasters. It takes the guesswork out of advertising on podcasts because until Podopolo, an advertiser or sponsor was looking for 10,000 downloads an episode, something only 2% of podcasters actually achieve. And we know that even the smallest audiences can be monetized if they're the right audiences. And with gamification, we can drive more ROI for advertisers and sponsors, matching them to the exact podcast communities they know will convert. And on top of all of that, we share 20% of our net advertising revenue with podcasters. Cool, right? And here's how all that adds up for a podcaster. We know gamification drives higher engagement. Our AI-driven engagement tracking provides unrivaled deep audience intelligence from people who've opted in. This demographic, psychographic, interest, and behavioral data enables laser-targeted and interactive advertising and sponsorship on air and on the app. Precision targeting also means higher ad rates. And this is how podcasters can finally profit from podcasting, especially when they also can sell in-app bonus content and their own products and services via our paywall.
Here is a quick look at the type of audience data we have. And here's what we've learned so far. Social gamification enables an average 18.7% consumer brand engagement rate. Compare that to 1.2% on Facebook and 4.2% on Instagram. We see that interactive podcasts are driving an average 3 times engagement, and advertisers and sponsors are excited by the ability to engage interactively with pre-qualified, engaged, and influential customers.
And it's good for listeners and viewers too, as they can win on a daily basis in a way not possible on any other podcasting app or platform. We're going to get to that demo in a moment, but first, here's how it works. People listen and watch, they follow and recommend podcasts, and they're prompted to share their thoughts and earn rewards as they do. The AI-driven community recommendation engine at the back end helps podcasters get discovered and grow their communities. And then, as they engage in conversation, interact with the content via challenges, polls, contests, and quests, perhaps recommending a guest or a topic, contributing to a show, joining a mission-driven or learning quest, they begin to unlock and accumulate rewards. This drives daily engagement to new heights. On the app right now, daily active use is well above 15%, a number considered to be at the very height of daily active user engagement on mobile apps. Podcasters also provide extra value by connecting people to each other and leverage the transformational benefit for people to start to see real growth in their lives, whether personal or business. And of course, users are rewarded in a multiplicity of creative ways. Perhaps they unlock bonuses or exclusive content, become part of an inner circle, win a yoga mat, an Amazon card, a week of coaching, or an opportunity to highlight their business, book, or cause on a popular podcast. These rewards can be sponsored by a podcaster or an advertiser, and for advertisers it's great because they get to engage directly with an active community and put products directly into the hands of their target market. So let's jump into the demo for you now.
Let's explore some of the features that make Podopolo amazing. The entire Podopolo platform is gamified and includes a value reinforcement system based on the science of apps like Angry Birds. We'll start with the customized actions that drive the podcasting community to engage daily. These actions can be customized for sponsors or advertisers to help deliver important KPIs for a brand. Users can easily track an action, post it to the recognition wall, and view and engage with other users' activity. Users can like, comment, and ask podcasters questions, all of which drives engagement. This month, we will be adding the ability to leave audio comments, providing podcasters an additional level of engagement. Live leaderboards. Podopolo recognizes the most engaged users through live leaderboards with real-time rankings. Podopolo can feature sponsors or advertisers in specific categories, using analytics to target at the most granular level. This allows us to offer true brand-aligned representation ranging from the global community to niche markets. Next, let's explore the podcast library. The podcast library is where podcast channels live. Curated content is displayed in a Netflix-style format with the ability to include different brands, events, partners, and prizes and rewards for the Podopolo community. When a user follows a podcast channel, they will be push notified each time a new episode is published. Now let's talk about the training section. Training is perfect for podcasters who incorporate courses, contests, or content that should be consumed in sequence. Easily embedded pictures, videos, audio, PDFs, and CTAs for web links. Content can be hidden or made visible through the use of user tags, and lessons can be configured to require end users to complete the lesson before moving on to the next. Next, I'll show you one of the most powerful features, our built-in chat. Using Smart Chat, we can target users on the Podopolo app based on user tags. For example, if Amy Adams is having an event for her female millennial podcast listeners in San Diego, Amy would be able to reach her listeners in San Diego directly and send out event information through a broadcast. No other social platform offers this level of granular interaction and targeting between podcaster, advertiser, and listener. Now let's talk about how all of these features can be applied to white label a podcaster experience within the Podopolo platform. Podopolo offers podcasters the ability to have their own app within the Podopolo platform, without any of the development cost or hassle. All of the features we just reviewed are customizable for each podcast. Beyond the features, a custom experience provides podcasters with a closed community for their listeners to connect and engage around content, custom podcast actions, contests, and courses aligned with their podcast mission. Analytics are reported hourly with extreme detail, allowing podcasters the ability to make adjustments in content to drive engagement, listens, and downloads. A quick overview of our advanced analytics dashboard. Since we own our data and build our own custom advanced analytics dashboards, there are no limits to the reporting we can provide. We are able to build custom dashboards for sponsors and advertisers with the ability to report exact metrics at the granular level.
We're inviting you to play with us at Podopolo, whether you're a podcaster, a podcast fan, or an advertiser.
Thanks everybody for watching our demo. We'd love it if you downloaded the app. It's available in both the Google and the Apple app stores.
We're in soft launch right now. We'd love you to hop in, play around, take some challenges, and interact with our great podcasters. You can also grab my gamification ebook in the virtual swag bag. And if you're a podcaster or an advertiser, we'd love to have you. Go to podopolo.com and sign up for a demo or a call with our team. And here are all the places you can find me. Have a great day. Thanks, Voice Global.
Hi there, I'm Brian Garr, and today I'm interviewing Nagendra Goel, who is the founder and CEO of Gamified Voice Technologies. And Nagendra, to get things started off, it seems like everybody these days is an expert in anything they've spent 15 minutes at. So even though I know your background, because we've known each other a long time, why don't you just sort of go over your benefides?
Yeah, sure, Brian. So, hi everyone. I'm Nagendra, and I'm the founder and CEO of Gamified. I started by doing a PhD in speech processing from the Johns Hopkins Center for Language and Speech Processing. Actually, at that time, I was in middle of my PhD working on VLSI systems when my advisor actually secured this grant on speech processing and establishing a whole center at Johns Hopkins. And I was like, yeah, I really want to do that. And I changed courses, spent another couple of years, and got out with a PhD in speech processing. And I've been working in this field since then, which is probably like a period of 25 years now.
Wow. So I think I've been at it since, actually I've been at AI since 95 with the Global Link and Machine Translation, and then 99 moving to IBM and taking over the speech portfolio there. And you spent some time at IBM too.
Yes, I spent time at IBM Watson Labs for a couple of years. I did a couple of publications at IBM. I'm pretty sure we crossed paths at that time, Brian, but you were in Boca Raton and I was up north in Yorktown Heights.
So I guess we both sort of qualify as old gangsters in the speech industry at this point. But why do you think the history of speech is so important for our listeners, for example? Why do they need to know the history of speech?
Yeah, I think it's really important because it gives us an idea of the time scale and the complexities that go into any particular field, from the point when they are invented to point when they really become mature and ubiquitous. For example, like if you look at the radio days, it was 1895 when Marconi figured out that he could raise the antenna and make the broadcast happen to much longer distances. And here we are, like, in 2020, and still 5G is getting rolled out, and we are still improving upon that basic technology.
So I go back, as I said, to 95 when I started working on machine translation. And really, we considered that artificial intelligence back then. And sort of hardened my definition of AI, which tends to be something that is very difficult to do, that it's something a human might be able to do. And we're trying to do the same thing as a human, but we have an error rate, and we sort of know if the error rate is too low, we've overtrained it, and if it's too high, we're just no good. What's your working definition of artificial intelligence?
Right. I mean, this error rate is everything, right? And error rate for input that I could not have imagined earlier. That's the big thing, right? Like, how well do I generalize? Can I say anything, or does it have to be the right thing? For like, if you go back, like the first attempt was in machine translation, right, in 50s, and what they got was something about 65 sentences they could translate from English to Russian, and the authors claimed that the problem of translation would be solved in 5 years. What they did not imagine at that time is just the large variety of inputs that could happen. And the same story repeated with Carnegie Mellon University in 60s,
right,
when they were trying to use this pattern matching approach for speech to text. And they kept working on it for almost 4 or 5 years until ARPA cut off the grant, and they gave this verdict that, hey, speech to text has been utter disaster because it can recognize only if you speak in the correct sequence.
Right, that's two examples of the more famous AI winters, where the government literally invested millions and millions of dollars and came up flat and decided, well, this is all, none of this is working, so we're just going to just divest at this point. So when do you think it got real?
Well, I think so. What happened was right when this ARPA was scrapping off this program from CMU, there were few scientists from IBM who were putting together a statistical framework for speech to text. And that statistical framework essentially laid the grounds for the first experiments where adding more data could improve the accuracy of the system by machine learning and statistical analysis. It was still not deep learning, but it was definitely machine learning of some sorts and statistical analysis of some sorts. And I mean, it took a lot of time for people to optimize everything and come up with any kind of a product out of that, which showed up as Via Voice and Dragon Naturally Speaking and all in 90s.
Right.
That's when people really made the first attempts to use it, which I would say was the beginning of speech to text era. It did take time, and then the true transformation came around 2008 when deep learning was invented, and we had the first workshops of using deep learning for speech to text in 2009.
I remember, at least in the IBM Via Voice group and the WebSphere voice server group, our motto was 2000 is going to be the year of speech, and of course we had then said that about 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So it's always going to be the year of speech. Has the year of speech arrived?
Right. Well, so here's the thing, right? Like in mid 90s, there were early voice conversation systems, so you could speak your choices from voice on a telephone line and make several choices, and those were like grammar-based systems. And they had trouble. They had their own set of problems, specifically with credit cards and all that. But I would say like early, by early 2000s, those grammar-based systems were usable. You could say only a specific set of choices, but if you said the right thing, it would get you. And And these days, we are moving more into the era of a conversational AI where you have a lot more freedom on what you can say, and it recognizes essentially, and it's able to map those to your desires and objects of interest and do a understandable activity based on that.
Right. So now we have speakers, right? We have Alexa. Excuse me. We have Alexa and Google, and a lot of others as well, and they're all intent based. So none of them really are general AI. They're basically, as long as you stay within, it's not grammar based, but as long as you stay within the intents, you give it a known intent that it knows how to fulfill your needs. When are we gonna, and what technologies are we using now that we're leveraging in speech as well that are gonna get us to a general intelligence?
Right. That's a very interesting question, Brian. Like what we see right now are intent and entity-based engines. So they could identify intent that, okay, you know, how I want to order chicken nuggets, for example. And so now it got the intent that I want to place an order, and it got the entity, which is chicken nuggets, and it will do some activities based on that intent and entity. And even if you ask like really wide-ranging questions, like frequently asked questions, it would still identify those intents and entities, just that the list is larger. But the system is essentially based on having that huge database of intents and entities. And the question is like, how do you define artificial intelligence, and how do you define a general system? Maybe something which I say something and then it comes out with a response. I don't exactly need to know why the response is certain way, but as long as the response is reasonable, maybe it's doing the right thing. Many times it needs to interact with databases behind the hood. For example, if I have to place an order, then just coming back with the right response is not enough. It has to also interact with a database. So, so the definition of what a general intelligence means could vary a lot from one platform to another. And hey, it's anybody's guess. I would say, you know, this is the same thing as what those scientists guessed in 1950, that hey, the machine translations problem will be solved in 5 years. I could probably guess the same thing today and say that hey, maybe it will be solved in 5 years. And there are examples like, you know, in the contact center space, there are examples where we could train a natural language AI system which would mimic a support agent and try to troubleshoot problems that the customer is having. And most of the times it will give, you know, the right dot on response, which is the right thing for the customer to do. But is that general AI, or is it just a mimicking system which has learned to mimic human behavior? That's the real question. And how far we just don't have the tools to fathom that right now. We are still in the process of developing those tools and understanding this to a greater depth.
Yeah, I mean, people don't realize that even when most of these systems are geared towards a single turn, they're not meant to have a conversation, but they can do multiple turns as long as you stay, quote, in grammar, unquote. So
right.
They're prepared to answer certain questions.
Yeah, and that brings up the topic of context, right? Like you could put a whole bunch of things in the context that the system can remember, but that context is some kind of a structured data, which could be complex, but at the same time, it is structured data on which these AI systems of today are based. And it's anybody's guess how that needs to be evolving for a truly conversational AI, which is a little bit more surpassing than the current bounds. But at the same time, I would say AI is solving a whole bunch of business problems which are repetitive, simplistic, and all they need is a robotic process automation. So we have gotten to a stage where AI probably has a lot of ways to go, but at the same time, there are a whole bunch of business applications around which speech market itself is poised to grow rapidly.
Oh, by the way, I keep hearing this term superhuman. What's superhuman about AI?
Yeah. So as this deep learning kicked off around 2017, three major companies came out with the claims that they have achieved superhuman ASR performance.
Does that mean they wear a costume when they?
Yeah. I might have seen that Superman costume out there somewhere. But what they really meant here is, this is true for all three of the cases, what they really meant there was that in each of these cases, there was a database which was collected about 25 years ago, which consists of people talking to each other over a telephone line. They were given topics such as volcanoes and environmental issues, or even like schools and what do you do in summer vacation and things like that. And these total strangers would introduce themselves and then talk about these issues, and they would agree that they can be recorded, and those recordings could be used for research. So this data set, if it was given to a professional transcriptionist and they were to transcribe it in real time while listening to the audio, these transcriptionists got an accuracy, or they got an error rate of 5.1%. And that 5.1% became like the magic number of the error rate that these companies set out to beat. And what they did, what they achieved in 2017 was that they could use a combination of techniques which were way too complex to use in a deployed product, but they were okay to use offline because they would go back and forth through the data and do a lot of iterative refinement to eventually get a accuracy which was better than that threshold of 5.1%. Now, we are always measuring accuracies on that data based on human transcripts. So clearly, when a person has a lot of time, they can achieve 100% accuracy. And 5.1 is when somebody is transcribing it live and they're professional at the job.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Do you agree that's superhuman?
Yeah, well, so here's the thing, like right 1 year after that, there was this another competition. It was the 50th anniversary of the space mission. And to celebrate that 50th anniversary, there was a competition put out by the speech community to transcribe the calls that transpired between the astronauts and the base station for those missions.
Right.
And this was a difficult task. Nobody had seen it before. And the accuracies were pretty bad. And Go Vivace ended up winning up the prize for the first place in that competition.
Nice.
But, you know, they were far from these superhuman accuracies that we talk about. So,
right.
So clearly, you know, we have made great strides and we can address a lot of different situations. And even in noisy conditions, we can get much better than what we used to be at some point of time. But I think true superhuman accuracy for the speech recognition task is yet to be achieved. But there are other tasks where we are superhuman. For example, if we look at speaker identification.
Right.
My speaker identification system, which I would typically deploy at a bank, can recognize millions of people. It just knows them and recognize a million different people. Imagine how many people can you remember and recognize? You know, maybe your list is 1,000 or 2,000.
Two.
So
and you're one of them.
I think that's there are areas where machines are getting better than humans, and you know, they are persistent workers. They never stop working.
So you were doing some early work, I know, really good work in emotion detection in speech recognition. Talk about that a little bit.
Right. So so one of the challenges as we progress around the domain of speech to text and natural language understanding and all that is, you know, are we really understanding what's going on, and what all does it take to understand truly what is going on? I call it the body language of speech. If I talk to somebody on the phone, I'm not just hearing the words they say. I'm hearing who they are. I'm hearing their gender. I'm hearing their sentiment, and I'm also hearing their accent. You know, what kind of accent they belong to, and it might tell us a lot about their background and the context. And when we communicate, we take all these factors into making a decision. So why would not a artificial intelligence use similar factors? So we started off on a journey to create AI models for each of these factors, and specifically for emotion detection. Again, we had one of the best systems on a data set that many research institutes are competing upon last year. And essentially the idea is that, hey, if we can map all of these things, we can get down to the body language of speech and do a lot more than just what a speech to text could do for you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nagendra Goyal, the founder and CEO of Govivace, and we are talking about the future of voice technologies.
Hi Nagendra, just reminding you about your televisit with Dr. Spock at 4 p.m. today.
Hey, Vivi, could you change my visit with Dr. Spock to tomorrow at 4 p.m.?
Sure, just a second. Yes, Dr. Spock is available. So, I moved your televisit to tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Thanks. So, guys, this is Vivi, my personal virtual assistant. So, we are training Vivi to understand a lot of natural language and make it very, very accurate so that it can understand clearly what you are saying and respond to you using natural language. Vivi is pretty smart, but it takes a lot to get very, very smart. First of all, you need to understand all the pieces of information that carries over speech. And our speech does carry a lot of information that we have not even started looking at very carefully. For example, first of all, one thing we noticed very first time when we meet somebody is their accent. Accent tells us a lot about the person's social background and where they come from. If you combine it with their lingo and other features of what they might be talking about, it could tell a lot about the person. Unfortunately, Govivace is the only company that I know of which has an accent module. But think of it, if we were in a contact center and I had to forward the call and I had a choice of 3 agents, if I knew the accent, I would forward the call to somebody with a similar accent so that they can communicate better. Similarly, if I had to choose a chatbot voice which will communicate better with the person who is calling, I would probably choose a voice which belongs to their accent. The second very clear body language of speech is the gender of the person. We have been developing gender identification, and we have had this module for several years, and we used it in the past to classify and change the dialogue of the system based on whether a male or female picked up on the other side. Unfortunately, for a lot of these body language aspects that I'm talking about, there aren't really any competitions which would compare different technologies and approaches to solving the problem and bring out the difficulties of the problem. So we use our own in-house data sets and build up difficult tasks for ourselves to evaluate how well we are doing. One of the things we found during these experiments is that, hey, gender recognition is relatively easy, but only if you are comparing adults. The moment we get into children's speech, it becomes actually pretty hard to distinguish the gender. But then we looked at age detection, and apparently it is possible to get some estimate of the age of the person, and that could potentially help in determining at least that it is a child, and that's why the gender is not very easy to identify. Another important aspect of the speech body language is the intonation. You could also say the attitude, meaning, jargon, or the stress, the amount of stress the person is going through. Sometimes intonation could change the meaning of an entire sentence. If we have to build truly conversational AI, we need to start looking at each one of these aspects and start developing standards against which we can evaluate the accuracy of our systems. Now, of course, it's much more easily said than done. The biggest problem is that we as a human beings, we often sense these body language aspects, but they are extremely hard to quantify. And often people don't agree on what these aspects are and to what level they are present in any particular speech. This lack of consistency amongst human labelers makes it a very difficult field of research. Now, coming to the emotional state of a person, there has been some research on identifying emotion, and there is actually a formal database for identifying emotions. The database was developed by having 4 annotators annotate the estimated emotion for every segment of the recording. Since normal speech is neutral most of the times, they used actors to act in different scenes and animate the emotions. We evaluated our emotion recognition system against this data, and we got like 74% accuracy on estimating the emotion, which is the best accuracy anybody achieved so far. Another thing that would probably help the AI systems a lot is identifying the person itself. When a friend calls you, you don't ask them for their name. You know who they are, and if you did not, they would not feel like your friends. In a business relationship, if you can identify the person by their voice and not have to ask them for their identity, it's a big win. Speaker identification is one thing that the speech recognition community has looked at very carefully. Actually, at the moment, we are participating in a competition where the task is to recognize the person with extremely short segments of speech. And these segments are like 3 to 5 seconds long. But of course, the most important thing to get to any kind of intelligent conversation is to understand the speech itself. And the big challenges that remain there are the accent, noise, reverberation, and recording conditions. So there is a lot of research going on to mitigate these problems. The way the applications that are coming out of this, maybe they can help with improving the general communication also. For example, if 2 people are talking on top of each other, they might become hard to understand, and at least they cause some hearing fatigue even if we can figure out who is talking. My team has been doing some research on overtalk and noise suppression, and the results are very promising with deep neural net techniques. See, the entire telecom industry was built around a linear signal processing techniques. With linear signal processing, I can only amplify or attenuate the signal at any particular frequency. But nonlinear signal processing changes all that. Let me demonstrate that by playing to you an example of speaker extraction. Well, we first mixed up 2 speakers talking on top of each other. So listen to that.
So clearly, the advocates of sanctions were the foreign policy victors.
Period.
So as you can hear in this case, the 2 voices have been mixed up, and there is no linear signal processing technique that would separate them out without knowing a priori what the voices are. So in my company's labs, we developed this system to separate out the 2 voices using neural speech signal processing. Here's the final output.
So clearly, the advocates of sanctions were the foreign policy victors.
Now we could use similar techniques to suppress the noise in the signal, and let me demonstrate that to you. So what I'm going to play to you first is a use case where there is a person in a call center and there is a lot of background noises while he is speaking.
Proposals would allow European financial institutions to set up shop anywhere in the 12-nation bloc, deferring regulation to home-country authorities, period.
And now I'm going to play the same recording after it being cleaned up using neural signal processing.
Proposals would allow European financial institutions to set up shop anywhere in the 12-nation bloc, deferring regulation to home-country authorities, period.
I think these kind of technologies can assist in all communication, not just the man-machine communication.
Nagendra, I forgot to ask how you are doing today.
Hey Vivi, I'm kind of busy right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just depressed and wanted to talk to you.
Oh, what's the problem?
I am really down about having to be inside all the time. I knew you would understand since you have had to stay in your house all the time. You know, with the pandemic and all.
Yeah, we are all depressed about that. But hey, I have you to talk to whenever I want. I'm happy about that.
Oh, thanks. By the way, your wife's birthday is next Thursday. She was looking at some jewelry a few months ago. Here is the link.
Thanks. Bye now. This is our bot, Vivi again. She can verbalize her feelings well, but the intonation that makes it meaningful is missing. Actually, so far, I haven't talked about speech synthesis much. It was pioneered at AT&T Bell Labs in the late 30s. Despite numerous improvements, it kept sounding pretty robotic and artificial until very recently. In 2016, DeepMind proposed WaveNet. The idea was to use deep neural networks and synthesize the voice one sample at a time. Now, this led to a much more natural sounding voice than anybody could imagine. Other researchers then figured out how to implement it faster, and then there was Tachytron 1 and Tachytron 2 architecture, essentially evolving on this earlier proposal of WaveNet. This made sound pretty human. Here's an example for you all.
The Blue Lagoon is a 1980 American romance and adventure film directed by Randall Kleiser.
These architectures are still a little computationally expensive, and I'm not quite sure if we get the same quality of audio if we use one of those cloud TTS servers, but still, it's much better than what it used to be just a few years ago. Another important aspect of a dialogue system is the natural language understanding component. Most of the dialogue systems today revolve around identifying intents and entities. There is an underlying natural language processing engine that has the basic word knowledge of the language. By observing large amounts of text, it has learned the relationships between various words and closely related concepts and forms of expression. The dialogue designer then comes up with stories that indicate how the dialogue system should behave. These stories contain examples of inputs and outputs for the dialogue system. By annotating the important intents and entities, the dialogue engine starts with a few examples and then trains itself to generalize for other dialogue situations. This dialogue technology that's not based on linguists and computer scientists designing complex natural language processing rules is actually very new. But we still have a lot to learn about how far it can take us and what the difficult situations are that this technology would not allow us to solve. But coupled with a powerful search engine, we already see it making a big impact on our day-to-day lives. We recently upgraded a natural language-based Yellow Pages information system. The newly deployed system transferred only 18% of the calls to a live agent handling 82% of the calls by itself. There are examples of such digital technology deployments everywhere. The process of democratization of speech has begun, and it's entering our lives in a lot of different ways. The most visible ones are the smart speakers. Then there are intelligent conversational AI agents that greet you when you dial a business number. When you reach an individual at a business, the call is recorded for quality assurance purposes. And in the background, there is speech analytics, which really makes sure that the agents are properly trained. Large quantities of speech and text data are analyzed and mined for information gathering and national security purposes. Voice biometrics is increasingly being adopted by banks and other organizations to increase the security and convenience and to prevent fraud. Noise removal helps to improve the quality of our conversations. There are people who would like to hide their identities and they use voice transformation. Some people spoof other people's voices, and then there are algorithms specifically designed to detect and prevent spoofing. Overall, the space of voice technologies is exploding. So now you will ask the question, what does the future of voice technologies look like? Well, the future of voice technologies is in our imagination. We started this century with e-commerce. We started ordering things on the web. Tools and technologies were built to accelerate the growth and to increase adoption. Then, as smartphones came along, the focus shifted towards mobile commerce. Every shop built a mobile application. I think we are now into an era of conversational commerce. Tasks that were still performed by a live human agent are increasingly getting shifted to conversational AI. It also acts as a personal assistant and brings information to us and helps manage our schedules. I believe that in less than 10 years, we'll be entering the space of virtual commerce, where we'll be virtually exploring the shops from the comforts of our home. We would be interacting with 3D models of cars, trying on clothes on us, virtually of course, without having the need to step out. Our virtual meetings will become a lot more interactive. And our bots will probably start to express emotion, develop a character, maybe some body language. Here is a research study from Grandview Research. They think that the biggest consumer of voice technology will be automotive, followed by banking, financial services, and insurance, consumer and enterprise after that, and so on. They are estimating about 2 to 3 times growth over a period of 10 years. I personally feel that the growth may be at a faster pace. The new challenges posed by COVID-19 may give rise to new AI technologies and voice use cases that were never thought of before. I'm constantly talking to educators about technologies for remote education and performance testing. I'm talking to healthcare industry for help with telemedicine and appointment intake. Food shops are looking into automating food purchases over the phone line. Significant portions of work in these implementations need a highly skilled workforce, and I believe that the limiting factor in the growth of voice technologies shall be the workforce availability. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Feel free to drop an email or LinkedIn chat if you have any question or need help with anything. Once again, my email is nagendra.goyal@govivace.com.
Hi everyone, I am Ondřej Hrách.
I'm Petr Marek.
And this is Prometheus AI.
Did you know that 1 in 5 American adults have experienced a mental health issue?
That more than 16 million adults in the US have had one or more major depressive episodes in a given year?
Research also shows that 3 out of 5 Americans are lonely.
Behind each of these huge numbers, there is a personal story of an individual or even whole families who are suffering from the consequences of mental health issues right now.
So there are millions of people in need of psychological assistance, but there are 2 problems. Mental health issues are often downplayed by many of us.
And the accessibility of mental health care services is often very complicated, and that's where we at Prometheus AI want to take action.
Why are we confident that we can make a difference? It's because we have an interdisciplinary approach with emphasis on domain experts. And we build on our award-winning scalable technology, the fruit of our 3 years hands-on experience.
And we are sure that we can use it to create easily scalable products that relate to people and that people can relate to.
We don't want our augmented intelligence to replace human contact. We want it to go hand in hand with human contact. Prometheus AI is based in the beautiful city of Prague, Czech Republic. This country is a European leader in IT and digitalization. Our offices are located in the new Institute of Informatics, Robotics and Cybernetics.
Which is not a coincidence, because it was here in 2017 where we, as a university research team, started developing conversational AI systems.
Under the leadership of Jan Šedivý, who has been around the AI industry for more than 30 years, in companies like IBM or Google.
Hey guys, my name is Jan and I work in speech from early 90s, and I am very happy I am in Prometheus because finally after so many years the voice first applications are taking over the world, and I am looking forward to contribute to this effort and make the best ever applications. Now I'll tell you how we came up with the name Alquist. Alquist was actually a character in a famous play from Karel Čapek, which is called Are You a Rossum's Universal Robots? We participated in the first year of the Alexa Prize, which is a worldwide university competition to advance AI, organized by Amazon.
The goal is to create an AI capable of conducting coherent and engaging conversations about popular topics like movies, music, or sports for 20 minutes.
Just imagine if you were sitting in a bar next to a complete stranger and you would have to entertain them for so long. That's not an easy task even for a human.
To quote James Vlahos, 20 minutes of small talk with a computer isn't just a moonshot, it's a trip to Mars.
We competed against teams from elite universities like Princeton, UC Berkeley or Stanford, and we placed second, which was an enormous success.
That was really exciting. It motivated the whole team to work even harder.
We significantly improved our technology, and in the following year of the Global Alexa Prize, we repeated the achievement and once more placed second. These days, we are competing in the 3rd installment of this competition. And Alquist again progressed into the finals. We are hoping that the 3rd time really is a charm and that we will win this year.
What do you think?
Well, fingers crossed. But hey, why don't you show how a conversation with Alquist looks?
Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Well, we can't really show you the current version because of the competition rules, but we will show you a video from last year. Alexa, open Alquist.
Hi, this is an Alexa Prize social bot. Is it you again, Andrew?
Yeah, it's me.
What a faithful chatmate you are. How are you today?
I'm pretty good, thank you.
Hip hip hooray! I'm happy for you, Andrew.
Let's chat about movies.
I was wondering, who is your most favorite actor?
I like John Travolta.
John Travolta, really? What an interesting choice. Can you tell me, why do you like this actor that much?
I like the movies that he's in.
Oh, so that's why John Travolta is your favorite. I had never thought of John Travolta when I asked you. Now that I think about that, I think I like this actor too. However, my favorite one is Harrison Ford, because I love Star Wars. Well, I guess you are a good cook, right?
No, I'm not.
And is this something you think about yourself, or is it scientifically proven?
Well, I think it could be proven scientifically very easily. I'm not a good cook.
If it's science, I can't dispute it.
So that was Alquist, and we knew that it might be a tremendous opportunity to use our augmented intelligence to help people in need. To help people who face loneliness and isolation, who suffer from depression or struggle with cognitive or other mental health issues.
These are one of the biggest problems humanity is facing these days.
According to the World Health Organization, mental health disorders are the top cause of disability worldwide, but only 25% of the people who need treatment actually get it. These are often the most vulnerable people who can't afford expensive therapies, and that makes their dire situation even worse. Plus, this problem is projected to become even more serious.
Yet, that's not all. More than 8 million Americans have to provide unpaid care to a relative with a mental illness. That's actually the real story of my grandfather, who's been taking care of my grandma since she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease.
These are the reasons why we founded Prometheus AI. Our mission is to develop a personal AI therapist who cares about the mental health of our loved ones.
Let's see a few examples. First, watch how the Prometheus assistant can help you train your memory and other cognitive skills.
Hi, John. I'm so happy to play some memory games with you again. For a start, let's chat a bit.
Try and repeat these words. Attention. Advantage.
Attention, advantage.
Excellent. Another. Tell me the opposite to the word healthy.
Sick.
Bravo, John. What is the opposite to the word a few?
Many.
You are right. Listen, what is I was wondering, is there any place where you always feel good? What place is it?
At home.
That sounds interesting. I'm sure it's a beautiful place. You can tell me about it someday if you want.
Now, let's see another possible use case. We all have this voice in our heads that judges us, doubts us, and sometimes tells us that we might not be good enough.
For some people, this problem is very serious, and they have to face it every single day. They may be diagnosed with the so-called critical self-talk.
In the treatment techniques, emotions and the analysis of behavioral patterns are even more important. We will show you now how Prometheus can interact with patients in order to improve their condition.
Hello, Andre. Tell me, what happened?
Well, I forgot about my daughter's soccer game.
Oh, I see. And what did you say to yourself when it happened?
That I'm just such a useless dad if I can't even remember my daughter's games.
Thanks for sharing that with me, Andre. And don't worry, these things really happen to everyone. I'm sending you a virtual hug. We can go through your reactions whenever you decide to open the review. Bye for now. Hey Andre, thanks for opening the review. We will go through the issues from this week, okay?
Okay, let's do it.
Perfect. So, I'm happy to tell you that during this week, you registered only 12 self-critical reactions. That's less than the week before. Let's see. On Monday, you told me that you forgot about your daughter's soccer game. If that happened to a friend of yours, what would you tell them?
Well, probably it's not such a big deal, you know. At Prometheus AI, we have an in-house dialogue development platform with powerful editing tools that we use for the creation, distribution, and analysis of conversational applications.
The co-founder, Tomáš Zajíček, will tell you more.
It is worth mentioning that our conversational platform is language independent and also completely device independent. Applications designed on Prometheus can run on Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, Android and iOS devices, or web browser at the click of a button. We are also experimenting with our own hardware device designed especially to interact with the elderly, people with disabilities. Even though our approach is voice first, we can deliver not just the speech, but also any audio-visual content which can enrich the user experience.
Good afternoon, Tomas. I am Audrey, the movie lover. It seems that you have screens, so I can show you some pictures from movies. What is the name of this character?
Prometheus platform has a built-in programmable memory module covering short and long-term context, allowing us to remember data in different conversational scopes and bring them back to the next user interactions. We can also easily share knowledge between different users. We have also developed our own domain-specific language based on the wonderful Kotlin programming language to give conversational designers unlimited possibilities to customize natural language processing in their dialogues. That is what we call dialogue script.
From our several years of experience, we know that an interdisciplinary approach is essential. That's why we have built a team with NLP researchers, software engineers, linguists, psychologists, domain specialists, but also UX and UI designers.
We also collaborate with several daycare centers and with Prague's largest hospital. That allows us to gather data from real patients.
All of this with a strong emphasis on privacy and security.
So, what next?
The world is full of opportunities for voice technology, and we know that if we want to be technological leaders, we must find the opportunity with the biggest impact.
That's why we are contacting the world's best professionals and leading healthcare institutions. We want them to help us identify the biggest challenges and the strongest possible impact.
Our goal is to penetrate the global market as soon as possible. It's exciting to see the possibilities that open to us.
Our company is inspired by and named after the mythological Greek hero Prometheus, who brought fire and hope to humanity.
We want to follow his legacy by bringing something new, which can improve people's lives.
Users don't like chatbots. We are going to change this. We have all we need to bring to the world a new generation of conversational AI people will trust and enjoy. Our technology doesn't just chat with you. It doesn't just answer factual questions. It cares about how you and your loved ones feel. Our applications will make people happier. Am I right?
Yeah. In case you ever need me, I'm here for you.
Thank you for your time, and don't hesitate to contact us via email or social media. We are excited to talk with anyone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Voice Global. This is part of our Fireside Chat series, and I'm excited for our next guest. Niels Lenke is the Vice President of the Apps Business Unit at Cerence. Niels, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I mean, all the circumstances, but it's going well. Thank you.
Yeah, here we are, right? We're really in the midst. We still are in the midst of this pandemic. I know a lot of places are opening up, but I think we're, it's not a time to be doing in-person conferences yet. I hope we get there soon. But for now, this is the best we can do. And, we're connecting 10,000 people from around the world here at Voice Global. So we're doing everything we can to keep this industry moving forward. And along those lines, I am glad that we can let folks know about Cerence as a company, because it's a fairly recent organization that spun off of Nuance. And for those of you that don't know Nuance, probably one of the companies that really defined commercial voice and has done so much work across industries. But Niels, I'll let you kind of give a little bit of the backstory on that with regards to Cerence and the spinoff from Nuance.
Correct. So I've been with the company for 25 years now. So I've seen a lot of its history. And as you mentioned, Nuance has been a leader in voice for a long time, and it had different divisions dealing with voice in different verticals. So healthcare, enterprise, and a very successful division focused on the automotive industry, growing very fast, very dynamic, and very well looking for doing more investments, growing even faster. And it was decided the best path forward would be to bring that up as an independent company. We are now listed independently as a stock on NASDAQ since October 1, totally independent company.
Wow.
Left Nuance behind and fully focusing on the automotive industry still.
I don't think I knew the public piece of that. That's fascinating. So as the Vice President of Apps, the Apps Business Unit, tell us a little bit about that and kind of what your day-to-day role looks like.
Sure. I mean, let me start with maybe the other business unit. So we have a business unit called the Core Business Unit, which does the traditional business, selling licenses, selling solutions to OEMs, to the car manufacturers directly. And looking at how things develop, there is a lot of hunger and appetite in the industry for innovation, for rolling out new services, new applications to the car. Maybe not the traditional way, but through app stores, deploying new applications end-to-end that solve problems for drivers and the passengers in the car. And that's what the Apps BU is about. So we decided to set up an independent business unit, which is going after this new and quickly growing segment. So not trying to sell licenses, but building applications end-to-end, deploying them and solving problems for drivers, really.
Yeah, solving problems for drivers. I think that, as somebody, I have an old car and I have a new car. So it's like I definitely noticed, the new car is much friendlier, with regards to, voice interactivity. I know that the pandemic has impacted all of us because I'm not driving my car nearly as much. In fact, I'll find myself just wanting to go get in the car and take a drive because I'm not going to the office anymore. But what are some of the things that you're seeing with regards to trends for in-car? And you all are so close to it and you play such a big role. Where are things trending for in-car usage?
Well, there's a lot of things going on. So, I mean, we see the connected car being more or less the standard by now. I mean, some years ago, we deployed the first systems as hybrid systems, meaning we deploy software in the car, but also software in the cloud, working together in a seamless experience. And that allows things like deploying new services, updating services overnight, adapting to new things emerging, and that has really changed the experience. Like you alluded to it, there's a lot of old cars, and frankly, they had old speech systems on board, which were designed maybe 10, 15 years ago, deployed in the car, and weren't updated. Today, we have the cloud component. We can update overnight. We have things like over-the-air updates coming along, so we can even update the onboard system. So systems are a lot more, say, up-to-date at all times. They don't age that much. We work with the OEMs all the time, so we do not just throw something over the fence and then it's in the car for 10 years. Instead, we work with them on a continuous basis and and refresh the systems, do fresh jobs, do over-the-air updates, and all that good stuff. And I mean, this also alludes to the other trend. Some years ago, we would work through tier ones, but then the OEMs discovered, hey, this is important, right? I mean, the user experience, the infotainment system really is what makes the buying decisions of buyers today. It's no longer the horsepower, the engine, right? Who cares? And electrical cars are coming up. So what is important is the screen, the connectivity, the voice system, how do you interact with the car, what the information is available, how do you stay connected with your friends while driving. So that's very important to OEMs, and they love working with us directly on this. So we team up with them. We have joint development programs. So it's a totally different way of working compared to 5-10 years ago. And then,
go ahead.
Sorry. It helps the case of speech that there are smart speakers today. People are really used to talking to devices at home, and they bring the same expectation to the car. So it's really also helping the case in the car. I mean, the voice has been in the car for a long time. We started deploying in the 1990s. Yeah, and we have put speech into more than 300 million cars by now, which is way more than any smart speakers out there. But still today we see people are a lot more using voice. They bring this expectation how it should work and that it's available all the time into the car, and they use voice for doing more things. Yeah, and then second of all, there is a connection really between the car and the home, right? Imagine you come home and you want to switch on the light and open the garage door, and you can, right? There's a connection between the voice assistant and the car, which can reach out to other voice assistants, which are more focused on special tasks. We call that cognitive arbitration. So basically one assistant knows, well, that other guy is better at switching on lights, so reach out to that attendant or that assistant and do it. Yeah, so there is really a connection, car to X, we call it. So from the car to the home or other ecosystems.
Right. So you're driving home and you can tell the car to turn on my lights, turn up the heat, things like that. That's fascinating.
Mm.
Where do you where do you see things trending? And as we look into 2021, 2022, what would you say some of the more exciting trends are for voice in the car?
So first of all, there is a trend towards more emotional experience. Yeah? So we have that on the input side. We do things like emotion detection and combined with driver monitoring, so we know how the driver feels, and we can adapt the system to that. We can detect if somebody's tired and react, engage them in a conversation to see what can be done. And there is also emotion on the output side. We have emotional TTS that is a lot more natural than it used to be, and you have the same voice that can speak in different flavors and different emotional styles. So the experience will get more emotional, and that's one trend. The other trend is commerce in the car. Imagine you don't have to get out of your car to do things like order a coffee and pick it up, pay for gas, pay for parking, don't touch anything at the moment, right? So that's coming. Right. So we're working with a lot of partners there to make that happen. So you can really make financial transactions relevant to drivers from the car. That's another trend. So there is really a lot going on around all these topics of AI, connected car, that allow many new things that weren't possible a couple of years ago.
Fascinating. I think about the commerce piece. I think that's really, it is really interesting. Curbside pickup now, so you don't have to go inside.
Correct.
Yeah, it would be amazing to just be driving, order something, have it, tied to my credit card, transaction goes through, add a tip, all that stuff.
Exactly. And that's also very safe, because we also have something called voice biometrics, which is, detecting if somebody is who they claim they are and making transactions even safer. Yeah? So then it's convenient and it's safe and it's fully integrated in the voice experience. So we think it's very important that you tie this into existing things. Imagine you have your navigation system, you tell it to navigate you or to drive you somewhere, and it tells you, hey, by the way, I can see there is no on-street parking available where you're going, but I can reserve a parking place for you in a garage. Should I do it? Yeah. So really, the seamless experience that solves the problem for you.
How many of us have driven around blocks and blocks in a city looking for a parking place, right?
Right.
That is a welcome innovation. So as we as we're talking to people from around the world here at Voice Global, and a lot of folks are kind of new to this space. That's why we're excited to talk with Cerence, given your long history and your background and the work that you're doing. What advice would you give to folks that are coming into this market, coming into voice for the first time, and maybe they're trying to get started and they just want to kind of get a lay of the line? Is there any advice you would give to somebody that's just getting started in this industry?
Well, it's hard to say, right? I mean, we have been around for a long time, but we're all still at the beginning. I mean, there is so much more to come. We're all discovering that together. So I wouldn't say I have the definitive advice here. I mean, the one thing I would say is start from the user experience. So start from the humans. Don't start with technology. Don't take technology and say, what do you do with it? But start with problems people have and try to solve them. I mean, so many systems have been built that didn't go anywhere because they started from the technology angle, but we should really start from the user experience and say, hey, here's a person who has a problem or something that can be organized better, and voice can do the trick. Yeah. And then the other...
I have to tell you, that is great advice. I think that, don't sell yourself short. That is a very strong piece of advice in this space, is that really you're tackling human engagement challenges, and whether it's you have an idea for a game or an enterprise or something in the auto, you've got to solve the people problem first before you even start on technology. So great piece of advice there. It sounds like you've got something else for us.
I wanted to say, I mean, also understand how voice plays in the mix of modalities. So we deploy more and more multimodal systems. So you really need to understand, okay, this is something that's done by voice in a good way, but here is something that should be done with other control elements like gaze or gestures. Here's something on the output side that should rather be shown as a list rather than read out, and really go into this multimodal world and see where voice really does the trick and where it needs to be combined with other modalities is something that we are currently working on, right? I mean, we don't claim voice is the solution to everything.
Right.
It's in the mix, and multimodal systems are the future, really.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's part of the mix. It's part of the full stack now, and it's part. And now it can't be ignored, right? I think voice for a long time may have been a nice to have, but now it's a must have. We're at that point, and I know why Cerence was spun out and treated specially, I think, inside the company. Really admire the work you're doing. I appreciate you spending some time with us here at Voice Global. If someone wants to find out more about the company, where should they go?
Start with our website, www.cerence.com, and take it from there. Yeah? Or reach out to us. You'll find me on LinkedIn, and then we can take it from there.
And is that Cerence, Cerence? Is that correct?
Cerence, correct.
Yes, we'll make sure we got that right. Okay, well, Niels, thank you so much for your time. My guest has been Niels Lenke, and he is the Vice President of the Apps Business Unit at Cerence. Niels, thanks again.
It was a pleasure, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back to Voice Global and part of our fireside chat series at the event, where we're talking to leaders from across industry that are having a major impact on the voice tech landscape. My next guest, I'm excited, is Mike Zagorczyk. Mike, I got that right?
You got it.
And Mike is the Vice President of Product at SoundHound, a company many of us know. Mike, it's good to see you.
Thank you. Yes, product marketing. We have, I do skew on the marketing side, so happy to be here and just talk about voice. I mean, what's great about all these communities and get-togethers, no matter your title, your company, we're all trying to push the same thing forward.
VP of Product Marketing. I won't get that wrong again, but here we are, and I am talking to you remote, of course, because we are in the midst still of a pandemic. Whereabouts do you reside?
I'm in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, California.
And I have to give Bay Area kudos, done quite well with regards to the pandemic, one of the first places to kind of lock down. And I know that we're all anxious to get out. In the meantime, though, let's have a chat here. First off, I want you to tell people a little bit about SoundHound and the company and the Houndify platform.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a unique history. The company was founded in 2005. So we're a growing startup still, but we have a few years under our belt. And the first version of the company was really the SoundHound music discovery platform. And that brought the name forward. And that's how most people know the brand. We are now SoundHound Inc. We really leveraged the recognition of our brand name, elevated to a corporate name, and we launched in 2015 Houndify, derivative of the brand name. That's our voice AI platform. And we also in the US have a voice assistant app called Hound. So you can see the theme there. That's something you can download and really experience Houndify and use it as a voice assistant on your mobile phone, iOS and Android day to day. But
very cool.
Houndify was really the culmination of 10 years of research, and it's really representative of the company vision. And the music experience was a bridge into that.
Wow, really interesting. And I know now that you guys are a major player, working with a lot of major companies in many industries, but the automotive industry I know is one of them. Tell us a little bit about some of the projects where the Houndify platform is front and center.
Yeah, that's great. We stepping back, industries have to be ready for voice. I mean, everybody is on a spectrum ranging from I'm not thinking about it as a company to it's really right here. And what's important to know about automotive is that they have been leveraging voice input for decades. Simple commands, embedded functionality. The shift of cars becoming connected means that they are opening up a vast array of potential within the automobile. And of course, everything's being disruptive, where cars are becoming services, becoming software platforms. So the smart companies really recognize they need to evolve. And a voice experience delivers everything in one. It's the car experience, it's the service experience, it's access to information. So the automotive industry was ready because it was years in the making. And we're seeing that as an example of the right ingredients. It's not limited to automotive, but that was the match. And because we have a really strong cloud platform in particular, we can not only deliver an embedded voice experience, but also a connected voice experience and give the users and the passengers and drivers like a seamless, custom branded voice assistant.
Well, I think it's paid off because you've made great inroads in this market. What are some of the other markets that you're in?
Yeah, it's a great question. We most recently we are seeing traction in the mobile app space. And what's interesting about mobile apps is that it's a channel, it's a category, but it also contains different verticals. So last year, we voice enabled Pandora's voice mode. So in the app, you say, hey, Pandora, and you can speak your request. It's very robust, very accurate. And the reason Pandora did that is because Pandora is obviously a top music provider. They're on Alexa, on Google, they're on every platform. But they themselves wanted to make sure they had a direct connection with their customers. And the mobile app is a delivery mechanism for that. It's really important that customers recognize that they can interact directly with the brand. They don't need to go through a third-party platform. Today, we're talking a lot about a recent announcement over the past few days is our partnership with Snapchat. So on June 11th, we announced that we're the voice platform behind their new voice scan feature. So lenses, there are over 1 million of them in the Snapchat app. Very popular. It's one of the main reasons now that people are coming back and experimenting with AR is through these lenses. And but one of the challenges that Snapchat had was there were hundreds of thousands and now millions of lenses, and a lot of folks were, you're holding the phone out in front of you. So we worked together and we delivered a wake word. So you say, "Hey, Snapchat," and then you say something like, "Make my hair pink," or "Give me a hug." And so it's incredibly powerful because then you don't need to know what lens you're asking for. You just ask for the feature.
Right.
And so it unlocks a tremendous value immediately. It solves a problem, but also embarks on an interesting AR journey that we're excited to continue exploring.
Wow, that's interesting. Congrats on that. Snapchat is quite a company. They're getting big kudos for what they've done with their virtual event as well. So they're doing some really, really innovative stuff. Let's talk a little bit about the landscape. There's a lot going on. It's still early, I think, in the voice tech space, even though, Alexa's been out for 5 years now. So you've got Alexa and you've got Google Assistant, you've got a myriad of other players, but then you've got platforms like SoundHound, and there's a few others out there that are very specialized, or take care of a specific function, like at Snapchat or at Pandora, like the great use cases, or in the car. But it seems that voice is more ubiquitous, right? So everything sort of has to work together, I guess, in some regards. Let's talk a little bit about the landscape. How do you view the voice tech landscape? Yeah, that's a great question. I talked earlier about industry readiness, and really, and you probably hear this a lot, and it's a theme echoing through voice conferences, is voice really needs to add value. It needs to add value today. It needs to solve an immediate problem. So there's a lot of potential for the future, but users are only going to adopt it if it provides immediate value. So if you look at the Alexa and Google, why are people putting them in their homes? It was really music was always the leading use case. You had you saw the shift from analog music to digital to portable, to all of a sudden everything being on the phone, everything being in the cloud. But then your phone is not a very good remote control. You had Bluetooth speakers and phones. Why not merge the two and just ask? So that alone was worth the price of the product, and that was really an entry point into this universe of voice that people could discover. So you always need that real hook, and automotive being hands-free is an immediate value. Music being accessible from across the room, immediate value. Mobile apps being also hands-free or having tons of content, immediate value. So those are the industries that we're really seeing. I would say part two of it is asking yourself, what do you need to provide? The idea is you can have a custom voice assistant, like with a wake word. You say, "Hey, Snapchat." You understand natural language. It digs into an NLU platform. You can have narrow use cases or wide use cases. So every company or industry is going to find its own use. We're seeing a lot of interest in embedded, not connected platforms, which is really just command and control of a particular product. So that's not a voice assistant, but it's unlocking value because maybe you're using a medical device and your hands are occupied, but you do want to have simple controls. So it's always about what problem are you solving today? What mix of technology is going to deliver on that? And what's your roadmap beyond it? How are you unlocking value for the customer because you've made that shift into voice, which is a small step in some cases, but is a categorical shift for the future. Yeah, I would say that, that's interesting. You have such a perspective on this as well. And I think that folks that are just coming into this industry, just trying to get a grip of really what the landscape is, because I think a lot of folks think of the voice tech space as an assistant device in their home, it's a great place to start. It's sort of like the jumping off point. But then it's a really vast landscape. So now you consider what's happening in our cars, and then what's going to be happening in our enterprise and our workplaces, our healthcare centers, our schools. What advice would you have for somebody that's sort of coming into this space, and just in terms of like, or how do you describe it to somebody that, maybe you've met meet a relative at a reunion? Let's hope those happen again soon.
Yeah, sure.
How do you describe the voice tech space to somebody that's new coming into it?
Yeah, sure. It's really, if you're a company that is aware of the voice tech space and you're interested, you have to ask yourself, what's the best way you're going to provide value? So for a lot of content providers, it's about distribution. So the reason Amazon and Google are leading the charge is because by being in millions of homes, they can provide a new platform for businesses to have their content accessible. And that could be from banking and healthcare to entertainment. New companies are surfacing that are building their business around these new platforms. So distribution is a key opportunity, and that's why we're seeing a lot of traction. Monetization remains a key challenge. So if you're small, you're likely not going to get a significant revenue from it. But if you're a larger company who knows they want to have their brand on these platforms, it's a great way to move forward. The flip side is, do you want to have customers interact with you directly through voice, as opposed to through a third-party platform? And that's where companies like ours come in, because it's really about voice enabling your brand, not necessarily creating a voice service through another brand.
Right.
That's less straightforward. It's more complex because it's still early days. But the larger players who have the resources, but a lot of small companies as well are looking at it. And that's very simply, right now it's a wake word. So when you say, hey, brand, you're unlocking the voice experience. You make a query, you get a response, and your capabilities are now essentially voice enabled. And then there's the text-to-speech component, which is to say, what is the voice that's actually speaking back? How can you make that voice sound like you? So, I mean, those are really the two components. And we're seeing, as you can see, a lot of activity on the big platforms, but a lot of interest in these custom experiences as well.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see more and more of. I think as brands start to figure this out, right? So it was sort of like I liken it to mobile apps in many regards. It was when, the app stores first arrived, companies felt like they had to get on the app store, but it didn't matter if it was just almost like a billboard app. It really didn't do anything. But now, of course, we've seen mobile mature to the point where the experiences are very brand oriented, very customized, and really good. In fact, I don't know about you, but I find myself using the mobile app for most things now versus going on to the website.
That's right. Yeah. It's
easier, right? And I think that's where we're headed with voice. And some companies are getting there quicker than others, but I think that's what we're going to see. The voice assistants are going to continue to proliferate, and the number of services available on them is actually going to grow as well. So that part of the market's going to grow. The customization part's going to grow. And, we're going to solve some really, really cool challenges here in the coming months and years ahead. One quick question, with regards to the pandemic and coronavirus, have there been any surprises that you've seen, given your vantage point in the voice tech space, just in terms of usage or anything else? Does anything else jump out at you?
Yeah, it's a topic that I've been following closely. You've been following closely. We actually even recently hosted a webinar on the subject that a lot of people have, and the two elements that or a few actually, I've definitely heard and read that usage from smart speakers has picked up, partly because people are home more, and even the call center experience. A lot of people are relying on remote services, so they're calling in, and the need for companionship and interacting. There are a lot of people who are alone, and the assistant and the engagement with the assistant evolves as the need to speak and interact, either whether it's a call center experience or a smart speaker experience. And then the speculation that touchless experiences are going to become more desirable, that voice is not simply convenient or safe if you're driving, but also safe if you don't want to have to touch anything.
Good
so
hygiene.
I think it will get accelerated, and I think people will welcome it for that reason. So I would say it's early days, but the voice is a way that we communicate as humans, not simply to transact. And I think there's going to be a desire for that.
I think that's well said, Mike. We really appreciate your time. My guest for this fireside has been Mike Zagorczyk. Mike is the VP of Product Marketing at SoundHound. Mike, thanks for joining us today. Thanks for your insights, and we hope we'll see you at the conference. I'll see you in the chat room.
Yeah, look forward to it. Thanks so much.
My name is Harry Yeff. I'm also known as Reef Swan, and I am part of the Experiments in Art and Technology program at Bell Labs. I'm also the founder of R100 Studios, and I'm mostly interested in being a musician, an artist in research. My job is to push the human voice as far as it can possibly go and explore how the human voice is innovating, which in itself is a very strange idea, because the voice is as old as we are. How can something as old as humanity itself continue to evolve and change? But it is, and in extremely exciting ways. The human voice allows us to connect with each other, our loved ones, our working relationships, our loving relationships, but most importantly, ourselves. And now in the age of assistance, in the age of artificial intelligence, it's becoming a medium in which we can explore and interact with the world around us. And as an artist, I aim to build and create installations, performances that really test the capabilities of the voice, voice-centered experiences. When I talk about the voice, I always see it as an augmented tool. It's always affected by the people around us, but now it's affected and impacted by technology. So when I say augmented relationships, what do I really mean? A very simple way to describe an augmented relationship can start with me as a tournament chess player growing up. My first AI interaction was with an AI chess opponent. It didn't matter how long I studied or looked at books, it was always battling this AI opponent that pushed me to become something more, a better player. And I have very fond memories of that relationship with that tool. My opponents were actually my greatest collaborators. And I think AI can be our greatest collaborator today. It can be an opponent, a mentor, and a collaborator simultaneously. And this idea is extremely exciting when you think of it in terms of an interruption, an intelligent interruption. There's a saying in chess which is, with every success you dip yourself in brass. That means that your habits and your strengths can become your prism. Plasticity can reduce as we get older. And the things that we're good at can become our linear path, but we must smash down the brass. We must interrupt ourselves to make sure that our perspective is always widening. And technology can be responsible for that widening. An amazing example is an installation that I co-created with The Mill and Rama Allen in New York. It was called SeaSound, and it looks a little bit like this. SeaSound is a vocal sculpting tool. You can use the voice to bend and shape digital metals. You can make something that appears extremely precious, because every voice is extremely precious. It's like a unique fingerprint. And people don't think in those terms, that there is this remarkable cross-section of senses and consciousness that meets here. And as I said, technology can make us flower, but where's an example of that? I use this tool to make crazy sounds and perform and create structures and installations and be virtuosic with. But what was really special was when we opened this tool up to the general public. Many people used the tool, but there was one extremely shy young girl who was like a koala bear attached to her father's leg. She did not want to talk to anyone. But she waited in line and her turn came to walk up to the microphone. And her silence became an utterance, and her utterance became a voice, and the voice became a shout, and the shout became laughter and screaming. She flowered, she opened up, and that was a direct result to the unusual and unexpected augmented relationship with this technology. A piece of art gave the courage to a young person to use their voice, to shout and to scream. It's augmented relationships like this that can encourage new relationships with technology. But what gets in the way of people being open and willing to connect in this way? And the key idea is narrative. There can be incorrect or misinformed narratives around technology. We can also leave the narratives of science fiction to govern the masses and general public's opinion of technology. But what we actually have to do is update the general public to the present using experience and awe. It's such a shame that all these beautiful tools of reason that have been developed, we know are now not enough to make someone spend time to break their habitual thinking. It's extremely difficult to get someone to open their mind to something brand new when it is seen as inaccessible and elitist or expensive. And the truth is, technology is none of these things. It's something we're all using every single day to enhance our daily lives. We have to change narratives of fear to narratives of ownership. And it's only when we do this can we really update the general public to a clearer collective goal when it comes to how we use technology. This, of course, also applies to machine learning. So I took on the challenge of collaborating with Bell Labs and CJ Carr to see if I could create a voice opponent, mentor, and collaborator in the same way I had an AI chess opponent when I was a child. As I said, that opponent was a very positive part of my progression in a skill. And now I'm one of the world's best in what I do. Can I use AI again to think in a brand new way, a way that I never had before? The voice you're about to hear is not my voice.
Så jag sa till så det att this meeting det almost nice in I formed so this is and so this is them willing there so that this and this with and planet
How did that voice make you feel? You would think the first time I heard that voice, it would make me feel uncomfortable or challenged, my voice outside of the context of myself. But actually, I was extremely excited. The idea of using machine learning as a tool to create a second self, a pet self, a data limb, something that you own and you're connected to. It's not another, it's not you, it's a in-between. That in-between can inspire. And I set out with CJ Carr and Bell Labs to produce a composition that represented this training process, to create a piece of art that led to a whole new way of experiencing machine learning. The piece you're about to see is called Second Self, and you will see me on that journey. And you will see the idea, the composition, the voice of this embodied artificial intelligence grow in tandem with a dance of vocal duet. I hope you enjoy.
Enough for a piece of rosum. For with VDM and this exploration just
Our voices are our most precious tool. The more that we push our voices, the more that we push our humanity. And I really believe that extends to artificial voices. The more that we can extend and see artificial intelligence as an augmented
Hi everyone, I'm Payam Shajai and I lead the ecosystem product team for Google Assistant. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone today at Voice Global. I want to start off by extending my sympathies to all who have been impacted by COVID-19 and profound gratitude to everyone working so tirelessly to get us through this crisis. I also want to acknowledge the difficult times we are going through as a nation, as we continue to struggle with racial prejudice, which I think is one of the most vital and challenging issues confronting our society. I stand with everyone who has sacrificed, suffered, and struggled in pursuit of justice, and I hope that we emerge out of both crises with a deeper understanding of our inherent oneness and unity. I'm joining you today from Kirkland, Washington, where I have been staying at home, juggling work while also spending quality time with my family. And so far, we've all managed to live relatively peacefully under the same roof. And if you're wondering why I look so different and perhaps a little shaggier compared to my headshot on this slide, well, it's because I basically haven't gotten a haircut all year. Now, today, I want to share how we're thinking about the evolution of Google Assistant, the important role that our developers and partners play in that vision, and some of the new features our team has been working on. Despite the global pandemic, many of you, our partners and developers, have been working hard to launch new experiences that help families better manage the new stay-at-home reality. And I'm incredibly grateful for that, and I know our users are as well. Your role as developers has never been more important. So let's talk about the future of Assistant, which is part of a story that started many years ago. Google's journey in voice began in 2008 with voice search, with notable milestones since, such as building our first deep neural network in 2012, our first sequence-to-sequence network in 2015, and processing speech fully on device last year in 2019. And these are the building blocks that have enabled the Assistant experience that so many of you are familiar with today. Now, we launched Google Assistant in 2016 with the goal of helping people get things done more naturally. And it's now available in over 30 languages across 90 countries and on more than 1 billion devices. Google Assistant now helps over 500 million people every month get things done at home and on the go across smart speakers, smart displays, phones, TVs, cars, and more. What's at the heart of this growth is the simple insight that people want a more natural way to get what they need from technology. And we've seen this over time as we've transitioned from the PC to the web to mobile and now into the ambient era. We envision a digital assistant that works seamlessly across your devices and services, offering help throughout your day. A good digital assistant needs to offer quick and accurate help, but a truly great digital assistant should understand your context and help proactively, like making sure you pay your bill on time or reminding you of your anniversary with great gift ideas. So you can spend less time managing your devices and more time doing the things you love. And while voice is a critical piece of ambient computing, we know that there are many contexts in our lives where voice isn't the best way to interact, such as late at night when the kids are sleeping, outdoors on a noisy street, or when handling sensitive tasks in public. As product designers, ambient computing requires us to adapt to environmental contexts, enabling people to access help via voice, visuals, and touch in many different circumstances. And of course, today we see how quickly our circumstances and needs are evolving. I found myself spending a lot more time cooking and figuring out what to do with all the potatoes and onions we've bought. And after trying every potato and onion recipe I could find on my Nest Hub Max, the clear winner in this household is hash browns, as long as you don't cut yourself on the grater. Now, over the last few months, we've seen how people's needs are shifting, and this is reflected in how the assistant is being used. With many of us staying at home, families are looking to stay busy and entertained during this time. So it's no surprise that usage has increased across games, stories, and media content. We're also seeing an uptick in activity for local business information, educational experiences, and self-care topics. Let me share a few examples of how we've been working with our partners to support people as their daily habits shift at home. So first, we've all seen how local businesses like grocery stores, pharmacies, and hardware stores have had to modify their hours and change the way they serve customers. To help people get accurate information on search and maps, like modified store hours or information on pickup and delivery, we have been using duplex conversational technology to contact businesses and update over 500,000 business listings. Now, we continue to look at new applications of this technology, such as helping our users find high-demand household items like hand sanitizer and toilet paper. Second, for parents tuning in, many have become familiar with the challenges of schools being closed. We've been working with our partners to bring great educational experiences into the home so that kids can continue learning in a communal setting. For example, our partner Bamboo Learning is bringing their voice-forward education platform to the assistant with fun new ways to learn history using bamboo luminaries. Questions get more challenging as you continue, and parents can follow along or join in on the fun. We've also started piloting a new Actions for Family feature on mobile and speakers called Animal of the Day, which teaches kids about new animals using sounds, fun facts, pictures, and a daily creative challenge. Our compositional response model dynamically selects content from multiple sources, including our knowledge graph, to stitch together beautiful and entertaining educational sound bites. And third, let's talk about health. Our hand washing song, sung to the tune of Row Your Boat, has never been more popular. This song leverages WaveNet's natural expressiveness, allowing us to train the assistant to sing across numerous generated voices users can pick from. So, The assistant can not only speak, but also sing. And this enables us to dynamically produce a new song from lyrics, music, and melody in just a couple of days. We like to consider the song a hit, with users currently requesting it more than our previous all-time favorite song, Baby Shark. These are just a few examples of how the assistant helps people in their everyday life. Now, looking ahead, I want to share other areas our teams are focused on, starting with help on the go. For most of us, our phones are the central device in our lives. When we want to get something done on mobile, whether it's using an app, transacting on the web, or reading a long article, we stop doing what we're doing and focus on our device to get the task done. We think of this as a procedural computing paradigm, where users carry the burden of manually navigating the steps needed to get what they actually want. Now, as developers, you want your services to be as effortless as possible to engage with, and you want to be there right when a user thinks about a need that you can meet. And when we look at conversational design, it offers an outcome-based engagement model that is much easier to use. We see really valuable applications of this in the mobile context. For example, we've been partnering with Nike Run Club to make it possible for their users to simply say, "Start my run with Nike Run Club," and have the assistant automatically open the Nike Run Club app and initiate a run without ever needing to even tap the screen. So when you're geared up and ready to start a run, you can stay in the flow, and that's a win for the user and for Nike. So let's talk a little bit about how this works. App Actions is a lightweight tool to map the intent from an assistant query to an action deep within your Android app, enabling your users to jump into your app and take action right away with a simple voice command to the assistant. We believe this is a more natural and simple interaction model, and that this is the way users will increasingly access services. Now, in addition to making it easier for users to interact more effortlessly with your apps, we're also looking at other areas where the assistant can dramatically simplify tasks on mobile. Duplex technology makes it easy to automate calls, but it also makes it easier to transact on the web by automating complex decision flows like booking car rentals or buying movie tickets. While we all long for better times when we can return to traveling, going to the movies, we started piloting the use of Duplex on the web to help reduce the friction of online shopping, such as buying groceries online, which we know can be a complex task. This is a good example of how we are bringing the power of the assistant to the web in a non-voice context, helping users glide through complex mobile web flows and ultimately increasing conversion on the metrics that matter most for these businesses. Now, speaking of pain points around the mobile web, remember when you used to walk around reading an article on your phone, hoping you don't trip or bump into things? Well, earlier this year, we started rolling out Read It, a feature where the assistant will read web pages aloud by simply saying, "Hey Google, read this." This unlocks more engagement with web content where users otherwise simply might not be able to read in the moment. There's a lot of really interesting things we're working on to bring ambient help via the assistant to users while they're on the go. I encourage you to watch my colleague Barish Goltikan's talk on demand. He will go much deeper into some exciting mobile investments. Now, let's talk about help in the home. We all know we could use some more help in the home, and we see a future where the assistant helps you get more done, stay more connected with family and friends, have peace of mind about what's going on in your home, or be more entertained because, let's face it, we all need a little bit of downtime these days. What's particularly exciting is how developers play such an important role in this vision. Whether you're inventing the home of the future through automation or reimagining interactive experiences for communal devices, the assistant is a great place to build. And as so many of you have built inspiring things on our platform, we've learned a lot of things on the way. You've told us loud and clear that we need to offer better solutions for discovery and monetization. And I want you to know that we hear you and that we're working on it. And we look forward to sharing what we've been up to on those two fronts soon. But the top request we've gotten is for meaningful improvements to our core platform and development experience. And today, I'm excited to share what's new. For starters, we've heard feedback that building an action for the assistant is hard. Today, you need to hop back and forth between Actions Console and Dialogflow to build an action. Wouldn't it be great if there were one integrated platform for building on the assistant? Well, starting today, we're releasing Actions Builder, a new web-based IDE that provides a graphical interface to visualize the entire conversation flow. It allows you to manage NLU training data and provides advanced debugging tools. And it is fully integrated into Actions Console, so you can now build, test, release, and analyze your actions all in one place. But that's not all. We know that you often prefer to work in your own tools, and that's why we're introducing an updated Actions SDK. For the first time, you'll have a file-based representation of your action and the ability to use a local IDE. The SDK not only enables local authoring of NLU and conversation schemas, but it also allows bulk import and export of training data to improve conversation quality. The Actions SDK is accompanied by a command line interface so you can build and manage an action fully in code using your favorite source control and continuous integration tools. Now, with these two releases, we are also introducing a new conversation model and improvements to the runtime engine. Now it's easier to design and build conversations, and users will get faster and more accurate responses. And we're very excited about this suite of products, which really replace Dialogflow as the preferred way to develop actions on the assistant. And no matter which development environment you prefer, you can rest assured that Actions Builder and Actions SDK play really well together. And that means you can collaborate across teams to build complex projects faster and more easily. I'm excited about these tools and the experiences they'll help build. I'd also like to take a moment to really express our gratitude to all the partners who have helped us hone this offering during the development phase. These new tools not only help you develop actions more easily, but they also come with new functionality to help you build great experiences on the assistant. Home storage, media API improvements, and continuous match mode. Let's start with home storage. One of the exciting things about speakers and smart displays is that they are communal. But as a developer, most of the effort has historically gone into building for personal use rather than communal use. Home storage is a new feature that changes that paradigm. It provides a communal storage solution for devices connected on the home graph and allows developers to save context for all users. It also helps users continue from their last saved point. For example, now anyone in my family can jump back into a puzzle and continue where someone else left off, rather than everyone working on their own puzzle. And for someone like me who's really bad at puzzles, getting help from my niece is actually exactly what I need. Another thing we've heard is the need for improved media experiences. You've asked us to support longer form media sessions and enabling actions to work alongside other ways users listen to your content so they can resume playback across surfaces. Today, I'm happy to announce that we've closed these gaps with enhancements to the media APIs. Now you can start playback from a specific moment or resume where a user dropped out of their previous session. We're also introducing capabilities that allow new classes of experiences. Sometimes you want to build experiences that allow the mic to remain open to enable users to speak more naturally with your action without waiting for a change in mic states. Today, we're announcing an early access program for continuous match mode, which allows the assistant to respond immediately to users' speech, enabling more natural and fluid experiences for your users. This is done transparently so that before the mic opens, the assistant will announce the mic will stay open temporarily so users know they can now speak freely without waiting for additional prompts. So what have developers built with all these additions and improvements to our platform? Well, I'm particularly excited about the innovation we're seeing in the games, education, and storytelling space. Let's actually take a look at some of the new immersive experiences our partners have built in these areas. Now, the first example is an upcoming game called Guess the Drawing by our friends at Cool Games. This game uses continuous match mode to allow the user to continuously guess what the drawing is until they get it right. Let's take a look.
Circles. Oval. Instrument. Trumpet. Metal discs. Give me a hint. Give me another hint. Oh, toilet paper.
I love playing this game with my family where anyone can just call out a guess. It's entertaining and educational. This action will be live on smart displays in a few weeks. I'd also like to highlight some of the other great games that are available today. Jeopardy! Yes, it's 50 years later, it's still as popular as ever. Trivia Track, a multiplayer trivia game on categories such as science and arts. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which is the classic high-stakes trivia game. Escape the Room, you can play the original escape rooms from the comfort of your own home. This is fantastic for anyone experiencing cabin fever at home these days. Puzzle of the Day, a daily word puzzle you can play with others around the world, and many, many more games. In addition to games, we're seeing a lot of innovation in the education space by developers. It's so important for families to find moments throughout the day to learn together at home. So this new focus on deeper learning powered by voice is exciting to see. Now, partners like Rivet have been building interactive educational experiences that are perfect for families around a communal device. Rivet offers a kid-friendly library to help kids learn how to read. Let's take a look.
Hello from Rivet. I have books in different categories and levels for you. First, please tell me the reading level you want.
Level 2.
A level 2 page would look like this. Here are your new books. You can tap on a book or choose another category.
Open the third book in the top row.
I can read this book to you. Just say, read this book.
Read this book.
Run, run, run. The bird is on the run.
You have reached the end of the book. You can say close book to go back to the book list.
More books.
Showing the next set of books.
This is a great experience for learning to read really at any level. With a library of over 3,500 stories, there's something for everyone to enjoy at home, even the pickiest of readers. Now, Rivet on Assistant will be available in a few weeks in the US. The Assistant is also a great place for storytelling, and some of the world's best beloved characters are coming to life in animated storybooks. And here's a look at Disney's Frozen 2 story in Japanese.
Yeah, 僕はミッキーマウス。本を一緒に読むの？
方の1と2がありますよ。
どの絵本がいいかな？
アレンデール王国の王女。王様はエルサが魔法をうまくコントロールできるように。さようなら。
This is a small sample of partners who are building the next generation of interactive experiences for smart displays. And we look forward to more of you getting in early to shape the future of this new class of communal experiences. Please visit developers.google.com/assistant to get started today. In addition to making it easy for you to build new experiences for Assistant, we also want to make it easy for you to leverage your existing web investments. One of the most lightweight development paths for smart displays is leveraging what you've already built on the web. Who doesn't love getting something extra for free? Lots of users ask for things that relate to web content, like, do you recommend any books to read during the lockdown? Or any ideas for fixing up my patio? Now, we want to be able to bring the depth of great web content together with a simple and robust AMP framework to deliver a great web experience on the smart display. Now, AMP allows you to create compelling, smooth websites that have a great user experience. I'm happy to announce the availability of AMP-compliant articles coming to smart displays later this summer with news. Stay tuned for more updates in the coming months as we expand to enable more web content categories for smart display users. The common theme of all of these announcements is providing you with the tools to build the ambient computing experiences of the future, enabling users to get what they need more simply while giving them time back to focus on what matters most. And I couldn't be more excited to build this next stage of computing with all of you. Just wanted to close by saying that the role of developers is more important than ever. Our industry has really been called upon to address many of the world's needs. And we've seen years of digital transformation take place in just a few months, including an acceleration of ambient computing. We've also seen how critical technology is during every phase of this pandemic, from crisis response to recovery to the reimagination phase. And this is the opportunity that gets me excited to help in each of these phases with more voice-based and assistive technologies. And it all starts by empowering you, the developers. Thank you so much for having me. Stay safe.
So hello, everyone. Welcome back to Voice Global. And today I have the honor to have yet another chat with someone I admire a lot, Arlen Hamilton from Backstage Capital. Thanks for joining me today, Arlen.
Thank you for letting me be part of this.
So let's talk a little bit about your story. Let's jump right into it. I don't think there's any other time more perfect than now to talk about, what you've been through, to talk about the American dream, if you will, and what you made possible. So for those of you who have not yet read your book, which, by the way, I totally highly recommend it, just run. Do not walk, run and get the copy. It's about damn time. And you will be sure to have to read it once, twice. I read it 3 times. So it's truly inspirational. So you started that book with a story about you. Back in 2015, you were on foot stamps. You were basically at a point where you had a dream You had an old laptop and a dream of breaking into the venture capital world. Walk us through your journey and how you got from there to where you are right now, started Backstage Capital and more.
Yeah, thank you. I think the dream was more so to get the resources and the capital into the hands of underrepresented founders than to be part of some club that a few people get to be in. But in the way that I found that I could do that is to break into something that wasn't really designed for me or very welcoming to me. But I was happy to just make my own way and write my own invitation. And so I would have been in my mid-30s. I'm turning 40 this year. I was in my mid-30s just a few years ago. It wasn't even 5 years ago yet. And as you described it, I've had housing insecurity for most of my life. And at this point, I had just run out of all options that I could see that were legal and that had any dignity to them, in my view. And so I said, okay, well, it's me. I can control what I do and where I am, and I don't have any money to get a hotel or get an apartment or any of that. There are no more couches to sleep on. There's no family that has the means to help right now, because they're figuring it out on their own too. So I'll stay at the airport where I know that there's shelter and there's access to food if I can find the money to buy it. Went from that to let me also not stop what I'm doing though, which is talking to founders, which is reaching out to investors, which is pounding the pavement, which is writing and researching and doing everything I possibly can during the days, the daylight hours. And finally, someone understood maybe not what I was going to be able to do, but that I would do something of note. And it was a woman angel investor in Silicon Valley. And I shout her name out every chance I get for 5 years almost, Susan Kimberlin. And she said, here's your first $25,000 to invest in someone else. And here's your first $25,000 to invest in yourself for this very specific thing. And I took that, I turned that into more than $10 million and into more than 130 investments in those last 4.5 years.
That story always brings so much emotions to me because we live and breathe it, right? As women in startup world, the stats are so grim. It's beyond comprehension. And then as founders, women, minorities, people of color, it's even worse. I mean, but as you stated though, we have two different ways of looking at it, right? One is people blame it as a pipeline problem or whatever other excuses that you can come up with. But some will look at it as an opportunity to invest because there are so many brilliant people out there, so many great ideas, so many dreams that we can enable things to happen. So let's take a look at the 130 that you were talking about, the portfolio company. Last time we talked, you had mentioned they're very, very broad. They are literally from one extreme to the other, go and encompass a lot of different industries. How did all of that came about? How do you find them? How did they find you?
Well, it evolved over time and changed. It not only evolved, but changed over time. So it wasn't all So it started out with me just getting in touch with different founders. If I found them online, if I noticed something about them, if they were just sort of a blip on the radar, but I liked what they were doing. So I found many of the companies, including PartPick, who was not in our portfolio because I could not afford to invest in them before they were acquired. But Jewel Burks had a hardware company. Actually, it was a SaaS company that was sort of being encumbered by the thought that it was a hardware company. And they couldn't find investors. Then they could. I did what I could to help without any money. Then they could find some investors. And then they were kind of plugging away. And all of a sudden, Amazon came knocking and picked them up. And Jewel had to make a decision between raising more money and going in that rat race again, or being acquired, in my opinion, prematurely, but also being acquired and being the first Black woman to be acquired by Amazon. And it's just so many things to consider at once. I found her, I stumbled upon her online and kept up with her. And so then when people started knowing about me, they would tell each other, tell other founders that I would be helpful to them. So that was bringing a lot of deal flow. Early days, 2015 and 16, I had a Tuesdays with Arlen. I would put up like a Calendly link or whatever link. I think it was Calendly at the time, yeah, which is run by a Black man. I don't know many people know that. But I put up a Calendly link and I would say anybody from anywhere can reach out to me on, these 8 hours on a Tuesday for 30 minutes and tell me about your company. And some of the companies came from that. And then when people really start to know there's press and there's this, then it was like, oh, I'm getting just hundreds of messages about this all the time. That turned into hundreds, turned into thousands. I then had more people on the team and we put in things in place. So we put in an application process as if we were an accelerator or something to that effect. So that was a major part of it. Of course, we have almost 100 LPs in our funds because they were like separate funds, small funds, and different angel amounts. And so our LPs send us quality deal flow. But most of it is the founders finding us because they like what they see reflected back to them when they look at our website, when they look at other founders. Our founders, or the founders that we've invested in, they go out and a lot of them say what they like about Backstage and what they think, of what we do. And that word of mouth is just invaluable. So I even had someone today who was thinking about investing in the fund. And I said, hey, you can reach out to whomever you'd like. Anybody on our website, anybody that you know is invested in us, anyone, I will give you all the access you need and you can go behind my back and do it, because I don't have, I've done this with the sort of integrity that I feel very comfortable with, no matter how things have gone along the way. And so part of that is in the fact that from day one, we were allowing those cold introductions as much as possible.
You're like a big family, right? So, I remember last time we talked about it. If we go to your website, it's just a big family of people, amazing, happy founders' faces that you can see, real people that you can relate to, not like, some distant office somewhere far away, right? And that's always one of the problems that, we see in the VC world is, someone knows someone, some kind of intro, and there's almost like a 0% chance of reaching anyone unless, you're super connected or went to the same school in some sort of way, which leads me to your new book, right behind you. It's About Damn Time. I love the title. And I like it because it's not just about retelling the story of we need more diversity, the stats are bad. It's more than that. It's hopeful, it's inspirational, it's about people, it's something that we need. I would say more so now than ever before. Can you give the folks who are on here a sneak preview of what it is about? What drove you to write that book to begin with, and what are some of the key messages you would like for them to leave with?
Yeah, I can't ignore the fact that, and I don't know if you probably can't because of my microphone hear this, but there are helicopters circling around right now, just circling around. I'm in Los Angeles, in Hollywood. They've boarded up all of the buildings around me. They've given us messages that, there are going to be protests for sure. There were protests yesterday. There may be even more escalated today. And we're prepared for that and we support it 100%. And today someone reached out to me and said, I read your book. It's a Black woman. She said, I read your book today or this week. And in the midst of all of this, it helped to remind me that as a Black woman, I have value. And when I wrote it, I could only dream that that would be the case in a normal world, whatever normal is, but in an okay, not COVID, not this world that we're in right now with all of the protesting and the protesting is not the problem. The killing, the murdering that's happening to Black bodies, to brown bodies, to female bodies, to trans bodies that are discarded. It's just taken on an entirely new meaning and feeling and impact, even more so than it already was, which was already getting so much great feedback. This book is about, of course, parts of it about my journey. You know, you hear someone 5 years ago was sleeping at the airport, you think Pursuit of Happiness, you know, you want to see who's playing me in the movie, and it's all of that. But underneath all of that is really a couple of things. It's about the big structural change that can happen, I believe can happen, and that I'm not going to sit around and wait and hope that someone comes and saves us. I think that we can galvanize and make that happen, which is kind of reflected in what's going on right now. I have always said that my success is my activism. And then individually, it's about the individual person, like that woman who reached out to me today, who says, you're seeing me in this. I'm feeling what you're saying, and I'm seeing myself reflected back in this. That individual thing, you know, there was a white man, a white gay man who today, I have all of this, you know, the receipts, who today as well sent me a text, a friend of mine, who's a newer friend, and he's in Kentucky, white man, Kentucky. He said he was listening to the audio version of it, and he had to stop. We were all running, and he had to stop and cry. He had to stop and pull over from his run and just weep for us and with himself and all of that. Not because of he was sad, but because of the hope. He specifically said, because of the last section of the book where I talk about what I believe can happen and why I do what I do and why we do what we do, why you do what you do. That brought him so much hope that he had to weep about it in this world. And so you're going to get, I mean, you're going to learn more than you want to about venture capital. I mean, it's not heavy on venture. The introduction really is the heaviest part on venture. It gives some stats, it lays the foundation, but the rest of it is some anecdotes that may be surprising, that are just about my life. I worked in music for a while. I'm back behind the scenes. I have some cute stories there, but then I try to apply it to how it can help individual entrepreneurs and people that working within corporations. And then I get really personal on a couple of occasions where it's, I talk about going sober, and I talk about how important that was to my marriage and all sorts of things. And ultimately, I'm hoping that it galvanizes us and it empowers us, and that the reader, no matter who they are, walks away understanding how at least I believe that we are all equal, and that we each have a part to play in this and getting better, and that we can get better. If I didn't believe we could get better, all of this wouldn't matter, and it would be for naught. And I have to believe that we can be better and get better.
Right. And I hope we can do better. We need to do better. We have to do better. And it everything that we've been going through, especially the last 3 months with COVID, with the unemployment, with everything, with seeing pictures, visuals of people lining up for food for the first time, with figures after figures of how many people are living without healthcare, without access to digital, without having to choose between whether or not I'm going to go out to work so I can put food on the table versus what can I do to keep myself and keep my family healthy? What can I do so that I don't get kicked out and evicted from my apartment? What can I do so I can voice my opinion and not being hunted down like dogs? There's no one quick fix. I think there are a lot of challenges with our country, but I want to spend the next few minutes talk about, in your opinion, what are some of the things that we could have done, that we should do, that we have to do so that we can all become better allies of each other, so that we can alleviate some of the challenges that we see.
Yeah, and I'm well, thank you for sharing all of that. And I'll give things that are kind of basic things, because I feel like you said that I make people feel a little less lonely. I think maybe what one of my talents is just like being like talking to people across the board that can making things easier to understand and being a bridge to each other. And so there are so many people that if you're interested in learning more, there's so many people to reach out to, including the person behind me over here, Minda Hartz and the memo and your work and all of that are going to have some very, this is 1, 2, 3, this is my 8-point plan, and this is for this. For me, I have been observing allies and those who wish to be over the past few days with everything that's been going on. And I've also been spoken to by many people, both praising the work, and others saying, including other Black people saying, you're giving too much credit to white people, or you're giving too much credit to that particular white person that you shouted out or whatever. I listen to everybody. And I take everybody has that space in my view. They have that space to say what they think. I'm going to give my opinion back, or I'm going to shut my mouth when it's appropriate. When it comes to allies, what I've observed is that they feel, some of them, or most of them, seem to feel like, I can't get this right. I can't say the right thing. I can't do the right thing. I can't tweet the right thing, or black out or not black out, or this or that on the, on blackout.
There's quite a bit of that, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. And what I have found though, is that the ones, like I'm talking mostly white women, are the ones that are stepping up, because they should be, because they're the ones who kind of got us in this mess to begin with. They're stepping up and they're saying, so some of them are saying, I can't get this right. People are yelling at me. I keep getting the wrong message, but they keep going and they keep trying and they keep going and they keep trying. And they understand that their discomfort for the day or for the week or for the past 3-6 months is nothing in comparison to their friends who have been dealing with this type of thing for their whole lives, or even for the past 400 years that we've been in this country like this. And so they just keep going, and they don't use that discomfort, and even people being, like, in my opinion, just being rude and wrong to them, they don't use that as an excuse to, well, I tried and you were being too mean, so I'm going to go back home and shut up. Those allies who stay the course and take it, and who are out in the streets fighting and protecting and using their bodies to protect, using their voices to project, all of that, to me, those are examples of you doing it the best way you can, and right or wrong, the best way you can. And they should be, in my opinion, again, lauded and held up. Because what do we want if not that? I think when I hear from Black people who have usually they have something to say about me, it's, I'm doing it wrong, I'm being Black wrong, okay? And I'll listen to them. So, but what I want to understand is, if I can't give credit where it's due to an ally who figures it out, or at least tries earnestly, what do you want them to do? You don't want them to be silent. You don't want them to keep going about their day, so they try. Then they give them, I don't throw a parade for them or hand them cookies, but I say, yep, that's right. And then that's attacked. What do you want them to do? What do we want them to do? We want them to use their power, their prominence, their influence, their money to make things better for us. And if we can't even acknowledge that they're getting better on the communication of it, how do we expect them to have any incentive to do anything more? That's just, again, my opinion. I know that can be argued left, right, and the other. And usually I can argue anything that I say with certainty. I usually have already argued it from many sides myself so that I understand what I really believe before I say something out loud. So it can be argued that what I'm saying is a little, is a little Pollyanna and is a little idealistic, but that's where I want to be. That's the channel I want to be on. I want this to be for something. I want it to be so that when the dust clears, we're working together, we're living together, it's working out. The earth that we're on and these bodies, we're in some sort of harmony. Sue me if that doesn't work, because I don't want to live in a world where there's only one master race. Right now, there seems to be people who think there is. I don't want to live in a world where any race is considered a master race. I want it to be equal. So I think, going back to your initial question about what we can do, I think we can listen to each other, and we can also kind of be better to each other. Give a little bit more to each other, and I'll take any of the hits that brings on. But that's where I think we start, no matter who we are. I'm going to be the first person to cuss someone out, yell at you online, put you on blast online. You know this, right?
I've seen that.
Yeah, I will put you on blast if you're acting a fool. But if you are earnestly trying to be better, I have had to be better so many times, and I hope to rise to that occasion each time. And you're trying to rise to the occasion, I can definitely give you the grace of saying that you've tried. And that is so fundamental, and it's so soft skilly. It doesn't have
empowering, right?
But yeah, and it's like, where are we going toward? What are we marching towards? I want to march towards something, and I think that's where you start the march, with the destination in mind.
Absolutely. We have something that we need to live for. And you truly do have a very powerful and inspirational voice. I think anyone who had the chance to even talk to you or even follow you on social, we can see that your personality jumps out. Even before the first time I had the chance to talk to you. This is the moment for people to rise up and speak up. This is the moment for people to inspire. This is the moment for us to act and to do something. Yeah. Can't understate that. And that was something, and I remember I told you that before, but something that sticks with me with your book, with what you say, with everything that you had said in the book, is once we get there, once we make it there, don't forget to let someone shorter stand in front of you. It's important. And the fact that you were stressing about listening and communicating and trying, and it is all important. I think we miss part of that. We use this as a microphone, as a platform to keep saying whatever it is that we want to say without taking anything in. And before we wrap up, looking forward, what are your plans? Knowing that all the plans probably keep changing.
They change daily. They change daily. My plan is to just double down, triple down, whatever you want to say, quadruple down on everything that I'm doing. And doing so, knowing that there's really not going to be a perfect way to do it, and that it's probably going to take on different forms. So I'm investing in underrepresented founders so I can put myself out of business, so that we're underrepresented no more, right? I'm also catalyzing students, Black students, and with my scholarship program. We have the first scholarship. My mother and I have the first scholarship for a Black student at Oxford. We have a scholarship for a psychology student who is a woman at HBCU Dillard, where my mom went to school in New Orleans. And we're putting a Black student through a pilot program to become a pilot in Greece. And we will continue to do the things that we can do within our means, and make our means bigger. You know what I mean? Expand our means so we can do more. That's what I'm on about. With the book, I think the book is going to be a major way that happens. This is a summit about voices and voice both. So I would encourage you to go to the book, download the book as an audio, because I read the audio. And with me, I only listen to books on audio these days. I'll buy them and have them on display, but I'll buy them on the audio to really read it. And so a lot of people are saying that it helps them get empowered even more to hear it, right? So I would encourage that. And I think that I have this feeling, I know it's like instinct, and I don't know where it's coming from exactly, but I have this instinct that this book, and maybe we could quote me in a year or something, I feel like this book is going to be the reason that I have the means to do the things that I want to do. I feel like it's going to outperform in sales. And that capital that I get from that will empower me to, instead of going and asking white men, can you please invest in our fund? Can you please pay for this or donate to this? It will empower me to do so. And I think I can empower others, and then they will go on and go on. So you're going to just see millionaires and powerful people of influence, etc., who are built in the home of backstage, and who are nourished at the backstage cabin, or however you want to put it. That's what you're going to see. I also want to shout out to Needle, Nedl, Needle. In our portfolio, they capture voice for podcasting instantly, but also you can search any word that's in the Needle platform. So if you wanted to record something and have people be able to find you later, whether it's music or spoken word, you would use the Needle platform through their work with Google and do that. And it's interesting. It's one of our portfolio companies. So I definitely wanted to give them space there.
Wow, that's cool. I did not know that. See, I learned something new again with you. So thank you so much for joining us today. I look forward to seeing the next stage. I look forward to seeing the next headline that you're going to write. And I look forward to the next round of millionaires that's going to grow from the back of backstage. And thank you so much, Ellen.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Welcome to Speech Morphing's virtual booth. Are you deciding on a voice strategy for your digital products? Introducing a digital assistant or virtual agent? Looking for a voice that supports your voice persona and brand? You're in the right place. The customer experience market is going through digital transformation, with dramatically increasing use of self-service and digital assistants or virtual agents. In fact, UK-based Juniper Research is forecasting 8 billion digital voice assistants by 2023. This digital transformation is also driving increased use of speech synthesis. That's text-to-speech, but of a new kind. Natural, more expressive, and human-like, and unique. After all, One voice does not fit all. Speech Morphing's voices are designed with these crucial trends in mind. This is the new and enhanced text-to-speech that we provide. Speech Morphing's voices are natural. They are expressive and human-like and do offer varied styles and tones. Uniquely branded, high resemblance, high quality, customized voices can be made to order in days with only minutes of audio material. And our unique tools enable you to tune dialogues and personalize your call flow design for the most customized customer experience. Voice products are crucial extensions of your overall company brand. Creating a custom branded voice for your digital assistant is a great opportunity, one of the greatest, to establish or strengthen your company's brand. And now, given Speech Morphing's unique ability to create high resemblance, high quality voices with minimal speech data, custom voices have finally become a real option for all companies and their applications. Humans speak expressively. We modulate our tone of voice to express emotions. We speak with varying styles adjusted for changing audiences and contexts. Modeling expressiveness is important. In the age of virtual communication, often in the absence of facial and body cues, intonation, that is, prosody and tone of a voice, becomes the primary channel for conveying underlying intentions, beyond just the words themselves. We'll say it again with feeling. Effective communication relies on communicating both the meaning of the words and the underlying intention. Speech morphing is unique in synthesizing not only what to say, but also how to say it. Speech morphing has developed the most advanced toolset on the market to enable maximum control and customization of voices, covering styles, moods, pronunciation, intonation, and the like. You can also set up private topic domains, specialized linguistic rules, and much more. Our voices are trained on prosodic details. We learn how certain words should be pronounced with respect to breaks, boundary tones, pitch accents, emphasis, and so on. By exploiting this rich information, we can control and modify the vocal output with great flexibility. We can adjust our voices to convey the desired sentiments and produce.
And then we have these really amazing smart displays, which really kind of creates an amazing experience for your users. And then we have Actions on Google, which is the platform that you can build your action on, and it lives there and it gets service to users through Google Assistant. So how do actions work? So in this diagram, we're going to have our user, the assistant, which is also the Actions on Google platform, but they talk to one another. So for simplicity's sake, we're going to keep that as one. And then your conversation action. And so what happens is when a user sends a query to Google Assistant will translate, if it's audio, that audio to text, and sends that text over to your action. And then your action processes it, figures out what to create, creates a response, and sends that response back to Google Assistant, where Google Assistant will translate that text to speech and send that over to your user. But it could be kind of tricky when you're dealing with raw text of users because we can say things very differently. Like, for example, if a user responds to a question with a yes, that's pretty straightforward. But what about all the variations of yes? Like, that works, sure, why not? Or I agree, go ahead, and so much more. You'll need a tool to manage all of these variations. You'll need natural language understanding, or NLU for short. That way you can process your user's input. All you need to do is identify the different intents your user may want to do, like expressing a yes intent or a no intent or how many players are in a game intent. And then once you've identified those intents, you'll need to provide training phrases for each of them. And each of them should include variations of how a user might express that intent. And by adding these phrases, you're extending the Google Assistant's ability to understand your user's requests that are specific to your brand or service. But this is only one side of the conversation. Conversations are a back and forth, and we have a diagram of the user, the assistant, and your action. So here, the user provides the input to the query, and then the assistant processes that input and sends you that data. Then your action can process that and generate a prompt and sends it back to the assistant, and then the assistant delivers that to the user. So it's the same process as the diagram before, but now we're noting that Google Assistant can provide or Actions on Google could provide this additional NLU processing for you. But how do you know when a user says yes, that it's yes for starting a game, and it's not a yes for drinking a potion inside the game? So you need to be able to manage, even though the assistant can give you, they said yes, what is it towards? And so managing the logic of your conversation is key in order to generate the appropriate prompts. In the conversation model, it's both the processing of the user's input and generating a response back. And we're excited to have announced Actions Builder to manage your conversation model. Actions Builder processes your user's input through intent matching and types. And those types are particular points in the user's input. And you use scenes to manage the logic of the conversation so you could construct the appropriate prompts. So let's look into scenes and what they are. And scenes are these logical chunks in your conversation model. They are the executioners of the action. They do the heavy lifting and carry out logic necessary for your conversation to move forward. You could think of them similar to scenes in a play or in a movie. This is how you know if the yes intent is matched, that it's for the start of a new game versus another scene. And also, only one scene can be activated at a time, and you can build user journeys with multiple scenes. You can move from one scene through another scene through transitions. And transitions can also happen by the scene or by an intent. This gives you more control over your conversation. You can also generate multiple user journeys based on the logic of your scenes. This allows for more customization and control of where your user is in the conversation, as well as having multiple paths using the same scene when needed. And these are controlled by your scene's logic. So let's check out the scene's logic. So a scene runs in a loop, providing flexible execution lifecycle that lets you do the things like processing inputs through the intent matching, do slot filling, sending prompts back to the user, and more. Each stage inside the scene are optional, but the flow is always the same, and it always starts with the on-enter. With on-enter, you can add a prompt to the prompt queue, and you can also call your webhook. Then conditions are checked, which are if and else if statements that could check the session, user, or scene parameters. After that is slot filling, which will add a prompt to the next missing slot that you have. And at prompts, the prompt queue is sent to the user via the assistant. After that, the user will have time to respond. When the user responds, the user's input is processed, and if it's matching a slot, the loop starts again by checking conditions. If the user's input matches the intent, then the intent handler is processed. And if there isn't a transition, it goes back to conditions and follows the loop again. And if there's a transition in the intent handler, it will transition to a different scene. Prompts can be added to the prompt queue on enter, conditions, slot filling, and in intent handlers. You can also call your webhook on these stages as well. Transitions can happen in condition checking when conditions are met, and in the intent handler. So let's go and do a live demo and check out how these tools are actually used.
Okay, we're here in the Actions console, and we are in one of my actions, which is a demo action that I built out for this presentation. And we are in the test section of it. So we're going to be testing out an action and actually finishing it off so we can have a complete action by the end of this. So let us activate our action. We could do that a couple of different ways. We could talk to it, we could type it, or we could click the button.
Let's get the test version of Actions Builder demo. Welcome to Actions Builder demo. Can I give you a silly nickname based on a few simple questions?
Yeah, let's do it.
What is your favorite color?
My favorite color is purple.
What is your favorite animal?
You can also respond by clicking on these suggestion chips here or down here. So I'm going to click dog.
Great. Give me a sec to think of your perfect nickname. I got it. I'll call you Violet Puppy the Brilliant.
So we just interacted with the action. On the left-hand side, as you could tell, was as we were interacting with it. And so it's the back and forth within the action. On the right is the actual logs of the back and forth, but you could see historically what's happened. So on the right-hand side is me talking to the action, and on the left is the action responding back to me. Within these logs, there's also a lot of great information and data. And so if I click on this one, it opens that log so you could see what's happening in that first one. And as you could see, the user's input happened, and it did something. It started the conversation, and the interaction gets matched, starts the action, and then there's this on enter on the start scene, and then it's waiting for the user's information. If you click on each of these rows, you can actually get more information. And so in here, you could see this is the prompt that the user was provided, as well as the suggestion chips. And so there's a lot of great information in here that really is helpful when it comes to debugging. But let's see how this action was actually built out. So let's click over here on develop. And this takes us into the development section of this action. And so this is settings. And in here, I have my name of my action, which is Actions Builder Demo. And if we click over here on default invocation, this shows you that when a user says talk to Actions Builder Demo, it's going to invoke my action, which is fun. It says Actions Builder Demo, your action. And what happens there is that it's going to transition into this start scene. Before that happens, I'm going to reopen that window. We can actually make a call out to our webhook or add a prompt. And so in here, what I like to use this option, and of course this is optional, you don't have to do either, is I like to add the welcome message here, because this is right before it goes to its first scene. And so I usually like to do a welcome greeting. Generally, I call my webhook. That way I could check to see if the user, if I've interacted with this user before, if it's a new user, if I know their name, I can acknowledge them by their name as well. And so we add that greeting, and that gets added to the prompt queue. And if we scroll down, you could see that here is where we could add the transition. And so having it transition to the start scene. And I'm sure you noticed that this wasn't the whole prompt that we got when we first activated the action. There was a little more. And so let's see what happens. This message gets added to the prompt queue, and let's go into start, to the start scene. And you can do that two ways. You can go under scenes to start, or you can go my favorite way, or you just go and click using this UI and just click on there, and it takes you straight into the start scene. And so here you can see where you're transitioning from, and then you're going into the start scene. And remember, within the scene stages, there is a loop. And so the first stage in that loop is on enter. And so let's click on here, on this on enter. I'm using it, and you could call out your webhook or send a prompt, and you could add in a prompt message. And so here I have the question. Can I give you a silly nickname based on a few questions? And then I have suggestion chips of yes or no. And if we scroll down, that's it. There's a couple things you could do in regards to the adding to this prompt, but there's no transition, because remember, in the on enter, this is where you're just adding a prompt. And so we're going to close this window out. So the start scene had that message or that prompt from before. So that's in the queue. Now this new prompt is added to the queue. Then it checks conditions, which there's none. Then checks slot filling, which there's none. And then after that, it goes into releasing that prompt queue and sending it to the user. And that's why we see it from the user's point of view as one message. It's both of those messages combined. And so your scenes help you build the prompts that you're giving back to the user step by step, depending on what you're doing with the user. So here is the welcome greeting, and then the question that is for that actual scene. And so that's the logic behind it. There's this greeting aspect, and then there's this in the start scene, there's this question that belongs to that. So let's go back to develop. And let's go back to the start scene. Great. So after that, we give that to the user, then the user could respond back. If the user says no, so when no is matched, what happens here is that we're calling our, we could call our webhook, or we could send a prompt. And so here we're just acknowledging, no worries. If you ever want us to like nickname, you know where to find me. And then if you scroll down, in here we can add a transition. And so we're transitioning to end conversation, which is a system scene. And what happens there, it ends the conversation. We don't have to worry about it. Or, so let me close that up. Or if the user says yes, let's click on that. What happens there is, again, we could call our webhook or send a prompt, which we're not doing this time. And we're transitioning to the silly questions scene. And so before we do that, let's actually check out on how these intents are created. So on the left-hand side, we have our no and yes intents. So let's click on intents for the yes intent. And in here, you can add training phrases. And so here are the training phrases that Google Assistant is going to be using to be able to do intent matching for your user. So we have things like, yes, I do, please, of course, sure, okay, totally. We can add, let's do it, and more. So you just add it as simple as that. We're going to hit save. And then let's check out our no intent. It's really similar, except it's all the negatives. So I rather not, no thank you, nah, nope, and no. And so that is how you could tell Google Assistant that there's this idea of no intents and this idea of a yes intent. So let's go back to the start scene. And so when a user says yes, it will transition to silly questions. And so let's click on silly questions scene so we could see that. And of course, when we come in on entrance check, there's nothing there. And we'll talk a little bit of why I don't have a prompt here on enter. And then conditions are checked. And the statement of scene slot status is final. That's checking to see if all the slots are filled, which they're not. And the first time we come into the scene, then it goes down to slot filling. And with slot filling, it does the first slot, one slot at a time, because you don't want to ask your user multiple questions. You want to ask one question at a time generally. And so we have this idea of a favorite color slot. So let's click on that to see how that's built out. And on the right hand side, you can see that this is the name of the slot I've given. So it's favorite color, and it's using a color type. There's also system types of like number, date, time, and date and time. But I decided that I want to have this idea of color, and colors a very specific thing that I want to be able to pull out from the user's response. And so actually, let's dive into what color looks like. But for this slot, I'm calling it favorite color. So let's go see what color looks like first. So let's scroll down to types, and under types, there's color. And in here, I actually have a couple different colors already added in here. And so you could see, let's go to the bottom one, that there's this idea of key and values. And so you could tell Google Assistant, there's this thing called pink. There's this pink color. Pink is a color, and here are some variations of that. And so this is the key and this is the value. And so I have different variations or synonyms of that kind of color of pink. If you go up, I have this idea and key of jewel. And this one is a little different where I have gold listed under jewel. Even though gold would technically be under yellow, which fun fact, I don't have yellow yet. I have to add that in, but I do have tan, which is strange. Anyways, I decided instead I want to have gold under jewel because it kind of makes me, it's in that same realm for me mentally. Like that is a precious stone. It's a precious material. And so I could do some fun stuff in my back end to say like, hey, if it's a jewel color, then let's do something a little different. But again, for this example, I'm just using the context as is, but you could do some fun stuff like that, letting Google Assistant know that when a user says the word cotton, when it comes to anything to do with color, we're meaning white as well. You can also get both of these data points. So if the user says cotton, you can actually receive cotton and do things with that versus just having it be retrieved as white. So let's go back to our silly questions scene. And again, within silly questions, we were in that favorite color. So this is what color is. We told Google Assistant there's this thing called colors. And for this particular slot, we're calling it favorite color. Another thing that you could do is you could also add in another slot using color as its type, but then maybe that other slot could be like least favorite color or not favorite color and do something different here. So you could really use these types in multiple different ways. And so keeping your types being a little more generic And then keeping your slots more specific is a really nice trick. And then we're going to say the slot is required. We could call our webhook, but for this one, we're not. We're going to just send a prompt. And here's the question. What is your favorite color along with suggestion chips? The reason why you would want to put the actual prompt of the favorite color here is because if you're going to have potentially different slots, you're keeping the prompt tethered to that slot versus on enter. Also, you could change it up. You could add more slots, remove slots, and it keeps it a lot cleaner versus if you have it on enter and you have it as favorite color, the favorite color response here, it just makes it harder. Also, this keeps it more module. So we add that, and we're going to close this window out. So again, as we're entering the scene, there's nothing on enter. The conditions are not satisfied. It goes to slots, it goes, okay, the slot has not been filled. We're going to grab that prompt, a favorite color, and then it sends that to the user, and the user could say their favorite color, and the slot will be matched, and it goes back to conditions, checks to see, hey, is the slot filled? Are all the slots filled? Nope. This is going down. And since this slot is filled, it's going to go into the favorite animal slot. And what it's going to do is similar to the favorite color, we have this idea of types of animals. And here I have favorite animals. That's what I'm going to call it in this particular slot. We're going to scroll down. And all I'm asking is, what is your favorite animal, along with some suggestion chips? And so that gets added to the prompt queue. And then after that, that gets sent to the user. So they can answer their favorite animal. And if they do, it's going to go, the slot's going to be matched. It's going to go up to conditions. It's going to check, hey, are all the slots filled? And they are this time. So let's click on this and let's scroll up. And so we're checking to see if the slot is filled. You could do a lot of fun stuff in here in regards to data validation. So definitely I would check the docs for that. And then in here, you could call your webhook. But for this one, I decided just to use the send prompt. And there's a couple things happening in this one. There's 3 things that I want to take note. The first thing is that we're using the speak tags. The speak tags allow you to use SSML, which is speech synthesized markup language, and it allows you to modify the voice and do some fun stuff like adding audio. Here, I'm actually adding a break time. So I'm adding 2 seconds after the action says, give me a second to think of your perfect nickname. And there was that pause. What's actually happening is I'm taking 2 seconds, and then it acknowledges that I got it, and that I'm going to call that person. Then it's going to grab from the parameter of favorite color. It's going to grab that data and add it here, which for mine was, I wrote purple, but it provided the key of violet. And of course, you could still provide purple if you wanted to. And then in here, it's your favorite animal. And then what's really silly, it either has the brave or the brilliant. And so the difference between these two is that they're the same content, except there's slight variation. And so you could use this variant option and add multiple speak tags. And that way it randomly chooses one over the other. Content is relatively similar, but those are 3 really fun things that you could do. So the first thing is using SSML, being able to talk about those parameters in here, as well as having multiple ways of saying the same, or you have multiple options in regards to how you want to respond to your user, and it's randomly chosen for you, which is great. So that was a lot, but that's a-okay. So after that, this gets added to the prompt queue. And we're going to scroll down, and in here it's going to transition to the scene again. And so there's this idea of a again scene. And so let me close this window or make it smaller. And so let's go to the again scene. And right now there's nothing in there. And this is where we're going to be adding to it. And so I want to add this idea of being able to ask the user if they want to do this again. So I'm going to add this on enter. I'm going to use send it as a prompt. So we're going to add, do you want to do that again? And then we're going to add some suggestion chips where we're going to click here, and then we can add suggestion chips of yes and then no. And so what happens here is that prompt prior, when on that transition to here, from the condition of this is what your nickname is going to be. It's going to add, do you want to do this again, with the suggestion chips as one message. So we're going to click save. And then we don't need conditions. We don't need slot filling, but we do need to handle if the user says yes or no. So if the user says no, what we're going to say is, great, have a great, see you later. See you later. Bye. Okay. And then we're going to add a yes intent. We're going to add yes. And then what we're going to do is going to transition them right back to silly questions, which will start that whole scene again. We can also add a prompt here acknowledging the fact that they're doing it again. So we could say something to the effect of, great, let's do it again. And then we'll hit save. So let's go through this and test this out in the simulator. So let's click on test. Great, let's talk to my Actions demo.
Getting the test version of Actions Builder.
Let's just say yes.
What is your favorite color?
Let's do red.
Hello, I'm Heidi Cohen of the Actionable Marketing Guide, and I'm thrilled to join you for Voice Global 2020. And the title of this session is Why You Need Voice Marketing Now. And before we dive into the nuts and bolts of voice marketing, it's important to understand that not all voice actions have a marketing impact. For example, if I say, hey Google, turn on the lights, there's no marketing implication there. By contrast, if I talk into my phone and I say, hey Siri, where's a coffee shop near me? That not only provides a marketing impact, but it gives context, location, and immediacy to that request. So in terms of where you need voice marketing and why it is important in today's world, is that we are getting to a point where by 2023, there will be over 3 billion smart devices in use. At the moment, there are currently about a third of US households have a smart device. So you have to start thinking as a marketer about what types of strategies and tactics you can use to reach your target audience using voice first and or voice-enabled devices. And this is not a separate strategy that sits by itself. It's integrated into your entire marketing plan, as well as your business plans and greater goals and purposes. Specifically, voice has an impact on branding. There's a reason that at the heart of branding is brand voice, and with a voice first or a voice-enabled device, this translates to sonic branding, which are sounds, words, or melodies associated with your brand. Secondly, marketing includes customer experience, also known as CX, and this comes to life in terms of IVRs and chatbots, because people can actually listen to either your brand's voice or a synthetic voice. There's voice content, which can be an Alexa skill or a podcast or some other form of content that is either read in your brand's voice or via machine learning. Voice search has become a very hot topic, but from a marketing perspective, you have to focus on where the money terms are. Just being in the zero position on Google does not necessarily mean that the user gets a branded experience. They may find out your URL, but that is the most that they might get. You actually want to think about near me searches and places where they are looking for information about your brand, or your business, that answer FAQ questions. As Marcus Sheridan says, they ask, you answer. Voice extends to advertising. This has been true since there's been radio. NPR has found that when the host of their show reads an ad, it actually performs better. And there's voice commerce, which may sound like it's new because you're going to use a voice-enabled device, but the reality is people have been using their phones to call in 800 numbers to buy product for years. And lastly, voice provides an omni-channel integrated marketing experience. And the main three reasons you want marketing to add voice to your marketing mix is that it humanizes and differentiates your brand. It makes it stand out in the marketplace so people immediately identify it. Because as Clifford Nass and Scott Brave said in their book, Wired for Speech, when people hear any voice, they automatically and unconsciously assign a personality to it. Secondly, it can help improve your product and customer experience. Actually, there are people who want to know and feel that there's a person at the other end of their communications. And similarly, for high tension emotional products such as health, medical, and finance, they actually may want to talk to a synthetic voice. And lastly, voice allows you to reach people who you may not be able to reach in other situations. They may be, there may be no screen, they may be hands-free, or they may not actually be able to, see a screen and engaged in that way. So before I dive into the basics of how to do voice marketing, let's look at the three types of action that can provide marketing results. The first one is when a user makes a request via a voice-enabled device and they expect a voice response. I call that VI to VO. And the importance here is that it helps you build branding and loyalty over time. For example, I say, Alexa, find me the actionable marketing guide skill. I want to listen to it. Or Alexa, play my music. Next, and I think this is the biggest use of voice marketing, is when you have a non-voice input. It may be a communication, it could be an email, it could be a message, it could be some other form of content that yields a voice response. Specifically, an example of that could be you get an email that says, we have our latest episode of our podcast, and you can then click through. Or you find a blog post online, you go there and you can actually listen to an audio version of it. This is great, and it has more impact than just voice to voice because it now includes a wider range of materials that bring you and integrates voice and non-voice. And it allows you to do branding, customer experience, and it shows that your brand is truly omnichannel. And the last form, which I believe is the money version of using voice, is that you have a voice request that yields a non-voice response. I call that VI to NO. And the example of that could be that you have an Alexa skill in which you have a call to action that asks your user to go online and, let's say, register for emailing so that they know the next time that you have a new skill out there. And this is, to me, is the money version, because not only does that get you branding on the channel, but it allows you to actually get permission to market in the sense that Seth Godin talks about permission marketing. And then it allows you to actually communicate with a prospect or customer and actually create a sale. So let's now go through how you can create voice marketing and apply it to your business. And in my opinion, it's as easy as ABC. So A stands for audience. And I'm sure most of you have a definition of who your actual audience is, that you have information that you've collected about them as well as from them, and you've probably created a set of marketing personas. But in addition to that, when you deal with voice in particular, you have to then go back and reassess your audience. And particularly, you want to look at the audience, the part of your audience that uses voice-enabled devices. Because people who have a voice-enabled device often have it on all day. And that's where they're first going to turn for information. So the question is, what gets them to use voice? What kind of information do they expect from the voice? What kind of voice do they want to hear? And how can what kinds of needs that they have can help you deliver the best information to that audience. In addition to your existing audience, you want to think about people who may not currently be part of your audience. These are buyers, they can be influencers, they can be end users, or other people interested in information from your business that may be voice only. And you want to figure out who they are and how they use voice and what kind of persona they fill. B stands for brand, and more broadly, your business. And the key here is understanding the information, because part of a business's offering are not just your products and your services, but it's the content and information and how you engage with your audience. So what kind of information can your business provide to voice-first users, and what can you do to make it easier for them to find your information in particular? And to that end, you've got to think about, again, what kind of voice your brand represents. That goes to your voice and voice branding, but also on a higher level, what does your brand stand for? Because in today's world, even though most people expect a voice to be female, and this goes back to World War II, where female voices were used in aircraft because they cut through the male voices, science and research shows that it also expects a female voice. And your concern as a business is, how are you being more inclusive for your audience? Then lastly, C stands for context, and that actually goes to Google's micro moments, which means that your business needs to be there and be able to answer, what do I want? What do I need? What do I want to buy? How will you entertain me? And you need to know specifically about the context, the immediacy, and the quality of that information. And to see how this fits from a marketing perspective, here's a simplified version of a chart showing audience actions, brand offering, and voice capabilities in context. And you can see that they overlap. The real sweet spot from a marketing perspective is in that center where all of them overlap, so that your audience needs and wants are met by voice that can be offered by your brand in that context of voice. And to understand how you use this to make your business become voice first, here is a worksheet that provides a template that can help you walk through each of these three factors. And so here's the thing, when you have an audience, you've got to think about very specifically what needs are they asking for? What questions? Because one of the things that helps your brand to show up when you have somebody who's never experienced your brand is to provide what I call FAQ content. That goes back to Marcus Sheridan. They ask, you answer. So you want to know the specific question. You want to include that question in your content. And even better, you want all of the content that is related to a specific product to be included on a page where all those questions can then be linked to. Also, you want to know from the audience perspective, what is prompting them? What is making them say, I want an answer to a question? I need to know, I need to buy, I need to go, I need to be entertained. What prompted them to do this? Because if you don't know that, it is very difficult for you to take that next step because you're going to be acting without understanding where they come from. And the next set of questions are about the actual context of the user, because that tells you about what format the information needs to be delivered, how fast they're going to make a decision on it, where they are and what their specific needs are. And it can also give you insights as to location. For example, home is not good enough, especially when living rooms, kitchens, and bedrooms get roughly the same amount of usage of voice assistants. You want to know exact physical location because that has insights into what kind of information the user is asking for. Further, you want to know about the time, but not just time of day, but also the day. Is it a weekday? Is it part of a regular routine? Or is it something that they just happen to need today because they're going someplace special? And then you also want to know, is the user there, is it screen-free, hands-free, and are they alone? Most smart devices today are not are not just voice devices. A lot of them come in a multimodal, so they also have a screen. And you want to know, are they looking for a different kind of device for their answer and their output? And lastly, from your brand perspective, once you know all of this, you can then make a list of the type of information that you can supply. And I strongly recommend that you think outside of just your marketing to a broader audience, not a broader audience, but a broader array of departments across your business. That includes your sales, your customer service, your frontline managers, because these people are used to talking to prospects, customers, and users. They know what kind of questions. They can help you provide quality responses that will get on their radar. And that is where you need to get that information. And at the same time, by providing your information in that way, you enable your audit, you enable them to help you craft those answers and bring out your true brand voice. But then once they're crafted, you can then bring those back to those same people, your sales force, your customer service, your onboarding, so that they can then use those and not have to reinvent and rewrite a script each time. So it saves them time, and that actually helps make a better case for you having voice marketing. So in terms of delivering voice marketing, this is another element that is, and as part of this, what you need to think about is how do you build the case for having voice marketing? In today's world, or almost in any world, spending money is really hard, and the first place anybody looks to cut costs is in marketing. And there are 3 reasons to include voice. 1, it brings you up and puts you on a parity with your competitors. If someone else is using voice opportunities, if you're not using them, you're already behind with regard to your prospects and your existing audience. 2 is saving money. And this actually is the biggest place you can, these next 2 are really important. And there have been lots of case studies, especially with regard to chatbots and IVRs that show how you reduce cost by having a better system that can answer people's questions. So you're looking at customer service, sales qualification, better customer onboarding. All of this creates a better experience at lower cost, right? Especially, and a lot of businesses overlook the onboarding, because that is really important from the perspective that you need to think about where, right, that while even though somebody has bought something, research today shows that even B2B customers have an unsatisfactory result of 40%. Right? That is really a big deal. And lastly, you can increase revenues by having shorter sales cycles and more and or better qualified leads, and then keeping your customers longer, because the first 100 days are the most critical period with any customer. And here's what you need. Here's a framework or template to help you make your case for adding voice marketing. And it goes across a variety of factors, and they really take a lot more time than I can show in this short video. But what you really have to understand is, what problem are you going to solve? Who do you want involved in this decision? And at a minimum, whether or not they're stakeholders, you want to go to anyone in your marketing department that may be involved. You also want to talk to people who actually talk to your customers, such as sales and customer service. Where possible, you want to show what else is being done in the world and do both an internal and a competitive analysis. What do you already have that you can add on to or leverage to make this easier? And B, what are your competitors and major players doing? Where are there opportunities for your business to stand out? And what are the risks and benefits that your business will have? Because you really have to be able to show dollars and cents. So that goes back to your project specifics in terms of timetables and associated costs. But you've got to make sure that you include your success metrics and KPIs and calls to action, because without these, your audience, you will not be able to track. If you do not put them into the plan, they will not necessarily get tracked. And don't worry, in the bonus section, there's not only an open blank copy of this template, but there's also another one which provides you with more questions to help you build a better case for your business. And lastly, here are 3 ways you can have quick hits, right? The minimum, go and claim Google My Business. That helps your business to show up for near me searches. And those always have some kind of purchase intent. Second, go through your owned media. That includes your website, your blogs, your emails, your other messaging, and see where you have existing voice or audio content and where you have opportunities to promote that at no cost. And lastly, tap into what I call OPA, other people's audiences. And you do this by either partnering with someone to do an Alexa briefing or a podcast, or to become a guest on existing audio shows that get your voice out there. So together you take all of these factors, and this gives you a basis for starting to move your business from not having voice integrated into your marketing to integrating it across each of the aspects of marketing. And if you do a good job, you can actually reach out and work with other members across different departments. So this is really now over to you. I believe that you can do this because #YouRock. If you need anything else to help you get through this, there is not only a copy of the presentation, but there are additional bonus materials in this download that help provide you with the data you need to help make your business case, as well as the templates and other examples to show where your business can make more inroads in terms of voice. And I would really appreciate it after that if you would subscribe to my newsletter at HeidiCohen.com/subscribe. And if you have any further questions, please contact me at Heidi@HeidiCohen.com, because I believe that together we can improve the value of voice marketing across various businesses and to make it a key element of every business's marketing. Thank you again, and thank you to
easy. Google Assistant is easily the best recognition. It can correctly parse a heavy metal power ballad at a distance of 100 paces.
But John, you don't even have an accent like me.
What are you talking about? I'm from Washington, D.C. I have a standard American accent.
All right. Standard American is a myth, John. Movies, actors, and news broadcasters. Your accent's pretty noticeable to someone with a trained ear, but really, if you look at the stats, there's only a few % difference between how these platforms recognize a standard American English accent versus a Spanish accent. But it doesn't even matter. Just Siri clearly has the best recognition.
Ah, Apple fanboy, eh? Well, let me tell you, Steve Jobs is not coming back through that door. Enjoy your luxury goods.
Well, Alexa really gets me. It's like having a friend and an assistant all in one. I start off my day with my morning routines, then my flash briefings. Then I can ask Alexa for my workout playlist, and she's with me throughout the day.
Yeah, Fiore, I'm having a hard time believing that. Clearly, Siri is the one that's going to work the best. It's just the way it is.
No,
you guys know this. No, don't be shilling.
No, Alexa is the best. Oh,
whoa, guys. What's all this fighting about?
These guys are shilling it up for Apple and Amazon again.
Can we just all agree that Alexa is the best virtual assistant in the world?
What are the Kelvies talking about? Google only cares about the purity of the technology. They aren't even trying to solve a user case problem.
I mean, that's kind of a silly thing to be arguing about.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
Google
actually, it
Assistant's
isn't
the
something
best,
very silly
obviously.
to argue about because Siri's clearly the best.
No. I'm not saying anything bad about anybody's platform of choice. I'm just saying it's kind of silly to argue about because it's really easy to prove.
Really? How?
With our test robots.
How are we going to use our test robots for that?
Well, that's exactly what the test robots were designed to do, to let us test any voice-enabled platform on the planet.
Oh yeah, that's a really great idea. We can use this open source NLU benchmark that I found, run it across all 3 platforms, and see which one works the best.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be easy. Here, watch this.
Champion of the world, Apple Siri.
I'm going to mash your brains into applesauce.
And in this corner, the challenger, the guru from Mountain View, Google Assistant.
You're gonna need assistance getting up off the floor when I'm done with you.
And last but never least, fighting on the point of the triangle, first ever triangle cage match. The phenom from the Amazon, Alexa.
Now offering same-day delivery of my kiss to your face.
It's now the time we've all been waiting for. I'd like to ask the contestants to take their places. The excitement in the room is building. We will begin this bout in
Wow, sounds awesome.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit worried about how much we're going to be doing here. It may not be ready to go into hyperdrive like this.
Why? Well, what's the worst that can happen? Wow, what happened? Where am I?
You're in the land of wishful thinking, my friend.
Wait, and who are you guys?
Oh, I'm Gnarly Kirk, dude.
And I'm Chaotic Fury. I got 50 things to do in the next 15 minutes.
And I am super nerdy pedantic John. Most people find me to be an overbearing know-it-all. Apparently, nothing has really changed for me.
And wait, did you say the land of wishful thinking? What is that?
It's a magical place where every app we create works effortlessly and every user is understood perfectly. We are the inhabitants of this wonderful land. Isn't it great that all the voice apps are flawless?
All your voice apps are flawless? I mean, have you ever used a voice app? And wait a second, don't you know who you're talking to?
No, this is the first time any of us have ever met you before.
Okay, Well, I'm sure you all have really compelling reasons about why you don't think quality matters, and you're going to spend the next 15 minutes or so telling me all about it. But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself and what I know about building quality voice applications.
Remarkable.
Whoa, how did you do that?
Don't worry about that. That's really not important. But you know what is important? Quality. And that's why we founded Bespoken. We give your jaws a rest so you don't have to sit and spend all day talking to a smart speaker to improve the quality of your voice experiences.
Oh, that all sounds great, but you obviously forgot what you are. Here in Land of Wishful Thinking, we don't need any of that. Everything just work okay, and yes, life is chaotic, but we like it. So you're wasting your time and energy if you're worrying about quality.
I mean, that doesn't sound right, but I'll bite. Okay, why don't you think quality matters?
Okay, guys, I got this. There's no need to worry about quality because understanding is the most important thing. Emerson, have you seen the data from Brett Kinsella, the Jedi Master of voice bots, of what users value in voice experiences?
Yeah, I think I've seen it like 4 or 5 times today.
Well, let me refresh your memory. If you look at what users find most important, how well it understands them is at the very top of the list. And it's been that way for eons.
Right?
And there's nothing that you can do to improve the recognition. You don't have a PhD in AI. So just chill out with some grunge music or whatever it is that you do there in Seattle.
All right, John. I mean, look, there's a lot that even we mere mortals can do without graduate degrees in AI to help improve this understanding. Let me introduce you to usability performance testing. So look, you're spot on that speech recognition accuracy has a drastic impact on users' perception of the quality of the voice experiences that you're creating. And if you think about it, your users' voices present a really significant challenge. You may have men, women, and children, all with diverse native or non-native accents, unique phrasings, colloquialisms. They might be talking or yelling or whispering. All of that stuff significantly impacts how well these platforms can understand them. And we've tested hundreds of apps, and in general, we see that they really only understand users about 75% of the time.
75%? Those sound like some seriously erroneous calculations.
No, seriously, I mean, that's the reality of this ecosystem right now, and that's pretty poor recognition if you think about it. I mean, if you're playing Jeopardy and it automatically fails 25% of the time just because it doesn't understand you, that's got to be pretty frustrating. What if it's a critical app, like something that's used in a car or in a nursing home? The consequences could be pretty dire.
Okay, but I can't force the platform creators to go and update their acoustic models just for my users. So you might as well not worry your pretty little head about it. It's way too complicated for people such as yourself.
Well, that's true. I mean, you might not be able to force the platforms to change their models, but fortunately, all of them do provide at least a few basic tools we can use to manipulate how they understand. The simplest, and one that has an extraordinary impact right out of the gate, is proper inclusion of synonyms and homophones. Let's start with synonyms. So let's say we make a skill that asks trivia questions about famous movies. So if the skill said, who played the young Godfather, you would say?
Robert De Niro.
Great. So let me put Robert De Niro as a slot value in the skill. Okay, go ahead and try it.
Who played the young Godfather?
De Niro. What is this malfunction? What sort of invalid input did you supply to the model?
I didn't supply any invalid input, but I did only put in that one value. I only put in Robert De Niro. And so when you just now said only his last name, it wasn't able to match it up with the expected value of his full name, and so it failed. Okay, so let me add in some of the other ways people might refer to him.
Okay, I grok it now. So now it will compute correctly if I say any of those?
Yeah, no, exactly. Okay, so let's look at another example. Do you like video games?
Yes, of course. I love Dwarf Fortress, Hearthstone, Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, and Pokemon.
Ah, great. Pokemon. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Pikachu.
Okay. Okay, so now I've got a skill that will give you the details of any of the Pokemon you want. Go ahead, give it a shot.
Ask me about a Pokemon.
Please supply information on Pikachu.
Dude, I got this. Tell me about the Pikachu.
Let me try. Give me the deets on Pikachu.
Okay, so what's the difference here?
That's a great question. I mean, to my ear, it sounded like you guys all said the name of the Pokemon properly. But because Pikachu is not a standard word that these platforms know very well, you're really leaving it up to chance if it's going to get it right or wrong.
So we just add in these two variations and then it'll work perfectly?
Well, not quite. I mean, it might work great for your American accent, for her Peruvian accent, for, I think I heard a surfer accent in there somewhere, but I bet if you three tried it 100 times, you'd get a dozen different results. And what about my accent? Or what about a French accent? And what if I use different phrasing, like, tell me about Pikachu, or I want to learn about Pikachu, or Pikachu, I choose you.
Yes, I see.
Then what about the other 895 Pokemon?
Dear Galactus, the permutations are overwhelming.
Well, it's not overwhelming, but it is something that's just unreasonable to try and do manually. And so that's why we created usability performance testing. You know, with an approach like this, we make it easy to spin up dozens of virtual devices, generate utterances with virtually any accent under the sun, and in no time churn through thousands, even hundreds of thousands of utterances. And then once you're done, you just take those results, paste them in your interaction model, and then run the test again.
I'm running it again, but my energy supply is already running low.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen Back to the Future? You know, sometimes it's really tough to tell what's going to happen when you make small changes to some very complex systems. So in this case, you want to keep running these tests over and over again after you make changes to ensure that you're driving towards the optimal speech recognition accuracy that you want. And we've done this with dozens of apps, and after a few quick runs, we're usually able to get them from that baseline of about 75% recognition to 95, 98, even 99% success. That means less errors, means less complaints for your users, more time programming.
Okay, well, I will admit, I was a bit skeptical at the start, but anything that helps me reduce the errors for my users by over 80% is extremely impressive, especially if it means I get to work on my companionship bot more.
All right, great. Mission accomplished. Guess I can go back home.
Oh, not so fast. You might have won that nerd over, but you still haven't convinced me that quality matters.
Okay, and why don't you think quality matters?
Well, quality doesn't matter because I just don't have the time or the resources.
Oh, interesting. Please explain.
Okay, look. When I was writing mobile apps, I had a huge team of seasoned developers. We used to code faster than a rocket full of monkeys. The mythical man month wasn't mythical to us. Anytime we were behind schedule, our executives would just hire a few more developers and testers, and our productivity increased exponentially. But now that we moved to voice app development, suddenly our teams are smaller and our deadlines are tighter. I just don't have the time to quality when we're purely focused on just getting something out of market.
Yeah, I mean, that's a classic struggle that we see most organizations, large or small, facing nowadays. And let me guess, if your team doesn't do a great job with this voice app, you're probably not going to get a chance to do it with another voice app, am I right?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, that's exactly why you need a force multiplier like this to help you write, test, and then optimize your voice apps as efficiently and effectively as possible. I mean, let's think about an example. How long would you say it takes you to run through sanity checks after you make some changes to your code?
Well, I only run through some high-level ones, but it takes maybe 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay. And how many times a day are you doing that?
4, sometimes 5 times a day.
Great. And then how many developers on your team are in the same boat?
Have 2 other devs on the team.
Okay, so think about that. I mean, you have 24 developer hours a day on your team, and you guys are spending almost a third of that doing the same repetitive testing tasks over and over again.
I know. I'm just saying the same utterances over and over and over again. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Well, look, you're in luck. This is a perfect example of why you need automation. I assume you have your test cases written out somewhere, like a Word document or some online tool?
Yeah, I think they're in the Word document.
Okay, great. You can literally just copy paste your test cases into this simple structured format, toss them in your CI tool, and then they'll run automatically every time you make changes to your code. No more sitting and talking to the device all day to see how your app's working.
That's pretty interesting. It looks like even my non-technical team could help with that.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, I was mistaken. I think they're actually on a spreadsheet.
Oh, even better. You know, it's nearly just as easy to tell our tools to run through big volumes of utterances you might have that are stored in a spreadsheet or other structured format.
But isn't it going to take just as long? You can make Google Assistant talk to you at light speed.
Well, you're right about that. I mean, each utterance is still going to take about as long as it would take to test manually. But that's the nice thing about automation. We're not limited then to the number of physical devices we have or the number of people that we have at any given time available to test. You can spin up as many virtual devices as you want. You can run all these tests in parallel, and you can speed up your test execution much, much faster than even the most efficient of test teams.
Okay, buddy. I mean, that all sounds very good. But I just simply don't have the time for all this testing. I mean, we need to get this app launched yesterday, and I don't have the time or budget.
Well, I mean, that's a bit of a catch-22. You're going to be paying one way or another. Like either you're paying because your schedule is shifting to the right, or you're paying because people are spending time unnecessarily doing the same repetitive tasks over and over, or you're paying because your app doesn't work very well, so your customers aren't using it and they're going to your competitors' apps. You know, one way or another, you can't get around the impact that good or bad quality has on your users. But I promise you, if you catch bugs as early as possible in the development lifecycle, the price and the embarrassment factor is going to be much, much lower. And look, don't think you're alone in this dilemma. I mean, that's why we created this solution, and that's why we structured it this way, is we want it to be extraordinarily affordable and incredibly easy to implement so that every voice developer can reap the benefits of test automation.
Now that you painted the big picture, I guess that makes sense.
Oh, great. Any other objections?
No, that all sounds pretty amazing. Now we only got 49 other things to do before 3 p.m. Thank you.
All right, yeah, you're welcome. That's great. I guess my mission's accomplished. I guess I can go back home now.
Dude, not so fast.
Oh, man.
You may have won John over, and you may have won Fiore over, but you still haven't convinced me that quality matters.
All right, and pray tell, why don't you think quality matters?
Quality doesn't matter because I'm getting tons of users regardless.
Wait, what?
Dude, I did a podcast and we spent some money on marketing. Even had this influencer friend of mine, some posts and some clever tweets about our action. Lo and behold, we got thousands of signups in the first 6 months. Boom.
Oh, thousands, really?
Oh yeah, dude, it was a huge success.
That's pretty good. I mean, out of curiosity, what's your user retention look like?
What? What's user retention, man?
You know, how many people are using your action day 2, week 2, month 2?
Who cares, dude? Those are old users, yesterday's news, dude.
Okay. No worries. I bet the reviews that they're leaving, though, I bet those are fantastic.
Oh, yeah, dude. They're great. They're awesome.
Oof. I guess you and I have different definitions of what great are.
Wait, what? What are you saying, man?
No. I mean, yeah, that's a great job. Great job. What about your monetization? I'm sure that's working out really well.
Oh, yeah, dude. We had 200 in-app purchases in the last month alone.
Oh, wow, that's actually pretty great.
But Kirk, we do 5 test purchases a day.
See, I told you, people love our app, regardless.
All right. Boy, there is a lot to unpack here. Let's see. Okay, you mentioned your App Store ratings are great. And I'll admit, your ratings are better than the general averages on Alexa and Google. Come on, man, don't you want to do better than that? Don't you want to go from the minor league up to the major league?
I'd guess, dude, but at least we're successful monetizing it now.
I mean, you're getting a few purchases.
Yeah, you sound like my boss, dude. Merge that pull request, he says. Generate more revenue, he says.
Yeah, well, think about it. Like, what was the last mobile app you recommended to somebody?
Oh, it's Headspace, dude. Gotta get my head right for those backdoor A-frames coming my way.
Okay, and what about the last voice app you recommended?
Definitely Worldwide Surf Report. Find my tasty waves.
All right. And why did you recommend those apps?
Well, that Headspace dude, he's really chill. And he, helps me find my inner Zen surfer. And, when I really need that, when there's some big macros rolling in from the north, I can just buy more Headspace. It's kind of righteous. And for the Worldwide Surf, it's it always understands the break. Even when it's Hawaiian, like Waimea Bay, dude, understands it. And if I want some details on a new break, I'd get a few more puka shells and I get a deeper report. Stoking.
All right, so if I'm hearing you right, you're saying that apps that meet your expectations, that understand what you're saying, and that are a delight to interact with, that you actually spend money on and you recommend them to other users, is that right?
Yeah, I guess you're right, dude.
Great. Well, you're not alone in that. You're kind of dancing around as well one of the biggest challenges that's facing the whole voice industry today, which is discovery. There's lots of really amazing voice apps out there that people just don't know about. And so if they don't know about it, they're not going to use it. They're not going to pay for it.
But how can I fix it, dude?
Well, look, for years, the way that people have found new voice apps most frequently is through word of mouth. And so really, if you want to win over your whole customer base, you got to make sure that you win over each individual customer first. Start thinking of every interaction that you have with a user, not just as an opportunity to bring them closer to your brand or push them further away, but to have that same impact on every other user that they know. Studies show that people's tolerance of issues with these kinds of voice apps is much, much lower than it is with GUI apps. And so if you only get one chance to win over a user, you really better make it count. You get that right, I promise you're going to see your retention going up, you're going to see your new and your old user count going up, and your monetization, either in in-skill purchases or through your traditional digital or physical channels, is going to go up as well.
Whoa, dude. That totally makes sense. It was like I was blind before, but now I can see it all in Technicolor, dude.
You open our eyes to an amazing world of quality and save our land from despair and obsolescence. How can we ever repay you?
Oh, no payment necessary. Really, all I have to do now is figure out how to get back to my own land.
That's easy. All you have to do is wake up.
Wake up?
Emerson! Wake up! Wake up! You okay?
Whoa, what happened?
I think you broke the very fabric of time and space with that test you were running.
Or you just got too excited with the test and went into a nerd coma?
Yeah, it was the strangest thing. I had this crazy dream. And John, you were there, and you were even nerdier than usual. And Fiore, you were there, and you were all chaotic. And Kirk, you were there, and you were wicked gnarly.
Well, that sounds exciting, Em, and I'm glad you had that experience, but we really need to see the results now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys want to look at the results? Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's it, folks. The fight is over. In the battle of the century, contestant is now processed the subset of the 2019 Snips Voice Platform NLU Benchmarking database. And in third correctly understanding 50% of the supply utterances. Amazon Alexa.
This is not my prime moment, but I'll be back in 2 days or less.
And in second place, correctly understanding 66% of the supplied utterances. Google Assistant.
Can somebody look up the fastest route to the help desk?
And in first place, defending her championship belt once again with a stunning 70% successful understanding rate. Apple Siri.
That's what you get for calling me Granny Smith.
That about wraps things up, folks. Thanks for joining us. And tune in next week to witness a showdown between the automotive heavyweights, Android Auto and Apple CarPlay.
All right, awesome. That was great. What do you guys want to do now?
Well, I was taking a look at those results, and based on it, I was able to update my intent model for Google Assistant. It's definitely going to be the best now.
Well, I did it too, and it actually proves Alexa has the best speech recognition. So...
No, it's Siri, and you all know it. Come on now.
You guys are crazy. Google Assistant is easily the best recognition. It can correctly parse a heavy metal power ballad at a distance of 100 paces.
But John, you don't even have an accent like me. You don't even have an accent like me. You don't even have an accent.
You guys are crazy. Google Assistant is easily the best recognition. It can correctly parse a heavy metal power ballad at a distance of 100 paces.
But John, you don't even have an accent like me.
Oh no, here we go again.
What are you talking about? I have a DC accent. It's a standard American accent.
Great to see you. Great to be at another Voice Summit event by Modev. Fantastic to see what these guys are doing in the conversational AI space, and I hope they go from strength to strength. Now, my name's Sina Kahin, and I'm here to actually talk about a topic that I think needs a little bit more attention in the conversational AI world, and that is strategy. So the title of the topic is Strategy Over Hype: Why Your Voice Experience Didn't Meet Its Expectations. And the reason why I decided to speak about this topic is because I think like with any other new emerging technology, when designers and developers see this new technology, they want to jump on it. So they're very tech-driven. And what happens as a result of this tech-driven mentality is that you lack the needs-driven motivation to actually create these products. In other words, we're so eager to develop something on this new platform with this new technology that we kind of forget if there's a strategic objective that we have with this new technology. And I think that's one of the fundamental reasons why voice experiences haven't met the expectations that we've really promoted in this voice-first era, this voice-first revolution that's been taking place over the last few years. And I think it's good to go back to the principles, go back to the basics of strategy to really try and determine how is it and where is it that voice will provide the ultimate value for brands and companies that are out there. I think a good place to start is, to think, or to really ask who the heck I am and who am I and what am I doing here. So some of you may know me because I've been at the other voice events and I've been at a lot of the conversational AI based events. My name is Sina Kahen. I'm a biomedical scientist by trade, went into the medtech world, did an MBA, really interested in emerging tech within the operating room, and kind of developed my kind of philosophy to the conversational AI world as being something where I'm able to put together academic principles from academia, whether it's from psychology, behavioral sciences, philosophy, and try to take those elements that I think are useful for all emerging tech and bring them into voice technology. For example, design frameworks based on a lot of sociological principles, strategic frameworks based on a lot of digital transformation principles. So really trying to take what's out there already and translate them into the language of voice. And that's why one of the hats that I've got in the conversational AI world is with VAICE, V-A-I-C-E. And what we do at VAICE is we help companies discover the benefits of conversational AI by providing them with these design and strategic frameworks of how best to implement these voice experiences. But at the same time, we help investors invest in conversational AI. So we're in touch with a few VC funds and hedge funds where we're really trying to provide the due diligence for them to appreciate what kind of conversational AI-based entities are out there and whether or not they're worth investing in, etc., etc. So that's the VAICE hat, or the VAICE side of the hat, if you like. The other side of the hat is the voice course. It's an online course where myself and my colleague, Adikario, have gone away and put together a lot of the design and strategic frameworks that we think is really beneficial for brands and designers and developers and innovation teams and digital transformation teams to really learn from, to see how best they can implement conversational AI. And I'll tell you a bit more about the voice course at the end of the presentation. But a good place to start, I think, is to think about what is happening here in this conversational AI world. So conversational AI came out. It's been kind of drip feeding us over the last few years. Over the last decade, it's been drip feeding us, but only over the last few years we're starting to see the numbers go up. More and more homes are bringing it in. More and more toilet seats have voice activation implemented. More mirrors. We're really seeing voice kind of penetrating every facet of our day-to-day life. And what happened is that we kind of promoted this voice-first world. We did something which really heightened expectations for voice technology. And I think it was at a big disservice to voice technology. Because instead of promoting a vision of convenience first, whereby we'll look at the consumer journey and identify what kind of digital touch points would be useful for each stage of the journey, mobile, web, in-store, on the phone, we just said that, hey, voice is an interface and we can implement it at every stage of the journey. And I think that was a really big problem because that's not convenience first. So in other words, it's not what touch point is the most convenient touch point for that journey first. It's voice first. It's very tech first. So it's not needs driven, it's very tech driven. I mean, from voice providing the future of search to voice being a touch point for all the interactions you're going to have with a brand, to voice being the cure for cancer. We really saw voice being promoted as the all, the be all and end all of digital experience of the future. And as I said, I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of the expectations that we had weren't met and a lot of the promotion that we did to a lot of the brands and companies that I'm sure we've all spoken to didn't really, meet the kind of level that we had promoted it as. And I think that's really important to just step back for a second and think about, because we romanticize new and emerging technology. And when we romanticize these new technologies, we put such a high burden of expectation on them that when the slightest little thing doesn't turn out the way we expect them to, we may see the future of that industry and the future of that technology wade away. And I think we have to be very careful when we're speaking about voice technology to clients, to colleagues, to make sure we really promote it as a needs-driven solution and not a tech-driven solution. So if we look at the hype cycle, which I've got here on the 5th slide, I'm sure you've all seen this, the Gartner hype cycle. Essentially, you've got expectation on one side, time on the other. And what we're seeing is, with all new and emerging technologies, you've got this innovation trigger. So what I was describing a bit earlier, where you've got all the excitement building up, everyone is so happy that you've got this new cancer-curing technology, such as voice, which is going to come out there and do all the things we've wanted a technology to do. And it's gone up, it's gone up, it's gone up. And then you've really reached this peak of inflated expectations where, it's gold dust. It's gold dust at this point. And then that's where it gets the most dangerous, because as time evolves, you go down the cliff, what we call the trough of disillusionment. This is where you reach. And it's quite depressing getting here, because you start seeing, my voice experience didn't get the retention rate I was thinking about. And you start thinking, hey, the kind of points that I had made to the brand or my client didn't really come true at the end of it all. And this trough of disillusionment as an industry, I think, is where we were at just, if you like, a year ago or a few months ago. And now what we're starting to do is we're trying to climb this next stage where I put the red arrow, the slope of enlightenment. And it's at this stage where we're really starting to see a few more positive, viable, really genuine use cases for voice developing in the kind of consumer journey that we're all looking to improve and provide pleasure in. And it's this slope of enlightenment that will essentially get us to this plateau of productivity, where we will know where voice provides the best sort of value, and we will ensure that we will be efficient in providing voice experiences that fit into these categories of genuine utility. And I have a lot of hope for that, because I think we need to go through these peak of inflated expectations. We need to go down to this trough of disillusionment, and we need to reach this plateau of productivity. So it's not something that we've done necessarily, which is unique in the world of developing technologies. As we know, VR, AR, they've all gone through the same hype cycle. But it's really important to keep your mind on this and understand and take lessons from what failed, and then develop into making sure what actually sticks and what works. And I think we need to think about, what do we need to consider when we're thinking of a voice strategy? We jump in, we go into the nitty gritty, but it's good to sometimes have a macro vision of the whole process and figure out what it is that we're trying to provide here. And there's actually 3 main pointers that you can discuss with regards to strategy, and you can delve into and analyze. And I've highlighted just the blue one here for the purpose of today's conversation and today's discussion with the audience. And I'll go through each pointer and why they're important, so that we can kind of get a better macro view of the importance of strategic thinking in developing these voice experiences. So the first pointer is your product or service considered low involvement or high involvement? We're going to define those in a minute. But why is that important? Because it really manages the expectation of what the voice experience can provide to the customer. The next pointer is, what is the consumer journey for your product or service? What are the different stages? What are the touch points that exist right now? Why does that matter? Because once we map out what the current consumer journey is, we can then help discover the consumer pain points. And by knowing what kind of utility voice can provide, we can match those to the pain points that may exist in the existing customer journey, and then provide this marriage of voice and pain point and provide this whole solution as an outcome. So that's the second pointer. And the third pointer, again, very underestimated, but you can get a lot of great utility out of this is to question, what kind of data do you have? What insights can you gather from this sort of data? And the reason why this is so important strategically is because it helps utilize your existing data sets to provide some novel features to the voice experience. At the end of the day, the data that a company has is novel data because only that company has that data. So with this novel data, you can provide novel experiences that other companies that don't have the same data can provide. So it's really important to consider that as well. But as I said, for the purposes of today's discussion and the time constraints that we have, I think it's good to go through the first point, which I think is the fundamental starting point for any strategic work, regardless of voice, which is determining whether or not your product or service is considered a low involvement product or a high involvement product, and what are the design considerations that should come out of the conclusions, if you like, from this first step. So, involvement level. Let's dig in. Now, involvement, the definition of it in this, business lexicon, is the importance of perceived consequences of the purchase to a consumer. Now, the level involvement, it really determines the extent of effort that a person will put into the purchase decision. And there's really two main considerations here. It's the amount of time that the consumer will spend making the decision to buy your product or service. And then it's the amount and quality of information required to aid in their decision-making process. So we've got time and quality. Let's dig in a little bit more. Now, the level of involvement, it varies. So the time varies, the quality of information you provide varies, depending on a lot of the perceived risks that come with your product or service. So there are social risks. Will I look like an idiot if I wear these shoes? Will I be ostracized if I go to this event? Financial risk. Will I be at a great loss if I invest in this? Will it not really make a difference to my bank account because it's such a basic product that, hey, there's not much financial risk. I'm not really gonna suffer from this. And health risk. If your product or service is providing things to do with health, that's quite important to make sure that the decision-making process of the consumer is aided as much as possible, because it's a heavy risk that has consequences. So social risk, economic, financial risk, and health risk. Let's give some examples now. High involvement products or services, things like cars, things like life insurance, things like holidays. These are all high involvement products and services, because at the end of the day, these things come with high financial risk. They don't necessarily come with high social risk. It might do. The car, I would argue, does come with social risk. Definitely can come with health risk. If you're getting health insurance or if you're getting life insurance, it's really important that you kind of mitigate those risks. So those are the kind of high involvement products and services that we can think about. Then there's low involvement products and services. These are things that come with low perceived risks, such as beverages, getting a drink from the coffee shop, getting a pastry, a subscription of a magazine, not costing that much a month. But it's really important there to understand that you've got something where the risks are much lower. And when you start determining where your product and service fits in, and it may be that your products, you have some products that fit into the high involvement category and you have some products that fit into the low involvement category. But it's really important to start thinking about where it is that these products fit in based on these three risks: social risk, financial risk, health risk. Let's dig in a little bit more on each of these involvement levels. Now, if you've got a high involvement product or service, during the decision-making process, so pre-purchase stages, there's more attention and information processing that's required. Remember, it's a high risk, so you want to make sure you've got enough information there to be able to make your decision. It's generally enduring. There's a long-term interest involved for the consumer. This is not just a buy and buy something and then fly off and not have any long-term ramifications. It's something that has an enduring element to it. Higher post-consumption evaluation by users, things that are high involvement, it's more likely that the consumer will go away and tell their friends about it and there's going to be a lot of post-evaluation, because when you've risked something, when you've invested in something with such high risks, you're likely to contemplate and analyze it post-purchase. Slow decisions. With high involvement products and services, there are slow decisions because you want to make sure you get it right. And it's very cognitive. So it's very much the left side of the brain. The logic, the rationality, the decision-making side. There is no decision-making side, you get influence from both sides, but the left side really influences the decision-making side. And this left side is very cognitive. It's focusing on thinking, trying to see, if this is a long-term decision that I'm making, I want to make sure that I'm putting my cognitive attention to as much as required to make sure I make the right decision. So those are all the high involvement stuff, which I've identified by the red circle and the red coloring, highlighting. Then we go to low involvement products. Now, low involvement products usually require less information. There's less processing needed. Again, not many of those three high risks, not much financial, not much social, not much health risks involved. It's generally situational, and what that means is that the interest is very momentary. You don't have the long enduring effects and consequences like you would have with a high involvement purchase. There's lower post-consumption evaluation by users as a result, because as I said, if it's a very short-term decision, there's not going to be that much evaluation because you haven't invested that much in it for it to warrant some post-purchase evaluation. Fast decisions, and of course, it's to do with attentiveness. It's to influence focusing on feelings, not to focus on the thinking. So this is again very much the right side, the emotional side, the affective side, trying to promote things that tug at the heartstrings. And that's why, if you really think about it, if you think of the beverage and drink advertising out there, a lot of that is based on cool little music, emotional statements, not much detail about the content of the drink, because at the end of the day, this isn't something that comes with high risk, so you don't really want that much information. Whereas if you think about advertising where there is something to do with life insurance or health insurance, it's providing quite a bit of information there, because again, it requires more than just fancy music. It's got enduring effects that you want to make sure you've got enough information to make the correct decision from. So the next slide really shows some examples again, and how you can tie your message, and by message I mean the features of your voice experience, to these two types of things. So you've got high involvement and low involvement, as I said, and what's really interesting is that there are some things that are high involvement, but they appeal to emotions. You've got some things which are high involvement, which appeal to facts and information and thinking. You've got some things that are low involvement products and services, which again are either cognitive, so the left side of the brain, and you've got things which are low involvement products and services which are affective, so they go to the right side of the brain. So I know initially we kind of compartmentalized high involvement as being very cognitive and detail heavy, and low involvement we defined as being very emotional and detail light. But actually, if we really want to go to the crux and be accurate, is accepting the fact that you can have elements of both within. And that's why it's really important for you to define where does your product and service, each of your products and services, fit into this kind of array. So as you can see here, you've got high involvement products or services, but that require quite a bit of information for the decision-making process. So these are things such as a car, a house, a computer, electrical appliances. Now, this is high involvement, requires cognitive, kind of like the classic high involvement products that we discussed. So what you want to try and do with your voice experience is focus on information. You want to make sure that you're providing the information that will aid in the pre-purchasing decision-making process. What if you've got a high involvement product or service, which actually has, an emotional element to it, quite a strong emotional element? Products such as jewelry, fashion clothing, music, art, restaurants, and car and house can also have an emotional element. Now, if your products and services fit into this category of high involvement and affective, then the kind of message that needs to be promoted in these voice experiences is something that has a bit more of an emotional drive. So you can kind of tether the detail-heavy information, but at the same time with an emotional background. It's up to you to determine how to do that, but it's important to consider these things. Now we go to low involvement. What if it's a low involvement product, but there's still some sort of cognitive detail heavy, not detail heavy, but a bit more detail than you would otherwise think a low involvement product or service would demand. Things like household items, basic food items. Now, if they're low involvement, but there's still some rationality involved, I think a really important point here is the voice experience should kind of promote the differentiation points of your product or your service relative to others. Because if there's many out there, low involvement products, usually there's tons and tons of Mr. Me Too's out there. Lots of mimicking done in low involvement product circles. So how are you going to differentiate yourself as a product and service on a voice experience relative to others? That's something really important to consider. So if you're a toilet paper brand, and there's tons of toilet paper brands out there, what kind of features do you think your voice experience needs to provide to kind of differentiate itself from all the others? Now, if you've got a low involvement product which comes with the affective side of things, so it's got some emotion heavy connotations, products such as liquor, alcohol, candy, ice cream, snacks, this is the kind of classical low involvement kind of voice experience design, which is focus on positivity. Try to come up with features that are fun, features that are positive, features that produce pleasure, as opposed to the heavy detail of going through the details of your product, what it does, etc., etc. And I think that's a really good way of kind of strategically determining the utility that your voice experience will provide, depending on the the corner of this table that your product or service fits into. So now let's think about it a bit more micro. How can involvement level influence your voice strategy? We've already said a little bit about it, but let's go for some more direct examples. So your product or service, you've defined that it's a low involvement product or service. Now, what your voice experience can provide in this scenario is a pre-purchase stage of building awareness. You can provide inspirational or practical content that will be there to really build awareness of what your product is about and what it can do. Pre-purchase stage of driving engagement. So maybe get people to drive engagement through their social media platforms. There are options out there for voice experiences to link to your social media accounts. And it's really important to think about that. How can you drive engagement from a voice experience? I haven't seen too much of it, but I think that's an area that really needs to be tapped into. Transaction facilitation at the purchase stage. I think this is really important. Since it's a low involvement product, it doesn't require that much time. So a voice experience we know is very frictionless, especially the purchase stage. So if you've got a low involvement product, make the transaction stage as easy as possible. Facilitate it, because it's not a high risk product. A consumer is more likely to buy it at a moment's desire. It's a very momentary decision. So make sure you provide that kind of purchase feature in the voice experience, because if it's a low involvement product, they're more likely to just make a decision without thinking about it too much. And then quick information for a product that you otherwise wouldn't spend too much time on, or the consumer wouldn't spend too much time on going online or going to a store to find out about. So find those sweet spots of information that usually a user would be like, hey, I can't be bothered to go and find that information out because I have to go online, I have to go to a store. Great, find out what those questions are that a consumer may want to know about your product, put them in a voice experience, because it doesn't have that same level of friction than going online or going to a store may have. Now let's think about high involvement. If your product or service is high involvement, you've determined that it is, what can your voice experience provide at the different consumer stages? Pre-purchase stage, awareness. Again, awareness and engagement. Try to provide that inspirational, practical content that will be a little bit more heavy in the detail, because again, that's what we said high involvement products usually demand. So really use your voice experience to be there to provide the kind of information that's going to aid them in the decision-making process, which may not actually take place. The transaction may not actually take place in the voice experience, but it may be a very good kind of influence or trigger for the purchase to be made on other platforms, whether it's in store, online, etc., etc. So this is awareness and engagement leading to transaction, not necessarily via the app. Post-purchase stage service. So you've invested heavily We said that high involvement products have some, post-consumption evaluation that low involvement products don't. So what kind of service can you provide post-consumption, post-purchase? Think about that. And of course, post-purchase stage of building the kind of brand advocacy out there. Again, tethering it to social media. Try to produce features within your experience that can really build these brand champions. Because again, with high involvement products, you're more likely to do that than with low involvement products because of the very nature of the investment, high investment that consumers, undertook to enjoy your product or service. So it's just some thoughts to kind of, some zoom out thoughts to consider when coming up with the strategic points of view. And this is fundamental. This is so important because so many people have said, hey, I've got this low involvement product. It's not going to get much engagement. It's low involvement. And I think that's a very, very poor way of looking at it. I think it's a very uncreative, very inhuman-like way of looking at things. Humans are creative, and we need to try and think of how can we imbue creativity into every facet of our being, whether it's a tiny little product, which has very little relevance to us, to the high involvement stuff. I think there's creative elements that can be imbued within anything and everything. So it's really important to understand that low involvement does not equate to low engagement. Even if your product is low involvement product, you can still drive high engagement through it. And I've just provided some examples here for you to see. Now this is a hat that might make some people very happy and excited, and it might be a hat that makes a lot of people angry and frustrated. But whether you like it or not, this is a low involvement product. It's a low involvement entity. It's a cap. And what this cap has been able to do is drive such high engagement that I think this is probably one of the most successful marketing campaigns, whether for good or for bad, that has existed in my lifetime. I'm 30 years old, so in my lifetime, this has been one of the most successful marketing campaigns. And it's a hat. And all it is it's a hat. So it's really important to try and understand that a low involvement product such as a cap can influence so much engagement and drive so much engagement. So keep that in mind about whatever low involvement product or service you have, you can still create a lot of engagement via a voice experience if you do it correctly. Again, now more related to voice actually, a low involvement product such as a beverage. Here we've got Talisker whiskey, which is out by the guys at Diageo. Very low involvement product, low risk, something that you would kind of think, hey, this might not need a voice experience. But indeed, what happened was a voice experience was created where it doesn't give you, detail heavy, boring conversation. It's providing this tasting experience where you are sitting with your glass and the music in the background, and there's this tasting experience where it's providing you information on all the subtle hints that exist in the ingredients of this whiskey beverage. So what's happened here is it's a low engagement product that actually can drive, a low involvement product that can drive high engagement through a voice experience. So it's really important to keep that in mind. Now, I think it's a good start to really think about the strategic overview of your voice experience. As I've said, there's other pointers. We discussed these other pointers in our voice course on the voicecourse.co, and we don't have time to go through all of them. But I thought what I'd do with the first one is really give you an overview of a very basic examination that needs to take place to really determine your voice design, voice development for these experiences that we're all eager to create. So by really digging into whether your product is a high involvement or low involvement product, you really can try to determine exactly what kind of utility your brand can provide, manage those expectations, and meet the demands of the most important people that we're here for anyway, which is the consumer. Finally, I want to say thank you to everybody who's watching. Thank you to Voice Summit and everyone out there who's been able to make this event take place. And we really hope you can join us, thevoicecourse.co. We've got some coupon codes now, obviously, because of the Corona lockdown situation. So reach out to me. I'm on LinkedIn, Sina Kahen. I'm on Instagram, at Sinakahen, Sinakahen. And of course, my email's there on the slide. Reach out to me, send you over a coupon code. We're hoping you'll join the class, and hoping to see more and more strategic-minded voice experiences out there, because it's good for the brand, it's good for the consumer, and it's good for the industry. We've got to make sure we do needs-driven experiences.